Yeah. How we doing today? Good day, everybody. Good day. How we doing? How was your weekend? I enjoyed myself. Hopefully, you enjoyed yours. Man, it was a beautiful weekend. It's beautiful. It was sunny. It was eventful. It's awesome. Absolutely enjoyed myself. Great times. Beautiful times. And you know, what happened this weekend was awesome. It was like I was streaming all weekend. Anyway, I didn't stream on Saturday because we had a long Friday. Friday was very interesting. It went down on Friday. Man, oh man. Again, they trying to hold me accountable. They want me to be accountable for other people's actions once again, but I have nothing to do with that. That man, Aaron O, can absolutely handle himself. He's a professional. He can do it himself, goddammit. He don't need my help. He doesn't need Sharon's help. So what, it was a woman that was unruly, verbal assassin. She can handle herself. She felt like it was her time to shine that day. And Friday night, she's seen the opportunity. And when she got the opportunity, she went on attack mode because she felt like maybe all these years that Aaron O been speaking, and she was able to get it all out on one shot. She said, you know, this is my time to finally shine. You can't make no faces. So we was having a conversation with this guy named Black, right? And he was having a conversation how him being a single man, he doesn't understand what women do in a marriage or in a long-lasting relationship. He doesn't understand. He feel like men got to do it all. Without the men, the relationship doesn't work because the women are selfish. The women do not contribute to the relationship. They do not contribute to having a long-lasting relationship. That's what he said. Y'all know how we like to start the show. When I say good day, I need that great, positive, productive energy back. So when I say good day to you, I need you to say it back because I could feel the energy. It's some light. Yes. So good day, everybody. Hopefully you are having a great day. We are the solution-based group. And what we do over here, we rebel against remedial rhetoric every single day of the week. Absolutely. Because a lot of times people just regurgitate information that they heard. And their thoughts are not their natural thoughts. Their thoughts did not come from themselves. It came from somewhere else. Where? I have no idea. So when you bring this information to us, we challenge your thoughts. You have to be able to substantiate your argument. Substantiate your thoughts, where it came from. Let me get some coffee, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Why you make your face? And can it, thank you. Pay attention to what you're doing. So when Verbal was talking to Black, she was telling him great advice. She was telling him advice on her experience and where she came from and how she gained this experience. Because she was a widower, which I did not know. I had no idea that she had lost her significant other. Had no idea, had no clue. William Grace, good day to you. How long? Years. I've been married for 12 years with my woman for 16. So if that's what you was asking me, I'm not sure if that's what you was asking me, but that's what it was. So she was giving her experience as somebody that her and her husband have a child together. I believe her child is damn near grown. And she was saying the battle of losing somebody and how painful it was. It ain't about the shit that Black, thank you. The thing that Black was talking about, oh, who's going to be there to help me out? I help the woman, I help the kids. Who's there to help me? That's not how marriage works if you want to be the leader. Now, it's different if you don't want to be the leader. If you don't want to be a leader, what 100th anniversary is big time. I think he meant 10, 100 year. I don't know if I can make it to 100 years. We'll see, babe. You gonna live that long? We got 90 more to go. But here we go. So she's giving him great advice, like, hey, this is not how it works. Y'all gotta be together. So what I was giving him the advice of was saying, hey, listen here, son, young man, somebody that's in the game, somebody that has a successful relationship, somebody that has a wife that caters to him, and I cater to her. We cater to a relationship. We build it together. We make this thing work together. I told him, you as the man, anything you try to correct her, throw at her, anything that you try to bring any contention to the relationship, it's going to hit the relationship first, then it's going to hit her. And that's the part he didn't understand or didn't want to understand. I'm not sure. Make sure you get you a SBG cup. Drink some of this beautiful coffee that my daughter just made. So while verbal assassin, she was there expressing how things can go in the relationship. Aaron he was making faces. He rolled his eyes in the back of his head, the way how she said it. And she did not like it. She did not take kind to him rolling his eyes while she was talking about her experience with being married. And then she said, excuse me, have you ever been married before, sir? He said, no. She said, so why the F do you think you have any advice to give anybody about the subject matter? So now my question to y'all is how truthful that is. If you have never been married, you need to, if you've never been married, can you give any kind of advice about how to be successfully married? I say it depends. Because yes, if you are a psychiatrist and you went to school for psychiatry and you know all the ins and outs of the theory of how things are supposed to work between the interactions as human beings, then yes. You've been to school for 10, 20, 30 years. You got a PhD in psychiatry or in marriage. Or I don't know if you can have a PhD in marriage. Maybe. Then maybe, yes, you can have a conversation about it. And you could give advice towards how human beings need to be with each other. If you've been in a long relationship, meaning that if you've been in a relationship and you can prove that you've been in a relationship with somebody for over 10 years, or at least we say 7 years, you know, we call that. That's how black people used to get married back in the day. They call it that common law marriage. That's what they call it, common law marriage. So I guess if you have one of those, then you could say how it feels to be in a long-term relationship. What's up, BC? Good day to you. If you want to successfully marry, doesn't that mean the same thing? No, because you could tell somebody how not to be good at marriage. You can tell how to have a horrible marriage. You can say, hey, this is how you do it the wrong way. This is how you this is a certified way to get divorced. That's what you could do. That's what you could tell them. Some psychiatrists don't. I agree. What's up, BC? Dakima Renee, good day to you. Scraprilla, DB. Let it flow. You'll be okay. You hungry, that's all. You need to eat some food. What's up, Myri? Good day to you. So yes, you can absolutely be a coach in a game without playing. That's why I be trying to tell these motherfuckers that, oops, watch my words, I apologize. This is why I be trying to tell these people that be trying to get at me. I'm a coach. I ain't playing with y'all. Y'all better stop playing with me. So here it goes. So a lot of people with the whole verbal assassin versus Aaron, people felt a certain way. They felt like I should have jumped up and bucked up for Aaron like he didn't want to do it himself. I think it's disrespectful for a man to go ahead and protect another man in the first place. Now, if he's getting jumped on the street, yes, I got your back. But we talking about just verbal lashings from the verbal assassin. Hey, you better hold your own goddamn way. I'm not there to help you. You're a goddamn grown-ass man. Let me see what you got before I help you, goddamn. If you need my help, you ask for my help, then that's something else. You call me daddy. Say, hey, daddy. You gonna let them just attack your son like this? And then I will help you. But Aaron don't need that kind of help. He's a seasoned pro. He don't need my help. Making sure y'all hit that like button, that share button. That's what helps the channel keep growing. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Miss Jill, the beautiful Robin M. Thank y'all for being here. Always holding me down. And so that was a very interesting part of the conversation that happened. So time. So this is the thing is with time, your relationship is going to change. It's going to go through different levels of understanding is probably the word I want to say. Because time is going to change throughout the relationship. You should not, any human being, I don't care if you stay single or not, long lasting relationship or marriage, you need to move through life and change, and hopefully change for the better. You should be able to have assessments on yourself to say whether your strengths and weaknesses, and build on your strengths and get rid of your weaknesses as you move through this thing called life, especially if you're doing it with somebody else. Because nobody wants to be with somebody that stays in the same place. A lot of time y'all get confused with this whole ideology of just because you moving that you are going somewhere. Those two things is not the same. Just because you're moving doesn't mean you ain't going. That doesn't mean that you're going somewhere. You could be on that goddamn treadmill life and not going any fucking where. Excuse my language. Try not to curse. Because a lot of y'all be just moving, but y'all ain't going nowhere. And then me, when I come and I see it and I point it out, and say, hey, I see you ain't going nowhere. You need to get your feet moving on something so you can actually move in the proper direction. Because I see that you want to have a significant other with you. I can see it. I can see your heart bleeding. It's crying out for me. I can see it. It's okay. You want somebody by your side every single night. And the main problem that you have, the main conversations I'm hearing when we have these conversations, most of y'all men, y'all want marriage because of the up and downs that you should have in between the sheets. Because I pray that all your lives, ups and downs, are in between the sheets. I do. I pray for that. I pray that Black can find him a beautiful woman that could understand his analytical self and see him as a real human being, not a robot that he tried to project himself to be. You're not a robot. You are a man, I think. Sometimes. Possibly. What up, world class? I didn't have to, but I did. Bet it felt good too. Let me drink to some tears. But anyway, let's keep this show going. So a lot of times, like I was saying, a lot of men, they look at marriage as they are getting married to the box. And that is an issue. Marriage is way more than sex. Actually, sex, as time goes together with you and your partner, if y'all building properly, is less about sex and it's more about intimacy. And this is a part that they get confused. Because on the show, somebody asked me, oh, so a man want to get married and he want to do it 4 times a week. And so what I told him, I said, then you need to go ahead and marry a hoe. Just know what you're marrying. Because eventually intimacy is going to take over from sex if you are in a healthy relationship. It's just the truth of the matter. Some days, some weeks, some months you might do it 6 times in a week. You better take one break because it ain't good for you to bust that many nuts in the first place. You might give yourself a goddamn heart attack. Just saying. Ask your doctor. You bust that many nuts, you might give yourself a heart attack. Slow down with those damn blue chews. I understand there's a lot of you young men, y'all out there just popping these pills like it's candy. I get it. I understand. Me, I don't have to. I just do a couple of squats. I run some miles. And I'm still healthy. My thing is probably stronger than most of y'all young men because I don't got to take no goddamn blue chew. It is what it is. Unlikely, hands up, don't shoot. What up, Royce M? So what I'm saying is this. So you cannot think about marriage as, oh, I'm just marrying the box. I'm just marrying the vagina. It's not what you're marrying. You're marrying the intimacy, the companionship, the fact that you are building with somebody, hopefully a lifetime of building. And when you men try to subject women to just strictly sex is the problem that you are having. What up, Otis? Good day to you. Otis who? And the problem is that, you know, this is why I got to always show my ass, just like I'm Otis. This is why I got to give y'all my ass to kiss. Because I'm in a healthy relationship. I have intimacy every single day. Okay, it's too early. So this is what happens when you're in a long, healthy relationship. You are very happy of the intimacy that you have with your woman. Because some weeks, like I was saying earlier, some weeks you might have it 6 times a week. And then there's the other week you might just have it once because you're out there grinding so much and you don't have time. But the intimacy that y'all have with each other, laying next to each other, taking naps with each other. I was just watching on the panel. I heard that you can't even take a nap with your wife. They're like, what? Ew. You laid down with your wife and just took a nap? Like, what is that? Yes, they actually said that if you go ahead and take a nap with your wife in the middle of the day, that is disgusting. I'm a man. Why would I want to lay down with the person that I love? Nick the Magnificent, good day to you, sir. How you feeling? Good day. You understand? So this is the things that they try to tell these young men. No, you're wrong. No, intimacy is what you really need in a relationship to move it forward. Because intimacy means more than busting just a nut. Y'all should know. Y'all the ones that support that kind of industry. Y'all keep the lotion industry afloat. Y'all keep the lotion industry afloat. Y'all know what y'all do. So it ain't about busting a nut. It's about the intimacy. That's what, pour them tears out. Delicious. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you. Thank you. So, intimacy is what y'all really looking for. Y'all don't understand. It's not about how many times you can hop on top of your woman. Y'all don't understand that when y'all talk about marriage, y'all make it sound horrible to other women. Nobody wants to be married to a man that thinks like you. When you try to make it so rigid that I gotta have it 3 times a week. If I don't have it 3 times a week, I'm gonna walk out the door. Bullshit. Got me cursing. I'm trying not to. I'm doing my best. Otis who? Great. What he said? He says, wow, my wife and I take naps together. My ass be tired. For real. That's the truth. That's what happens when you're in a healthy relationship. You're going laying down, especially if you don't got no kids around. Your kids is at least 14 and up. Whoo. Whoo, that's a beautiful thing. And yes, take a nap with each other without having sex to take a nap. That just lay down together, you hug up, you cut it up. That intimacy is a beautiful thing, even if it only lasts a half an hour for that day. It's a beautiful time. It's awesome. It feels great to lay next to the person and smell like stink ass breath. Absolutely. I love smelling that stink ass breath in the morning. Like, ooh, you had onions? What? I didn't have onions. When did you have onions? I thought we ate the same food. You feel me? Unlikely? Unlikely says, I love laying next to my bae. And you know, some of y'all men that are single, I'm sorry, but you have to lay next to your bae as well. Pamela be hugging you all night. Pamela be hugging you all night with her 5 finger waves. She had finger waves and everything. Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. What up, Callie Bev? I think it's so interesting that these men they be acting like anything you do with or for your wife is some kind of sin thing, and that is considered gay. Like, hey, listen, I'm sorry, but I love being next to my woman, and I don't care if you think my woman look good or not. What makes your thing get up, it doesn't make mine. So this whole idea that because you, somebody that doesn't have a woman at all besides your hand, like you Thanos, and you snap your fingers to watch a website to turn you on, hop a Bluetooth for yourself, and keep the lotion rolling, have some nerve to talk about me and mine? That's ridiculous. So I agree, Nick. Hey, if you don't want to hear no lip, you don't want to speak to no woman, understandable. Then go ahead and be single. I have no problem with somebody being successfully single if that's what you want. If you want to be single, go ahead and explain to us how you're having a great time being single. And I can tell you how I'm having a great time not being single. What up, B. Sammy? And it's all good. We can have our different points of view. Because we are moving at different levels in life. Because if something happened and I was to happen to lose my wife, maybe I would be saying the same thing. Now come and run to you, this single successful man, say, hey, how we moving? And he said, hey, this is how we moving. And I might love it and enjoy it until I decide that I don't want to do it anymore. And I do not want my intimacy. I do not want to keep the lotion companies afloat anymore. So that's what it is. You understand? That's the difference. So yes, can a successfully single person have conversation? Yes. But if he's never been married or she, then don't talk to me about marriage. If you only been married for 3 years, don't talk to me about marriage. You need to have at least 7 years of successful marriage, because we have spoke to people. He told me he was married for 20 years. We having a conversation, and 18 out of the 20, he was cheating. Bro, you cannot tell me nothing about marriage. Every 3 years, he got caught. Every 3 years, he was on the brink of divorce. Bro, you can't tell me about marriage. You can tell me nothing about it. At least about successfully, though. You could tell me how to cheat and get caught. You could tell me how I could almost lose my wife every 3 years. But you cannot talk to me about being successfully married and what it takes, the time, the communication skills that you need. Insane. What's wrong with y'all? In fact, some people give the worst possible advice. And that's the people that y'all love the most for some reason. Have you ever received relationship advice from someone and thought, wow, they have no idea what they're talking about? Well, I'll tell you this, you're not alone. Because let's face it, not everyone is qualified to give relationship advice. Just because someone is in a relationship doesn't mean they know the answers. In fact, some people give the worst advice possible, like the man that I was just telling you, he was trying to give relationship advice and he was cheating on his wife for the 18 out of the 20 years. How can you give advice about being monogamous? You cannot. You are a liar, sir. In fact, And this man that I'm talking about, y'all all know him. That's the crazy part. He be in the chats all the time. What up, Bob Cherry? Good day. Good to see you. He be in the chats all the time, trying to convince that women are the ones that is having bad marriages alive. They the reason they always want to leave their marriage. That's what these men talk about. It's women for women initiate 80% of divorce because you men ain't ish. That's why. Because you want that woman to stay in a bad relationship. Because let's face it, most people get into relationships because they want to have a healthy one. Not because they want to have a bad one or an indifferent one. Most people want to have a good, healthy relationship, somebody that they communicate with, somebody that they can be intimate with, somebody that could grow old together. Somebody that even when I lose my hair, whoa, look at that, beautiful. Oh my goodness. Even when I lose my hair, that person still be with me. Even when she so-called lose her beauty, she know I still got her back. Even if she gets out of shape because she have children for me and herself, of course, because we both love our children, that I still love her. Now I'm still willing to get intimate with her. That's the part that y'all missing. Good versus bad is another conversation that happened within that channel, on that show. He said you can have a bad marriage. No, you cannot. Not talk about it like somebody want to have that. People don't want to have. That's the reason why people go to therapists. A lot of people need to go to marriage counseling, but also you need to go to counseling for your goddamn self. You cannot just go to marriage counseling without going to counseling for your goddamn self. You need to go to a therapist for yourself and go to a therapist for your relationship. Because it doesn't make no sense that you go to therapy for your relationship, but you don't go to therapy for yourself. You need to work out some things with yourself. The reason why you cannot communicate with the person that you want to live the rest of your life with, the person that you gave vows to. I cannot trust a man that's cheating on his wife. If you do that to the person that loves you, feeds you, imagine what you'll do to me. I can't trust no man like that. You ain't no man to me. This is why they say there's a difference between males and men. You act like, oh, you want to get technical when they start saying that shit. Well, a male is a man. Shut up. What the hell I meant when I said it. Am I talking about your boy Aaron? No. I am not talking about him. I'm talking about the situation that happened and how people tend to give advice on relationships when they have no idea how to build a successful relationship. And then when they talk to somebody that has the results that they are looking for, at least according to them, they want to fight back and push back. They want to say, how are you qualified? Because I don't need no lotion next to my bed. How are you qualified? Because I'm intimate with my wife every day. She sleeps so much under me, God damn it. I could see her damn dreams. She don't gotta tell me her dreams in the morning. I see them shit. She's so close up under me, God damn it. And I love it. And she loves it too. She loves to smell my stink underarms because I don't wear deodorant. She loves to be all up under my underarms when I sleep. Yes, what's up, Bob? What up, Matthew? Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Make sure y'all hitting that share button. That helps the channel out so much. I appreciate every last one of you. Martin Luther King. That's right. So I am going to drop the link for anybody that disagrees. I'll drop the link for y'all because I could be wrong. Anybody could give advice. Huh? Is that possible? Can anybody give advice? Are you going to take anybody's advice? Because see, me personally, yes, anybody could tell me how to get in shape if he's 20 years old. However, I would rather get advice from a man that is in shape, that is 40 years old, that has kids, maybe even a grandkid, work a job or two, and that person still will show me how he got in shape, because then I know that person really understands me. He understands the challenges that it takes when you're a grown-ass human being that possibly got out of shape and you got all these goddamn responsibilities over you. You got the world on your goddamn shoulders because it's meant for your shoulders, not for no goddamn hips. A lot of you goddamn men, you want your woman to take the blunt of the relationship. Then you need to let her know, hey, babe, you are the leader. That's what y'all say anyway. The women are the leader. Then let her lead and shut up. And then when you come to the barbershop and we tease you, you come to the goddamn cigar shop and we say, your woman is running you, don't get mad at it. It's just what it is. What up, Bandit Nation? Just don't get mad at it when we tease you, when you come to the man spaces and we say, your woman is running you. Don't get mad at her and say, hey, babe, I don't like how this is working anymore. You need to listen to me. Like the men say, no, you are not that. Know your goddamn role in your relationship. Put your legs up when y'all go lay down. So now, can you have an opinion on something? Absolutely. You can always have your opinion. Say, hey, this is my opinion, how I see things could possibly work. Even though I've never been married, this is how I see things moving. All right, cool. You could do that. However, advice, you cannot do that. You cannot, absolutely not. You cannot give advice if you have no idea. You never lived it in a day in your life. Where are we doing with the goddamn lights? Horrible. Let's get it together. Please, let's get it together. I would appreciate if the likes would match the viewership. I would appreciate that. Good day to the one and only verbal assassin. And shout out to all the married people that actually have great intimacy with one another and know that some weeks they could do it 5 times and some weeks there's only 1 time, and it's all good because y'all intimate, you have conversations every single day. It's not all about the pound town, and you know that her booty hole's brown. And so I want to thank Verbal Assassin for bringing this conversation together, because that was the topic of conversation all weekend. I didn't even have to stream. Because what they wanted to talk about was the disrespect that Aaron O got from Verbal Assassin, which I don't understand why. They say, Sharon, you just let that woman talk disrespectfully to this black man that never shows anybody any disrespect. That's what she chose to do. And he chose to be involved in it. That's those 2 people's decisions. It's nothing more, nothing less. Don't make it such a big deal. Sometimes people disagree. The problem is y'all think that women can't disagree with y'all because y'all have a peen. Y'all think because you was born a male that you have what's the damn word? How do you say the word? See, I can't say it right now. We got somebody in the back. He gonna have to send a super chat. He gonna have to send a 99 cents because I know when he come up here, it's gonna be up. It's gonna be small. He gotta send me 99 cents before I let him up. He knows who he talk. You gotta send 99 cents before I let you up, Kels. That's it. Because I know when you come up here for smoke. So before you come up here with the smoke and start cursing and make my stream unmonetizable, you gotta send 99 cents. That's it. No, absolutely not. What up, Freezer? What up, D the Degenerate? So, Kels, while you're in the back, I'll be patiently waiting for your 99 cent super sticker. God damn it. So that is the issue that I hear in these spaces, that the men feel like the women don't have no say so. And so as soon as one woman is able to express herself in a passionate way, all of a sudden she has to shut the F up. Verbal side, she said, let Aaron O know he is safe today. She do not have time to roast him up today. Let me also welcome to the show, Brooklyn Rome. What it do?
Yo, what's good? Good day, cuzzo.
Good day to you.
What's happening?
Everything is well.
So people out here trying to give advice that ain't never been in a marriage before.
They've never been in a marriage before, or even some of them never even been in a long-term relationship.
Yeah, I was looking at the poll, man. It was saying that they have the right to give that opinion, but how could you if you never experienced it?
It's very interesting to me. They really believe their opinion counts as advice.
Yeah, that's wild.
No, that's your opinion. I could respect your opinion and say, oh, okay, that's how you feel. But if you're trying to give me advice to tell me how I'm supposed to move, then I don't know.
Could you really respect it if they never experienced it?
Yeah, I
mean,
can
you
respect
can
them as a person.
consider it, but I don't think you respect it, because how could you tell me about something I'm doing that you've never experienced?
You never experienced, you don't know what it feels like to walk down an aisle or even walk inside a courtroom and sign the paperwork and wait 24 hours to go ahead, and then you need somebody to be a witness to the whole situation. You don't understand how all that feels.
Yeah,
they
listen.
even told me that, hey, marriage is not even serious. Come on, Bandit Nation, you could send 99 cents. He said, no, I don't want to send you 99 cents. So he left. He's mad at me. He didn't want to send me 99 cents. God damn, Bandit Nation.
So a lot of people get the real gist of marriage when the shit go wrong. First off, that's when you know how serious it is. When you standing in front of a judge and they're telling you that you got to give up half your shit and half your future shit, that's when you really see how serious it is. So another thing is what I learned, because you pretty much know some of the stuff that I've been through. I learned talking to people that been through it is the best way to learn from those situations. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a lot of dudes that I know that's been married 20 plus years, had kids on their wife, etc. Been through hell and back. And so those are the people that I listen to the most, because I can't learn something from somebody that could just give me their opinion about it. No, I need to learn from somebody that been through it.
Some experience.
You know what I'm saying? I got a friend that had a baby on his wife. And he's still with his wife.
Damn.
And I asked him, I said, Joe, bro, like, how does that work? And he kept it all the way 100. He said, Joe, every day is a journey. And he was like, his situation is kind of complex because he's not in that kid's life.
Oh, shit.
But he knows about the kid. And she knows about the kid.
Damn.
She knows about the kid only because he had to pay that child support for the kid.
Oh my God.
So,
that is a fucked up way to find out.
Yeah.
And also I want to bring into the show the Supreme Goddess PH Diva.
Good morning.
Some say she's a devil. I don't think so.
Really? Absolutely not.
They say you be terrorizing the men.
I don't nobody terrorize these men. They're just idiots. So I think that a non-married person can give advice to a married person. So in the instance of the example the gentleman just gave, let me see, what's your name? I'm sorry, sir. I'm just beating you for the first time. Brooklyn Rome. How you doing, sir?
Good morning.
A non-married woman could certainly go to that wife and say, hey, your husband ain't shit either way, right? Because he out here cheating on you, not using protection, getting women pregnant, and then when he have a baby, he not even in that baby's life other than paying child support. The nigga ain't shit, and you need to get your ass away from him as quick as you can.
Yeah, but that's not really advice.
That's advice. Get your ass away from him is advice.
Yeah, when you put it like that, but it's not no real advice. That's obvious. If you're going through that, you shouldn't need nobody to tell you that. And that.
Well, clearly she does, because she's still there. She's still there though. So apparently she does need that very basic level of advice.
Nah, because some people feel like they can work through things, and who are we to tell somebody what they can and should endure? So what's good for you is not good for everybody else, and vice versa.
No, so the thing is, the man is lacking in character, right? The nigga ain't shit. And so she working through something with a nigga who just ain't shit at his core. That does not make sense, right? And so that's where the advice needs to come in. Sweetheart, what's the end goal for this? because he gonna continue to not be shit. And I'm sure he been ain't shit for the totality of however long they've been together, right? And so something wrong with this lady. And so anybody can advise her, hey, clearly something wrong with you that you're willing to deal with this idiot.
Damn.
And so there's some stuff you need to do for yourself. You need to do some inner work. And so you realize that you deserve better than this. That there's, unless she's a kept woman, which I doubt, because these probably black people, and we know black men rarely ever got enough money to take care of a woman without her kicking in, right? So I certainly think in that situation, that woman needs advice from wherever she can get it.
Well, yeah, in that situation, but every situation is complex. What if it's not a situation in regards to him being a cheater? What if it's just a situation that's something as simple as, oh, I don't like that he snores so loud.
Okay, so that's kind of ridiculous though. But so the original question was, can a non-married person offer a married person advice? And you came up here and gave the perfect example of when, yes, a non-married person can offer a married person advice. So, right, it's a general question. So now we can go through and try to find extreme one-offs where it might be inappropriate for a non-married person to give a married person advice, but that's not really the question, right? And so this is the thing, right? On the basic level of how you think, right? When we got to start resorting to one-off, extreme, ridiculous situations, then that's all the more reason where sometimes, a lot of people do need advice from, somebody, whether they married or not, just because in terms of cognitive ability, right? It's not all the way up. So
now, but PhD, so now if they made it through this extreme event of him having a baby out of wedlock, and she probably said, hey, listen, you can't go see the baby, whatever. I don't know why he can't see the baby. However, they still was able to get through this tough time in a relationship with him going through fidelity and all these things, and seeing the relationship through, and now every single day is a new journey, and they are pushing through, and now they are back to being intimate with each other, loving each other, and the relationship is still going. Now, why would that be somebody that could give advice on how, first of all, not to disrupt your marriage in the first place, but also how to get through tough times in a relationship that is still lasting? And before you answer that, Diva,
about to be a situation.
Go ahead, Diva.
Brownsville, New York. Peace and love to the SBG fam. Peace and love, Brownsville. Especially the SBG queens. Let's have a productive week. Shout out to PH Diva and BK Rome. Thank you, sir.
So what's your thought on that? So that person can give advice on how not to mess it up in the first place, to put that wedge in your relationship, and also how to get through if you possibly go through something that is damaging to your marriage.
Right. So certainly that wasn't the initial question. Certainly, I think that man could give advice to other men and probably offer some good advice to women in marriages who may be going through similar situations, or even, how to spot the signs, whatever. So certainly that man can give advice on how not to end up in that situation, what he could have done better or differently. And then the woman, she can offer advice, but ultimately her advice is be willing to put up with anything, right?
Damn.
And you can make it through anything if you're willing to put up with anything. So, if that's the advice, look, if married women can give that type of advice, then anybody can give advice.
Damn, Diva.
Wow. So that's the same thing, Miss Diva, if it's a woman, right? If a woman, made a mistake, quote unquote, and cheated on her man, that's the same type of energy that the man should have for her.
Absolutely. And she bringing a baby into it. And see, that's the thing. The vast majority of men gonna run because he gonna be the one stuck there having to deal with that baby, right? And so one thing I appreciate about men is that their survival instincts are intact, right? So they prioritize themselves and their needs above all, pretty much, right? And so, yeah, the vast majority of men gonna run off because he would be there stuck taking care of that child to some degree if he's with her.
Okay, and so do we look down on a woman that really loves her man and decides to stay in those situations? Is she like less
Yes.
of a woman?
What?
Yes. And because it's not about love. She don't even love herself, so she can't love him, right? It's about codependence. It's about a lack of self-worth. It's about a lot of things, but I don't think love is it, right?
Shit, Diva.
Yeah, that's wild.
What's wild about that? Like the fact that many
Well-
black men seem to have this expectation that women are willing to put up with fuck to be with them is now that's the wild shit, right?
Yeah, it could be, but
Yeah.
I just feel like you know your opinion on it is your opinion, which you're entitled to, and we all are.
Mhm.
I'm just more of I guess understanding person with people in situations that occur, because if it's a young couple, let's say if they all like early 20s, 21, 22, he or she steps out, the situation gets complex and the child gets brought in the world, but 4 or 5 years later, they decide to be together because they figured that out, that they're for each other. I'm not going to look at either or as, you know, they're stupid or, you know, anything like that. I'm gonna look at it as, hey, they've been through some shit. They came together and decided that what's best for them is each other.
Right. And so this is the thing. A good rule of thumb, from a woman's, well, at least from this woman's perspective, is when you see a woman who's married, a black woman who married to a black man, you automatically know that she done been willing to put up with some shit that another woman might not have been willing to put up with. That's how she got there. That's how she's able to stay married. It's always something. And, married people have said, look, if you in a long standing relationship, a long sustaining marriage, then you had to go through some stuff that another person might have decided to cut bait and walk away. But you had to decide to stay.
And I also want to welcome to the stage somebody else that has extensive advice. Welcome to the show. You know it's going to be a lot of ass showing today. Otis Who podcast is in.
Otis. Grand rising to the panel. Grand rising to the chat.
What up,
Grand
what
rising.
up?
Grand rising. What's going on? What's going on? I thought
We also have somebody else that just popped in. She said, "Oh, if Otis is popping up, I'm gonna pop up on his ass as well."
I already know who it is.
I love it.
I can just imagine.
Her name is Bob Cherry Juice. Good day.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, PhD. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Grand
Hey,
rising.
Otis.
How are you, ma'am? How are you? Beautiful day. Grand rising.
Now, I didn't say that. Now, you know Sharon. You know Sharon.
I know, we already know how
Messy.
Sharon is. But listen, we good. We good, Bob Cherry. We good. We just see how long it's gonna last, but we are good.
So as we continue to build this conversation on, right now we having a conversation on somebody that's given advice to a woman that's never been married. She's never been married, and this married woman, she is going through a tough time with that relationship because she just found out her man is having another baby. Not only is he having another baby, but also he got to pay child support. So he's taking money out of the household as well. Now, this unmarried woman, can she actually turn her opinion to advice by saying, leave this no good, dirty peen having man that do not have the discernment to not bust a nut inside the woman because he ain't shit? Should that person give that advice to that woman? What's your thoughts, Otis?
It's a little touchy situation, but I'm just going to say what I got to say and stand on it.
Mm.
I don't believe any unmarried individual, unless they have been married once before, they've been through a divorce. But besides that criteria, no single woman or man should give advice to a married couple.
Woo.
They could give it, obviously. They could give it, but it's up to that married person to take it. And I doubt very seriously if I would take it, because straight to the point, they haven't been through it. They haven't been through it. So you can't tell me anything. And all due respect, I will listen to you just to see if you can look up and hit something that might sound interesting, but 9 times out of 10, not, because you haven't been through it. I want to talk to someone who's been through it, whether they failed or succeeded. At least you've been through it. And then it's up to me to take that information and try to apply it to my life and see if it's going to work well, see if it's going to be worthwhile. But an individual who hasn't been through it, Nah. Now they can't give advice. Obviously, of course, they're coming from their heart. Yeah, the obvious. Yeah, you shouldn't marry or you shouldn't be in that situation because whatever. Even though you're not married, but you still see the obvious. You shouldn't do it. But if you haven't been in that situation, I wouldn't take it. I want to talk to someone who's endured that. I want to talk to someone who's been through a situation where they've been cheated on, or outside the marriage, another child is involved. I want to know how they dealt with that, not someone on the outside looking in who hasn't been in that situation and then want to give advice on it. I'm glad you haven't been through it, but let me talk to someone who's been through it, and then let me make my decision. I'll land my plane there.
Woo. What's your thoughts, Bomb Cherry?
Now that I know, because in the chat I was saying something different, because I thought we were just talking about people who've never been married, giving advice to married people. But now that we are talking about somebody who's cheating, being cheated on, and things like that, yeah, somebody can give me advice if they know the situation, even if they haven't been married. You know, they know that my husband is cheating on me. He got a baby. Yeah, they could tell me, hey, you shouldn't be treated like that. You know, so yeah, somebody who's not married, I should need that advice from somebody, but maybe I do need somebody to, with a clear mind to say, hey, dumbass bitch, what you doing? That's a nigga cheat on you like that. I'm sorry, y'all know sometimes I kind of put that out there like that. But anyway, yes, I might need a shaking and say, hey, why you letting that man treat you like that? Yes. Yes. Now I have a friend. Let me tell you a story real quick.
Now, but Bomb,
Mm-hmm.
but is that marriage advice or that's just emotional advice? Because really, that's just saying, hey, you shouldn't have nobody do this and this and make you upset and make you feel like you are less, whatever the case is, how women feel when they get cheated on. That's emotional advice. That's not actually marriage advice.
Right, I agree with that. That's why I say a person who's never been married can't give marriage advice. I agree with that. But you changed the narrative when you said, hey, if this person know that you're being cheated on, then they tell you, that you shouldn't be cheated on. And the reason why I say a non-married person can't give a married person marriage advice, because sometimes the advice I need has nothing to do with me being cheated on. Right? I might need advice and it has nothing to do with me being cheated on, me being mistreated. I might just need, sometimes in 33 years, I might be sitting here thinking, damn, why am I married? I might need somebody to explain to me why am I in this situation, and I just need somebody to come and talk to me. And a person who's never been married can't sit down and talk to me.
Go ahead, Otis. I know you had something that you wanted to jump in.
I want to address that point she just made about a non-married person not being able to talk to you when you wondering after 33 years, why am I married? A non-married person could tell you married because it ain't shit out here. Right? This is the landscape. So if you decide not to be married, this is what you're going to be dealing with, right? And I think that's valuable advice too, right?
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, that's
so that's different, but that's not marriage advice. That's being single advice, right? That's saying, hey, you don't want to come into this single world because this single world is different from what I see with what you got going on with your good human being that you got beside you. You don't want to come out here in this dating pool. We all smell like piss. We all pissy out here, and nobody's taking showers.
But that still is marriage advice, right? Because you want to come out here. You want to stay with your good person, and work through whatever y'all got going on, because it's gonna be 100 times worse on this side.
See, I think when you say it like that, say, hey, but that's the real advice right there, right? You don't want to come and smell pissy like me. You smell fresh and clean, even though I understand your man. Pissy? They pissing in that goddamn dating pool now, and nobody want to take a shower. They just jump right back in. They get out for a quick second, and then they jump right back in the pool and piss again. Go ahead, Otis. I know you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Real quick to add on to what Bomb Cherry was saying, just a slight little nuance. when, and I think PhD was said this too, when someone, say for an example, if a single lady comes to the married woman and says, hey, your man is out here cheating or he's no good, whatever the situation may be, it doesn't, to me, and it might be nitpicking, it doesn't turn into advice until after they make that statement, whatever that man is so-called doing. What is the advice afterwards? What are you recommending that married woman do? You just telling that married woman that her man is out here doing whatever he's doing. He has an outside child or he's cheating, whatever the situation may be, that's fine. It doesn't turn into advice until you give some wisdom or what you would recommend that individual do. That's the question. So there's a difference with telling someone, hey, your man out here tripping, or hey, I know your man got a child over here across town. You might need to go talk to your husband about that. No, that's different than, hey, your man got a baby across town. This is what I think you should do. Boom. That's where the situation comes in hand at. If you haven't been married in that situation with a child outside of marriage, how could you really tell me what to do? Now, you might be single in that type of field where you have services you can offer me. Hey, there's a building or some services you can go to get some type of help or whatever, some assistance that you could talk to someone to help you. So then I see that. But for us actually living in it, dwelling in it, I had an outside child in marriage. So now I could tell you how I feel and what I did. And then you make your decision on what to do. So there's a little gray area there.
Woo.
Yep, I agree.
Or you could just try to get the person to come and jump in the pissy pool with you. Leave that man and come get pissy with me. You know, those are your two choices. Because Diva said, hey, no. Hey, listen here, girl. That man disrespect you. I understand you smell fresh, but he kind of tainted you a little bit. Come over here and get pissy with us because once we all
but that's the thing. Smell it. If your man is out here, okay, the woman might be married, but if the man's single, then she pissy anyway, right? Because she's still laying up with that single man who out here in this dating pool with all the rest of us single pissy people. And so by extension, she pissy too.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. What's your thoughts on that, Brooklyn?
Yeah, man. Just like Otis said, it's all circumstantial of the advice that's being provided, because I do agree with PhD in regards to her saying that someone can express that this person's not treating you right. This is what they would do if they were in this situation. But I don't agree with a person that hasn't been gone through that situation telling someone what they should do pertaining to that situation, because Mike Tyson says something that makes a lot of sense. You never know how you're going to react until you get hit when you get in that ring. So we can all say what we're going to do. So
that's true.
Somebody could meet the love of their life, and certain circumstances could really change the dynamics of their current events. And in that moment, when you think about it, everybody's definition of marriage is different. Some people are really biblical when it comes to being married. Some people are more jaded to the business side of it. And so everybody has their own construct of what marriage is and isn't supposed to be. Like you said a few things that a lot of people that probably haven't been married wouldn't even understand. You spoke on intimacy. That's a real key part of the marriage. I mean, so think about this. You with somebody for 20 years, they get sick. They're a paraplegic. They can't do anything for you anymore. In that moment, because they can't physically provide for you, and they have been all this time, do you now up and leave because they can't physically please or help you? Or
well, according to the stats, men are willing to leave their wives in the hospital bedroom because they ain't getting no more vagina anymore.
So that's morally wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, if we're together and I'm married and you get sick, if you get injured, whatever the case is, you agreed to that contract, that oath. So if this is your person, you know, and I'm surprised that with men that is, because I know from my understanding, relationships are more conditional with women than men. And I say that to say this.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you just said? I missed that last part. You said what?
Yeah,
Relationships. When it comes to relationships, women are more conditional with relationships than men, and I'm saying that to say this is what I mean when I say that.
Okay.
A man will marry a woman that works in McDonald's and he's a millionaire. He doesn't care.
Say that again. Say that part again.
A man will basically marry a woman and pull her up.
Absolutely not.
Right. Can we give an example of the millionaire
What?
man
Absolutely
who married
not
a
what?
woman?
Y'all cut that man off quick as hell.
Exactly.
No, because
Absolutely not what?
All right, Diva. Let's get let's substantiate that. Go ahead.
Let's get into it. Let's get
Let him
into it.
substantiate it. Go ahead.
A man is not going to have a standard for his woman if he loves her. If a man loves a woman, when I say a standard, I'm talking about financially. A man is going to marry a woman that is less financially literate than him. He will pull her up. A woman is not going to do that.
But that's the thing. Most people who get married are at similar socioeconomic levels. So like the research doesn't back up, the data don't back up what you're saying. And I know this is a common talking point in these spaces. A man, the millionaire man will get a woman from McDonald's. Okay, tell me who did it. Because what we see is Jeff Bezos and his first wife started out, together. Right. I think they met at work, got together and built that business together. What we do know is that Bill Gates met his wife at work too. And then they built a lot of the stuff that they have together. Right. And so where are these millionaire men who going to scoop down and pick up the woman at McDonald's?
Yeah, and also not to mention,
I don't know many millionaires, but I can say this: I know a lot of men that make more money than the women that they choose to be with. And when I say that, I'm not speaking on the extreme level. I'm speaking that in a comment on a mindset of a man. We're not out in the street saying, "Hey, my woman has to have a doctorate in this, or she has to work for this 501 Fortune company." No, we're not looking at all.
No. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. So we know that Jeff Bezos' wife, when they got divorced, what did she do? She literally dated down. She went to a teacher,
right,
and brought him up. Right. This is literally what happened.
That's an extreme example of a person that's a billionaire.
Because I'm saying,
has no choice to do that.
What I'm saying is this. So like we could go down.
You can't give one example.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is this. You could go down the line. Venus Williams. She dated down. She was making way more money, way more status than the person that she married. We could keep going down the line of these women.
No. Hey, Rome, I got you. Rome, I got you.
We can go.
So name them.
Of these successful women that go down the line and they pick them up, right? So it doesn't happen on the way that we be having the conversations about. So most of the time, people are dating within their range. People that's hanging around them. They're not just going to McDonald's like, "Ooh, I love the way how that Foot Locker stretch pants look on her, so let me marry her." That does not happen.
Right.
And you're taking that out of context.
So just give us the example, sir, because the simple fact of the matter is data shows that many people meet their significant other at work, right? So just give us the examples of these men who these millionaire men who scoop down and got women from McDonald's or something similar to that, because the simple fact of the matter is most men on average earn slightly more than women, but most men are getting women that are in the same tax bracket as them.
You know who they're referring to? The R. Kellys of the world who go around these schools and these McDonald's.
So y'all got it all twisted like this. I never mentioned a millionaire. I said a man will date someone below his financial.
You did say you specifically said a millionaire will go to McDonald's.
Hold on, y'all. Let them talk.
I'm speaking off the mindset. I never mentioned a millionaire or billionaire. So
yes, you did.
Hold on, let them cook it up. You can debunk it out. Get your full thought out.
Yeah, all these stats doesn't even matter to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the mindset of a man. He's not going to look at her and say, "Hey, she needs to have this standard of financial stability in order for me to marry her." He doesn't care, and that's what I'm saying.
But so this is the thing.
We're gonna go P.A. Ziva, Otis, and Bon Cherry. Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, you specifically said a millionaire will marry a woman from McDonald's. So you did mention a millionaire.
Okay, I recant that. So
Okay,
I'm talking about the
fine.
mindset. Okay.
That's fine. Okay, but so now you're trying to talk about a mindset, which is something we cannot see. We cannot really measure that effectively, where we're talking about behaviors and outcomes, which you can see and can measure, right? So you saying men got this specific mindset, but their behavior isn't reflecting that mindset, right? Because if they're willing to do the scoop down and get a woman who is not in the same tax bracket as them, that's one thing. But if their behavior isn't reflecting that, then how do we know that mindset actually exists, right? So you saying that they have a mindset where they'll do it, but when we look at all of the data and information available, most of them aren't doing it. They're getting a woman who's very similarly situated to them.
I disagree, because
how are you disagreeing when that's the
Let
the
them disagree,
data?
Diva. Let's see. Let them disagree. Go
I'm
ahead.
disagreeing because I bleed just like you. I think just like you, and I live my life. I'll be 50 years old. I've been through a lot, and I've seen a lot. So I'm disagreeing because for the simple fact that you're basing it off analytics, and life is not about analytics. Once again, like I stated, once you get punched in your face, you don't know what you're going to do. So all the analytics in the world is not going to change how a person reacts to situations.
But we're talking, we're not
talking-
talking about a reaction. We're talking about what they're actually doing, right? And
Yeah.
so when you file taxes, right? And so we got all of these different data collection points where we can actually see what people are actually doing. Right. And so, you know, you say you bleed like me, you think like me, you do not think like me. That's number one. But
no, I didn't
we
say
have
like
all
you.
of
I mean,
these
think just like
different
you.
data
Have an
collection
opinion just
points
like you.
where we can see where people are actually doing. So you're talking about a mindset which we cannot see, and you have no evidence of that mindset. It's just something that you think based on what you done been through in your 50 years of living.
Same as everybody else.
No, I'm basing it on analytics. You just said I'm basing it on analytics. Right.
I mean, you are. That's your argument, and that's fine. You can be as analytical as you want. That's great. I'm speaking from a mindset of a guy that knows how guys think. I'm a man.
So you think all men think alike?
For the most part,
right.
Yes.
Oh my God!
I can confidently say that for the most part, most men kind of think alike. Yes, and I don't mean that in regards to analytics. I mean that in regards to us being men.
Okay, but you don't think there are different types of men out here? So you think like Jeff Bezos?
In regards to what?
No, it's in regards to what you just said. Men think alike, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
In regards to what though? Because Jeff Bezos
like
is a man not from my culture, so I don't even know Jeff Bezos.
Oh, okay, so now you're saying all black men think alike.
No, I'm not. That's what you're saying.
No. You just said he's not from your culture, so you wouldn't know what
you mentioned an individual.
Right. And so by extension, if that individual, you wouldn't know what he thinks like because he's not from your culture, then by extension, you wouldn't know what other men who aren't from your culture think like either. Correct?
Yeah, I just stated that.
Right. So then what? Okay, move on, Sharon, because this nigga is retarded.
This is what I would like to say, if I don't mind. If you guys don't mind, Rome, I agree with everything that you said. Here's how I'm going to help back you up. The average
you can't
man.
Help nobody. You tell us how speech therapy was last week.
Okay, whenever you're done. Okay, whenever you're done, I'll
start. About speech therapy that ain't working.
Okay,
help
I
us
got
that
you.
Way.
I got you. Well, hopefully, with between my speech therapy and me messing up words, people will understand what I'm about to say. Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, the average man, when they go into a club or wherever you go meet women, wherever you go, Rome is correct. We could care less about what's in their damn pockets. We worried about their attributes for us, the outside appearance. If they bow-legged, if they got them thick-ass thighs, if their calf is protruding, if they look good in them heels. That's what we looking at. Now, the financial aspect comes later. But if I got money in my pocket and in my account, like he said, I don't care if she works at McDonald's or whatever. That's the average man thinking. Now, if we look up and she happens to work or have a position like the CEO of a McDonald's, then boom, that's extra. But prior to that, I could care less. I'm going to try to help her and build her up with me. because I'm hoping she's going to be within my character range, what I'm looking for. So I agree exactly what you're saying, Rome. Now, you probably made a little mistake like they do when you brought up the millionaire. Now, millionaires, they do think like that. They do bring up more women to bring them up. Of course they do. But that's not the norm.
Right.
That's not the norm. It does happen. Like the ladies were saying, not too many people do go, not too many millionaires do go into a Walmart and pick up the lady behind the counter. It happens, but not randomly. I mean, not often like that. No, it's very, 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 very seldom. This is not the Alicia Keys video. I love that video where she called the man up. Yeah, no, it ain't like that.
Yeah.
For the most part,
I want to get
a little bit of money, and you take the woman out, and most likely the man will have more money than the woman. And I land my plane.
Go ahead, Bob. I want to get you in there as well. Go ahead, Bob.
Oh Lord, because Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm sorry. God bless you. Anyway, so what I will say is that Otis said he agreed. Then he said he doesn't agree because he said that later on, he mentioned a club. You see how he had to add in the club? He said in the club, we thinking about her booty and her attributes, her looks. He mentioned the club, but then he said afterwards, though, that's when we think about, if she worked, where she worked at. Because of course, if you are a black man and you're not thinking about this woman where she works, then you are ridiculous. Right? That might be why we are where we are now in our community. When you're not looking at the future, right? You're not looking at where she is now, where you are now, and how you come together and where you will be together. Because black women are doing that, right? We're looking at the men and we're saying, look where he's at now, how much money he's making now. With my money, we're going to come together and this is where we'll be. And the men are mad at that. But isn't that doesn't that make sense?
It does.
Doesn't
There's
that make
nothing wrong
sense?
with that at all.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, good.
I want my daughters to think just like that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm good with you, Brooklyn, because you a handsome man. That's all I got to say. If I wasn't married and I was young, you be my type. I like them thick and look like you were protecting me. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm a
You're gonna make my get hot flashes. Goddamn it.
Well, I just want to ask Miss Diva just this one thing, and
Go ahead.
I can totally get with your opinion, your mindset, and the train of thought, but I'm not retarded, Miss Diva. I just don't agree with everything that you're saying. I just wanted to say that.
No. And so I called you retarded because no, because first you said Jeff Bezos isn't from my culture, and so I don't know how he thinks. And then I said, oh, okay, so you only know how black men think. And then you said, I didn't say that. And then I said, oh, okay, well, you said Jeff Bezos, you didn't know how Jeff Bezos think because he's not from your culture. So by extension, you wouldn't know how any man who's not from your culture thinks. And you said, right.
So
that don't seem retarded to you?
No, it doesn't, because
before you rebuttal,
it's too open-ended and closed-ended, because I would say this.
What?
Some men outside my culture, I may relate to their third pattern.
Okay. All right, child.
I also want to bring in somebody that is definitely a man that believes in hypergamy, because when he went and chose his wife, he was practicing hypergamy. Welcome to the show, Ronald 804, the hypergamous married man. How you doing, sir?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing well.
What's going on? Peace.
Now, Ronald, can you tell how men are actually all hypergamous? They do care about if a woman's intelligent, she has a degree, and she is going upward towards making a certain amount of money, maybe even a woman that could run her own business and be a manager. So men are hypergamous just as much as the women. Yeah, Ron, let us know how.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with the with let me just see how I feel real quick. Me personally, if you're just looking for a woman to have sex, yeah, you would take the McDonald's chick. you take anybody, whoever want to be with you. But when it comes to like, okay, I'm looking for a potential wife, a lot of times you're gonna be with a like-minded person. For example, if you're college educated, most likely you're gonna get somebody who is also college educated. So yeah, so I know a lot of times we hear about this, the millionaire date the person McDonald's. That usually don't happen, because eventually when that millionaire talking to her, they have nothing, they can't relate to each other. There's really nothing to talk about. So it's just gonna be some kind of sexual thing. So when it comes to like looking for a future with somebody, or like potential marriage, is most likely somebody who's like-minded.
And I would love for Fantasy Island Girl to hit the link, because I know her man was being hypergamous when he found her as well. So that'd be interesting to hear her point of view on it. But so now, Ronald, can you tell us how you was being hypergamous when you met your woman?
Like, explain it a little bit. Break it down a little bit when it comes to hypergamous.
You don't know what hypergamy means?
Explain to me. Break it down a little bit. So I can make sure I give you
meaning
the right
that
answer.
you found somebody that had your same status or better when you was looking for your woman, and you looked at your wife as like, hey, she's at my level or even possibly better. That's what hypergamy means, that you look at somebody at your level or possibly higher, definitely not lower.
Well, at that time, my wife was actually higher than me. When I met her, she was in medical school and I was in college.
Let's talk about it.
So like I said, even though she was higher to me, we could more relate.
So she, in the sense of that situation, she dated down in that sense.
Yeah.
Right. Like, no disrespect, but in that sense, it's like, you just put it on paper, it's dating down. In real life, you got intellect and blah, blah, blah. So it's not dating down, but on paper, it's dating down. And this is the problem that we be having on these spaces, that it goes time and time again. Most of the time on paper, the woman is the one dating down.
But I know you're saying this dating down thing, but like I said, we're still at the end of the day, we still like-minded. We both have, like I said, she already graduated from college. I went back to college. So I think I don't really see it as dating down. We were still in the same thing, in the same area.
So now, however, if it was the opposite way and you was the one that had the highest status at the time, most men would say, hey, you dated down, you brought her up because you're in the medical field and she was just in college and she was da-da-da-da. This is what they would say.
I wouldn't consider that dating down either. Like I said, it's all about being like-minded.
Otis, do you think that his wife dated down at the time when they met?
Here we go with these words. Here we go with the interpretation of words. I get what both of you guys saying, so let me be fair about it. And you are correct. If roles were reversed, and if the man was in that same situation, it will be like, yes, we're dating down and we're going to bring that woman up. Yes, you went to school years later or months later, but in theory, I brought her up. If the roles were reversed, it's hard for that man to take that same analogy. But in actuality, if you keep it even keel, it's the same thing. It really is. But take the word out of brought you up. Like you said, I understand what you mean, Ronald. I really do. But just take that preconceived notion out that she married down to bring you up later. I get that thought process is fucked up. But in actuality, like Sharon did, which she's good at, if you flip the roles, what's the difference? It's the same thing. It's how you interpret it.
Right, because and I want to give Brooklyn Roman that he got something to say about it. So we do understand this. More women in college than it is men.
Yeah.
And so therefore, and we also know people that are making more money than the people that go to college and get degrees, they tend to make more money than people that do not go to college and make degrees. So therefore, and we just going by that stat alone, we can make an assumption that it is more women dating down than it's men being millionaires and going to the local Carvel to scoop up an ice cream scooper.
Now, see, again, on the surface, that sounds, it's true, but the word you use, it make it sounds like it's a diminishing of the man. But I know that you don't mean that. You're just stating facts. But education is just one part of that part and partial. So it's education. You making it sound like it's the end all be all. If that one individual was just so educated, I mean, that's the end all be all when it really isn't. My wife, in theory, could be more educated for us paper-wise, have the degrees, the masters, the PhDs, the doctorates, all that. I don't have none of that, but I'm still doing what I'm doing, and it has nothing to do with doctorates or anything. But the way you're making it sound, you're making it seem like just because she has all the paper education, that pig skin, the lamb skin, whatever, all them documents on the wall, that means she's more valuable, brings more to the table. In actuality, no, not really. It could be in a sense, but just because she has that doesn't mean, and vice versa, man, too, that doesn't mean that that's the end all be all. No, I don't believe that. And that's how you make it come across. Just
But
because
let me
the
ask
woman,
you this.
go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Why is that such a bad thing? Because it seems like you mad and not mad. Let me take that word back, because some of y'all sensitive. But you know, if it's your wife, right? She's part of your family. Let's say she does have more education and more accolades. Why is it like you making it seem like, oh no, she don't have more, I may have more, even on paper she has more, but that not the all that be, whatever you said. Why is it like a competition? Because I'm okay with saying that my husband is smarter than me, more educated than me. I'm okay with that. Like I can say that with pride, not just because he's the man, but because he's my family, and it may or may not even be true. See. Now, you know what I mean? It may or not be true. But some of you men, you have an issue with that. You have an issue with giving that accolade to your significant other because she's a woman. Why is that?
Absolutely. And before you answer that,
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
go ahead, Ms. Diva.
All right. OMAC, Black women don't make as good decisions as they state.
Damn.
The fact is, if they were thinking so clearly, they would not have almost 65% single mothers and almost 42% in abortions compared to other races. And this is the issue when we let Black men read. And when they can't read above a 4th grade reading level, right? They can't comprehend either. And so when they see these numbers, they become confused, right? Because if 40% of Black women, and I'm pretty sure that number has gone up since the last time I read the stats, have no children, then there's no way that 65% of Black women are single mothers, right? And then if we also factor in the fact that about 29% of Black women are married, the math just ain't mathing. But this is the problem when we let these niggas get up here and read and talk about statistics.
Not only that, we also got to understand that most of the time men are the biggest supporters of baby deletions. They are the ones that's pushing the baby deletions. They want to go inside the women raw and say, hey, we did this together. However, it is your responsibility, because I don't want to have no responsibility with you. I don't want to be with you. They put the threat of being a single mother and force the woman to now make a decision on if she should bring a life into this world and take themselves out of it, and now go ahead and say as if when this decision is made, it's only on the woman decision now. No, that's both of us. These men out here are promoting Plan Bs, as we've seen it pan out with Fresh and Fit. He was forcing her to do a Plan B and use the fact that he is not going to be with her as his example on why she should get rid of the baby. This happens way too often. We know it's plenty of men that get tricked out of it. That woman say she is pregnant just so she can get an extra $400 or $500 out that man, and she's not even pregnant. But that's the way how they used to game men back in the days, because men are the biggest supporters of that. So I think that's a horrible example to have with the baby deletions. And then now with the single part, right? So Black women being single, the problem why Black women are being single, because most Black men do not want to put the government in their business. They want to do everything below the table. They don't want the government in their business. So they feel like as long as we together, common law marriage, we together for 7 years, we don't need no damn paperwork. So that's why they considered single mothers and being single all the time, because they are playing the game. And some of them even use the single game so they could get goddamn government assistance. So all these things of acting like they are single because people don't want to be with them is a lie. is that a lot of men do not want to commit to their woman because they want to do some under the table things. They want to be scammers, and it even goes into scamming women into having babies and all those things. So that's just what it is. I also want to bring somebody else into the table. His name, he go by name, Big West. What it do? And we also have the beautiful Miss Polly Wright. Good day to y'all. How y'all feeling?
Okay.
Oh, your mic is all.
Hell no.
Big West. Oh, Big West. You all wrong, sir. Oh, you all wrong.
Hell no, Big West. You're gonna have to. Hey, listen.
Terrible.
Well, he's like Theodore size. So Theodore, you need to come back, fix your microphone because you sound like one of the chipmunks. You sound like Theodore. Okay. So welcome, Miss Polly, into the conversation. Good day to you, man. What's your thoughts?
I would like to hear, because I jumped in a little bit late, so I want to hear some more opinions first before I make my own. That's fair.
Hey, Sharon, I'd like to answer the first question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when it comes to relationship advice, I think anybody could give advice. The issue I have is that when married people are giving advice, a lot of single people like to tell them they have no idea what they're talking about. You know, give the married people some grace. You know, like they have the knowledge and they also have the experience. You know, so that's pretty much the biggest issue I have. I've even had it in my regular life where I've give single friends advice and they told me my advice was foolish, and I was like, listen, I got a successful marriage. You're not even married yet. You know, so you might understand what I'm saying, but just give me some grace a little bit. You know, so that's the hard. And we've had it in this panel. That's the reason why a fight broke out 2 nights ago, because somebody was speaking. The other person didn't like how somebody was rolling their eyes. All of a sudden, a fight broke up. And to tell the truth, I actually was agreeing with Verbal Assassin that night. I didn't see anything wrong with what she was telling the other guy.
Wow.
So
awesome.
yeah.
We want to build on that because that is very interesting, because everybody disagree with you right now, Ronald. And I also want to bring in the most hypergamous man that I know, Big West. What up, Mr. Hypergamy?
God damn, the kid that did, the one and only, the great Ben Bottle, you know what I'm saying? What's up with y'all, man? You know, I'm up this morning getting this money. Y'all all right?
Yeah, we
What's
okay.
going on? Grand Rising, man.
So Big West, I got a
what's
question
up, PH? You know, I love you.
So since Ronald brought us back to the original topic, right? So Big West, I got a question for you. Do you believe that your single homie can give you any kind of advice on how to be married and remain married?
He muted.
I guess not, because he's single for a reason. Like I just I won't. I listen to him, but ultimately a man gonna make his own decision. So I don't think
great cop out. That's a great cop out.
Yeah,
Awesome.
however you want to call it.
That was a great
I'm shooting like Steph today. Okay. But yeah, I don't feel like a single person can tell anybody about no relationship. Every relationship is different. Every relationship is very much just different. You know, everybody do different things. So
okay. So let me ask Miss Polly the same question. Miss Polly, so somebody could come to you and ask you about how can they sustain a successful poly relationship. But do you believe that you can give successful advice too about how people could have a monogamous marriage?
Well, the only reason I will say yes is because I've been married. So if you've had the experience of something, you can share your experience. Everyone's experiences are different, which is very true. But you want to talk about how you had the experience as a married person. So if you came to me and asked me about being married, which that's why I think a lot of panels do get confused when I'm on there. If I'm coming onto a panel, I'm talking from my experience. My experience is not what I'm doing right now. It could be something I've done already. And that's why you're valuable with your experience. Even when you go to a job interview, I might not be doing that job now, but I might have experienced it before. So you're a valuable person. So it doesn't make sense if I had a daughter who's never been in a relationship to take on everything she's saying because she's never had any experience or know what it feels like to be partnered with someone and had made a commitment. Even though she could say, oh, I saw someone else do that, you saw, but you weren't experiencing the feelings and the emotions in the time, and you didn't experience what it was to be in that situation. So you can give me your view, but you have to also have, you know, that experience yourself.
So what's your thought on that, PZ? That you gotta have experience within the situation to actually give advice.
I think that's probably the case with certain things, and then with other things, I would think that you wouldn't necessarily need the experience to offer that advice. Like we talked about some situations earlier where you wouldn't. And as a single woman, I know that like married women and men don't hesitate to come and ask my advice about financial stuff. And so one of the things is, you know, I'm a firm believer. If my advice is no good, then neither is my assistance. So there's a thing where a lot married women be like borrowing money from single women, right? Because they think we don't have as many responsibilities and da 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 da. And so I want people to keep the same energy. Like, I'm a single woman, and realistically, you should never try to borrow from a single woman anyway, because she out here in this cold, harsh world, all alone, fending for herself, right? But they'll come. And so again, if my advice is no good, then neither is my assistance. When you need to run away from that man or that woman and, you know, need somebody to help you, go find you another married person to offer you that assistance.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
Give cheap shots. Go ahead, Ronald. What you think? Hey, what's your thoughts on what Miss Polly said, Ronald?
I thought what she said was okay. You know, like I've remember the first time on this panel, you know, I said I won't take marriage advice from somebody who's been divorced. You know, so you know, I know we had a fight about that. You know, so I mean, like I said, you could get advice from anybody. You know, just
now.
Like
So hold on. So you backtracking. So you saying you could get advice from so a single person can give you advice.
Other people, not me. I don't go to single people. I don't go to too many people for advice when it comes to relationship now. I kind of been in there for a while now. Like when I was in my 20s, I used to.
Okay, so Ron, I want you to stand on something. So now, if you are giving advice to the public,
yeah,
would you tell the public of married human beings should they take advice from a single person? Yes or no?
Okay, you want me to stand on something? Yes. If you are married and you want marriage advice, take advice from somebody who's married, who's not only married, successfully married.
Okay.
Like I won't do what I said. What I said is I think everybody have the right, because when we on these panels, a lot of these people.
No, that's good. Don't backtrack. Don't backtrack. Stand on that.
I'm not backtracking.
Leave it there. Don't backtrack it to make it general. No.
What I'm saying is,
say married people, go and find you a successful married person, whatever that successful is like for you. That's it. Just leave it there. You don't gotta. You know. It's
what
okay.
I'm saying is everybody should have a voice, but me personally, when it comes to marriage, I will go somebody who's married, because I want not only married, successfully married.
Well, you see, but aren't the people who didn't do well or something went wrong or they learned from that experience, wouldn't they still have something to offer, even if it's an experience of don't do that?
Nope.
They might, but me personally, no. I don't want. I want to be with somebody who's. I don't want somebody who failed. Then like, okay, they got to experience some failing. I want somebody who's still there.
Well, but when they have advice still. Yeah, advice doesn't mean bad or good. Advice is advice. You're telling. What I'm saying is that if I'm saying, okay, I want to start a business and I went into this business and I was unprepared, I didn't save, I didn't think about the cost, and then I found that out and I was like, dang, that business failed. But when I start a new one, I'm going to do this and make it right. Wouldn't that still be advice?
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. But me personally, I would rather go with somebody who's still in the fight.
All right, go ahead, Bob Trevor. You seem like you disagree. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, I disagree with her wholeheartedly. Like, her question was even ridiculous. She said she started a business, she failed at the business, and then she said when she started up again, she gonna do it differently. But why didn't she start it up again and do it differently? Like, what stopped her from starting it up? Because she got the answers. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like she don't really have the answers, because she would have jumped right back in. You know what I mean? So I think it's ridiculous. I think people think they have the answers, because if you had the answers when you made the mistake, you would have stuck to it, and y'all would have solved it within the marriage. See, I've been married 33 years, and if you think we haven't made mistakes within this marriage, we have. While in the marriage, through the mistakes, we solved the mistakes while in the marriage and kept it going. And some of you want to say, well, we made a mistake. It failed. You couldn't even solve it. You let it go. It failed. And now you think you got the answers. It doesn't make sense. Only in your mind you think it makes sense, because now you see the mistake and you're like, okay, yeah, I made that mistake. Do you really see the mistake, or did you just know that it failed? You just know it failed. Do you really see the mistake?
Go ahead, Polly.
I was gonna say, well, I feel like you're mixing both. If
Yeah,
it's a
'cause
job opportunity, yeah, but if it's a job thing, if I'm working, like I said, I started a business, I found out I did something initially wrong. Even if I just said, let me start over, let me do it the right way, that is someone continuing to try to push forward. But if it's a person in a relationship, if you can say, hey, listen, I messed up, I didn't, do something correct, and we want to fix that, and the other person's like, well, I don't do that, I don't want to. It's not you saying you don't want to keep trying. So it really takes both parties. So if someone doesn't want to continue with you, whatever reason, you can only control you and your actions, not someone else and theirs. So you could still want to keep pushing, and if they don't, that's just that two people it just didn't work out. But I'm saying I understand what you're saying. That yeah, you should keep trying. I think I wholeheartedly think you shouldn't just quit on marriages. It's a commitment. You should be in that fight, but not everyone is in the same mind as us, and we have to realize that.
Brooklyn Rome, what is your thoughts on people that was into a marriage and they went through some hardship, whatever it is, money wise, infidelity wise, and they broke up, versus the people that went through the same situation, but they stuck it through and they was able to make it work? Who advice would you want to talk to in that type of situation?
So basically, the question is: would I listen to someone that was in a failed relationship and it is over in divorce, or listen to someone that has failed situations that? So that's the thing. That's life in general. Life is about trials and tribulations. So you're going to go through things in life, and it's going to what defines you is what happens in the end. The end all be is what defines you and your situation. You know what I'm saying? So like, mistakes are going to happen in life. Just because somebody did something wrong in their past doesn't define them going forward. So it's like, I know a lot of people that went to jail and now are successful in their life. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're doing a lot better than people that never went to jail. So with that being said, you can listen to both parties, because everybody has what life experiences to offer. So it's not just as simple as that black and white, how we put it sometimes. It's like this. I got homies, like I said, that been in situations where they stayed. I got homies that been in situations where it was over. I wanted to ask you this, though. I wanted to ask you, out of like, how many married couples do you know generally?
Miss Polly?
No, you.
Me?
Yeah.
All my friends is married. Everybody
Okay.
that I speak to is married.
And so out of everybody that is married, are they all like in the same space?
Successfully married? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. So success, it depends on how you define that success.
Meaning that they went through some ups and downs and they made it through.
Right.
Yeah. So everybody is still successfully married. Everybody that I know has been at least married for at least 7 years and more.
Good. And so like off top is like, is it less than 10, more than 10?
Most of them is the least is 7.
No, meaning the couples. Is it more than 10 couples?
Yeah, about like 10.
Okay. Yeah, because one thing that I do notice is that when I sit down and think about everybody that I know that is married, not one of them, and these are the people that, it could be people that I look up to in regards to their relationships. They all been through something at one point or another. We all been through some shit. Whether like your shit might be less than my shit, but we all been through some shit. So when it comes to that, it's just not that black and white to me as far as listening and not listening. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you talk to people, I think a lot of married people need to talk to other married people because it shows them how normal those trials and tribulations are when it comes to relationships. Because I think that's what's missing with us as men. You know what I'm saying? Like, us as men, we tend to basically hold everything we got going on in, and we don't express ourselves, and we can be going through some shit. Like, I got a friend, a real close friend that's, you know, he basically was with his baby mother. He put her through school, you know, and basically she got her nursing degree, and she decided once she got nice and comfortably in the groove of her nursing degree after 2 kids that she don't want to be there no more.
Damn.
Man didn't do nothing, didn't cheat, nothing. And so now he's distraught and devastated. So that's a perfect example of him building her up. She getting to where she need to get, and now she's looking to elevate herself with a man that has a little bit more.
Well, that's because he was being hypergamous in the wrong way. He was looking to elevate her to elevate himself. That's where he went wrong.
or it could have been a whole different circumstance. And cheating is not always what's going on in a marriage. It's not always the worst thing. You know, that's just where everybody take it. But the question that was asked to you, Brooklyn, you didn't answer the question. The question that I heard Sharon ask you was, me and Miss Polly was talking, right? And she said something, right? She was married at one time. She had some advice, right? And I'm married, right? I said that, yes, in marriages, we all have issues. Would you take advice from her who had issues in our marriage and it didn't work, or myself who had issues in my marriage and we worked it through? Okay, so which one of us would you rather? And you don't have to make it between me and her. It could be between Sharon and Otis or any person, anyone. Who would you? Because remember, you said it. We all have issues, not just married couples, single people. Everybody have issues in their life.
Yeah, so I would rather take my advice from the person that's been through it and stuck around.
And that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah,
you know,
I would rather take my advice from that person. I would take advice from both, but if I had to make
There
a
you
choice,
go.
I
There
would
you
rather
go.
take it from the person that stuck through.
Does it
Right.
matter what,
no.
or does it depend on what the issue was? Because I know, like, for me, if there's a woman two women who went through the same issue, say the man went upside their head, and the one who stayed and the one who cut bait and ran off, I'm listening to the one who ran off, not the one who's still sitting there taking lumps upside her head, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. It definitely depends on the situation because violence, I agree that violence is an automatic go. Gotta go.
And I also, Otis got something to say. After Otis, Black Dahlia, and then we're going to bring a special guest up.
I have a successful marriage mainly because I saw the failure of my father and my mother's marriage. I knew that I wasn't going to do that. I knew I was trying my best not to have a whole set family outside of the family that he already has. And I vowed not to just pick up my child probably 2-3 times out of my whole existence to go get a haircut. And I vividly remember that. So I knew I wasn't going to do that. I also knew from looking at bad marriages, my uncles and aunts, since I didn't have a father in the household, they had that house with the white picket fence and all that. And then I go over there and I noticed that the husband, my uncle, wasn't around, but the house was there. The wife was there. My cousin was around, and my uncle that I was going over there to, he would come in late at night. As I got older, I started putting that shit together. Papa was a Rolling Stone. So I vowed not to do that. So you can learn from bad experiences, but I can't learn that from a single person. No disrespect. They can't tell me nothing. But a married person, good or bad, good and bad, I can learn from just by sitting back, observing, and asking the questions. Why did she leave you? Or why did you go out and do that? You already knew that she had, an example, a medical condition when you married her and the sex was going to fall off. Why did you decide to go into the marriage? See, I asked stuff like that because you knew it was going to fall off on the tail end. So that's how I learned my experiences. And again, with all due respect, a single person can't tell me anything. Thank you. I can hear them. I will listen, but me take that advice 9 times out of 10, no. But I will listen. But I won't accept it.
Yeah, out of respect, you'll listen to them.
And I also want to bring in Mr. Hypergamous married man himself, the man Williams, and also welcome to the show, Bolo TV. So we're gonna go Black Dahlia, the man, and then Bolo TV. Go ahead.
Can I please say this one more thing though?
Hold on, Black Dahlia. Go ahead.
It won't take long. PH Diva said something 2 weeks ago, and it was so profound. She gave a list of the hierarchy or stages in marriages. I think it was like 5 or 6 of them. I know for a fact, my wife and I, and I'm pretty sure Sharon can attest to this himself. I know for a fact, I don't care what nobody think. I know my wife and I, we at that top. We passed all that other bullshit, and that's the problem. Marriages don't get past that 2nd or 3rd level. And PH Diva said that, and I agree with her 100%. You have to endure that bullshit, that first 2 levels, which is less than the first 7 years in your marriage. If you can't get past that, like most marriages don't, you're doomed. I would admit that, because you're not built for it. You're going off the idea of marriage. You got to get through that shit. And that list that she gave, I recommend you go back and listen to it. That criteria is so for real. So I agree with her on that. If you can't get past that list, you don't have a marriage. You just waiting for a divorce. And I stand on that.
Beautiful. And that's a single woman that he took advice from, by the way, y'all.
Oh, God.
Hey, can you guys hear
Black
me?
Dahlia.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, everybody. So I just had a question. So we're debating on whether or not single people can give married people advice, but married people always think that they should be able to give single people advice. And I heard a guy give an example of a married man that he would take advice from because his wife put up with over 20 years of him cheating on her, and he had a side baby, and they just ignore that baby in order to hold their marriage together. And that's the type of person that he would be willing to take advice from. So my question is, what about those fatherless home children that are created from those marriages? And do you think that those type of men should be able to give advice? That was it.
Ronald.
Well, I think she's talking about me, but I never
I
said.
get
I never said that I took his advice. I just used him as an example of couples fighting through their situation.
No, you said that you would be willing to take his advice, and you gave that example. That was a bad example because I've seen what happens when those kids are just abandoned, so the wife doesn't have to admit that her husband ain't shit.
Well, once again, I
They
didn't
had
say.
it looks really pretty on Facebook.
So once
But
again,
when
I
you
didn't
know the
say that I'm
kids
willing to
that
take that
they
man's advice. I
no,
used
but
it
you're not.
as a
But
just
you're
an
not
example.
focusing. I don't want to deflect. I want to know. You gave that man as an example. How do you feel? Okay, you won't take his advice. You brought him up, so obviously you must think highly of him and what him and his wife are doing to that side baby.
No, it's not obvious. That's just my friend,
That's
and people make
wrong.
mistakes. I know
Because
murderers
if
too.
that was
I
my
know
married
people that
friend,
did 20 years in jail that
if
are
his
home.
wife, I'm at
What does
work.
that mean?
Can I please finish?
All right, but Black Dahlia, when you ask the question, you gotta let the other person speak as well. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, like I know people of
he said
all
it was
walks of
him, so
life.
we were
But that
having a back and
doesn't
forth.
mean
So
that I agree with whatever it is that they did or how they live it. That just means I know them.
well, I'm just saying, I know I went to high school with a couple like that. They're still married to this day. When we were in high school, he had 3 different girls pregnant at the same time. The one that he married, they are still married, but he has other side babies besides the ones that he had in high school. One of them is my little cousin, and she's just not allowed to exist with the family at all because his wife can't deal with it. So what about those kids?
Okay. Anybody? We good?
We good. So I want
Yeah, I
to.
know. I'm going back to work now. I knew nobody
Yeah,
would have anything to say about that. That's why
anybody?
y'all skipped over it when he said it the first time. It's cool. We see how y'all get down.
That's
Nobody
cool,
Y'all have
man.
a
skipped
good
over it.
day.
I brought it to
Thank
his
you.
Yeah,
attention. We
you
had a whole
too.
I
conversation
know
Nobody
about
cares
that.
about that.
it's okay.
we had
Nobody
a
skipped
we had
over
a
it.
full conversation about it, so I don't know what you mean we skipped over it, but
She was just upset that we didn't talk about it when she wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, she in a bad
how
mood
you
today.
doing,
She trying to
Otis?
trigger somebody.
I
Trigger.
so yeah, I want to talk about this because I think that I think people don't understand. I'm willing to hear everybody's story and I can learn from your story, but I'm not willing to take everybody advice. I don't take most married people advice because I don't think from my perspective that their marriage is successful, right? I have a small group of people that have the same belief because it'd be crazy for me to go to Sharon and ask him for advice and we have different spiritual beliefs, right? So this idea just you actually have a status because that's how we speak in a marriage, right? Or a person being single having a status. That's why we listen to them. I actually will take advice from a single person if they do have a certain a level of relationship with God, right? So then I know people don't want to talk about God. I know that hurts people to that it trigger people. But no, the whole point that I'm saying because I want to get to Bolo is that I really think that your level of spirituality actually gives you the right whether you can give advice or not. But I can share my story. If I'm telling you my story and you can learn wisdom out of my story, that's not me giving you advice. I'm just telling you my experience and you're understanding and being able to take the wisdom out of that. So I rest my mic.
I could
Now
Go
agree
ahead,
with that.
go ahead,
kind
Bo. Okay.
I kind of agree with that. You know, people who want to listen to fairy tales and they base their uh, lives and their marriages on fairy tales. I think y'all should stick together. Stick together and base your lives on fairy tales, and then try to judge everybody else who won't do that.
Yeah, you could believe it's fairy tales, but at the end of the day, it's also good structure. So being a Christian or reading from the Bible, it gives you good structure. It helps you to be successful also.
Go ahead, Bolo and Miss Berry White. Tell me who asked you are talking about. Go ahead, Bolo TV. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, brother. First, I want to say greetings, everybody. Blessings, everyone.
History.
It depends. It depends on where that man and that woman is. I always say we need to think panoramically. So when we, a lot of us think linear, right? And from our anecdotal experiences that we go through in life, this is what frames our decision making. So it's always good, like what man said, to have people in your corner that have different eyes, because again, we can't experience everything and we learn from other people's experiences so that we could take and add it to our lives. A lot of people marry for the feeling of love, not for the action of love. Love is not a feeling, it's an action. And a lot of people marry for happiness. And when they figure out that that feeling is fleeting, this is when we start to have issues. Marriage is work. It's not an entitlement, it's a service. And this is the problem that we're having, especially in the Black community. We are so of an emotional people that thinking logistically is out of the window. We think to be happy. We don't look towards the long goal to say, is this woman going to work with me? Is she going to be someone that when I fall, she's going to pick it up and keep it moving until I can get back on my feet? Is she going to think panoramically? Is she going to multiply what I bring? Is she going to be a praying woman? Is she going to cover me when I need cover? We keep thinking that a woman, under the submission of man. And this is the thing that I just need to address. We keep, as men, we keep talking about women submitting. A woman submits to her husband. She's feminine to other men. And we need to understand the difference. No woman that I don't know is to submit to me, but she should be feminine, respectful to men that she meet in the street. And we need to understand that submission is a choice. This is a choice. She's choosing to trust you and give her your life and follow your dream. We need to understand that before I need a wife, I need to be a husband. You don't become an NBA player when you get into the NBA. You should have the foundations of being a basketball player before you actually get into that thought process. And a lot of the times we get into husbandry or, marriage with wives or women, they get into it thinking that they're a wife when you should already have the foundation and the pillar. So going to taking advice, you could learn anything from anybody. You could learn from a fool. So to omit the experience that someone has gone through is foolish. Now, depending on where you are in, are you able, like Eda Man said, are you able to deduct and take the understanding and the wisdom from said story that this person is giving you, advice that this person is giving you, and able to construct it to your life so that you can move better?
Awesome. That was great. Awesome. What's up, Uncle Tom? Can you tell me how you were so hypergamous? That's what brought you to your woman, because you was being hypergamous.
As a young lad, sure, I was hypergamous, but
So now, what is your thoughts, Uncle Tom? Are single people that never been married in their life, are they unqualified to have a discussion about marriage?
I don't think anyone's unqualified, like severely unqualified, because it's just, at the end of the day, it's just a discussion. And I say once you stop learning, you end up dead. So you can learn something from anyone, and I'm not gonna say that I can listen to a single person, but doesn't mean I have to take everything take everything they say and catapult it in my life at all. But to say they're unqualified to have a discussion, no, because you think of single people. I know single people that's been with the same female for 30 years. Matter of fact, Gary, that usually be on these panels, he's been with his chick for like 40 years or something like that. But they ain't married, but they've been together. So technically they're single. So to say that you can't learn something from a quote unquote single person is absolutely, and they're unqualified to speak on marriages. Nah, I don't agree with that, because a lot of people don't. Well, I can say a lot. There are a minority of people that don't buy into the whole marriage, state marriage thing. That will stay
Is
on.
the person you talking about, is he black?
Yes, he's black. He's Jamaican. Well, he's Jamaican. I'm sorry, my bad. He's Jamaican.
Right. And so that's the part I wanted to talk to, because a lot of times when they have these stats of black women being single, is that for that same reason what you're talking about. A lot of black people do not want to have the government involved in a situation, even though they've been with each other for many years, 10, 20. They've been together so long that we actually already call them husband and wife. We say, oh yeah, that's his wife, and we just skate past the fact that they're not legally married, and now they are part of this whole system of the statistics of black women not being married. And is, to me, I believe it is.
And common law, they married too, because if she decided to leave, she getting half still, because they've been together for 7 years, especially in the same household. So we leave that alone.
Depends on the state, right?
Yeah, it depends on the state. Yes.
Yeah.
So so that's the part I think is very important. I think that's why that stat that they used that they use against black women, I think is a bullshit stat, to be honest with you. It's
well, if you have it against black women, you have it against black men as well.
No, because the stat also show that black men are married more than black women, supposedly. That's what the stat supposedly says. I don't know how that's possible, even because we stay with each other at a 90% clip. Most people stay with their own race. It's only me and Uncle Tom.
well, because you got to think about like this: are they counting the ones that leave outside of the marriage? Because if they're counting those, I mean, not outside of marriage, outside of the race, and then that'd be something. I don't know if that study is inclusive of those people, because if you add those people in that don't stay with black women that go to other races, because either man also is not with a quote unquote gigabit. You know what I'm saying?
But the problem is we marry ourselves at an 80% clip.
But a what? What you said? But a what?
The black men that marry outside of their race.
Wait, Uncle Tom.
No, what did he call? What did he call?
I got you, Bob Cherry. You call black women jigaboos, but you're so ugly as shit. Now let's
mic messing up. Your mic messing up, unlikely.
I call myself a jigaboo too, so it's okay.
No, it's not okay. I don't know why you would think it would be okay to call black women jigaboo.
I didn't call him jigaboo. I said jigabet. It's okay.
Okay, jigabet. Okay, it's okay, and it's funny.
It's funny. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. Oh, he's only funny to a ugly ass nigga like you.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Here
Monday
we go.
morning.
And your wife ugly too.
That's
Hey,
fine.
Ron.
Yo, that's
Peace
what's
to
so
you, Ron.
crazy about dudes like you.
Fine.
You come on these panels and talk about the black women that look better than your wife,
Throw on that
right?
cake. Throw on that
Hey,
cake.
yo, bro, you took the. No,
On
no,
the
you talking about all black women calling them a racial slur. You a widow.
Oh my God.
Apparently, y'all didn't hear that dude, and he's the one who
Oh,
was disrespectful.
man.
You want me to repeat it?
Nobody
we
said
heard
anything.
it. But
We
no,
heard you,
he
No, I'm not talking to those who
What
heard
is
it.
going on? Hold on. Y'all talking about things that didn't happen here. What is
He
going
just
on?
said it,
No,
Trigger
just
Ron.
let
He
all
him
the
black
one
finish.
who
people
said it.
jigaboos, bro.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Hold
He
on,
said
y'all. Hold on.
Trigger
Let me
big like he
Oh
was
my
calling them
hold on.
god,
Let me
jiggaboo.
yo,
find
this
this
shit,
out. Let me try to
this
figure
shit
this out. Hold
crazy. What's
on.
going on in these panels, dog?
Good day to you,
Oh
Brownsville,
my
New York. What it
God.
do?
It ain't so. Oh my
Peace and love,
God.
man. Peace and love to the fam. Peace and
Oh
love
my
to the
God.
SBG family. Peace and love to the queens on the panel. Queen Supreme Goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to Queen Bomb Cherry Juice. Peace and love to the kings on the panel as well. Peace and love to everybody listening, man. Everybody in the chat room. I hope everybody's having a great Monday so far, man. And let's get it. Let's have a great week.
Peace to you, man. Be safe out in them streets.
Yes, so what's up, Nighters? Good day to you.
Somebody said Brownsville be popping up like
Yeah, ain't nobody
doing
summoned him.
But
So Brownsville, New York. So what is your thoughts on single human beings attempting to give advice to married human beings? Are they qualified to be in the discussion of married human beings?
So the quick answer is yes. I believe that a single person can give a married couple advice. They just can't give a married couple advice on how to sustain a marriage, right? However, they can give specific advice on certain issues that might be going on within a marriage, right? Let's say the marriage is struggling at this moment with intimacy issues. The married couple can go to an intimacy coach, right, who specializes in cultivating and developing more intimacy within a relationship, but she doesn't necessarily have to be married, right? But she can still help that married couple in terms of developing more intimacy, right? So if it's a specialized issue within a marriage that needs help, yes, they can go to someone who specializes in that area. However, when it comes to giving married people advice on how to sustain a marriage, you cannot do that unless you've been in the fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's first and foremost, because all the married couples here, right, can attest to this. A marriage is a living, breathing organism. You know what I'm saying? I'll be going on 23 years of marriage in 5 days. April 27th is my marriage
Congratulations.
anniversary. I got something special lined up. You know what I'm saying? But
Somebody asked you all that.
You know, see, stop hating, Otis. Otis, now listen, you keep on. Listen, I was letting you live, but you know, all I gotta do is say the word, and the Supreme Goddess will have you in that headlock. So if I was you, I would relax. So, like I was saying, right? And Queen Bomb Cherry, she been married over 30 years. She can attest to this. What sustains your marriage today might not be the same thing that sustains your marriage 10 years from now. Marriages grow, marriages evolve, marriages change over time within the marriage. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have that experience in order to share with someone how to sustain their marriage, right? What Edelman was talking about. Yes, faith. Like, faith is the foundation of my marriage, right? That doesn't mean that somebody who's not within the same faith or believe the same thing that I believe, they can't give me advice, right? But what I'm saying is every marriage should have a solid foundation, whatever you basing that foundation upon. You know what I'm saying? But listen, nobody has a monopoly on what sustains a happy marriage. So we all have to remain open-minded to counsel, right? Because you don't know who God is going to utilize to help give you the proper advice you need to promote your marriage forward another 5 years. So we got to stay grounded. We got to stay morally sound, and we got to stay with our ears open so that we can get the help that is needed. Peace and love, man.
Perfect. Beautiful. Go ahead. Otis want to jump in, and then we're going to bring Nidus into the conversation. Go ahead, Otis.
Oh, real quick, everything Brownsville said was 100% accurate for us. The therapy or the counselor, where it is just one person and they may happen to be single. So everything he said is 100% correct. I agree with that. My only slight pushback would be, is that what we were really talking about? Because it is broad. Now, if we could just be more clear, because when we said, will we take advice from a single person, I was assuming we wasn't talking about the professional field. Now,
it's all about more friends.
I'm thinking more on friends or associates within your circle. Now, everything Brownsville said was correct. Everything, especially about the intimacy coach, and if you going through issues with your marriage, you go talk to a counselor, and they don't. Well, I push back. If that marriage counselor not married, then I still have probably a question mark about that. But for us, the intimacy part, you don't have to be married to show someone, to teach them about more intimacy issues. So I get that.
Go ahead. Welcome to the show, Nidus. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts? Can somebody that is single actually give marriage advice?
No, they can give opinions.
Build on that. What you mean?
If you're not married, how would you know? You just give your opinion. People that have been married and have had those experiences, they can give advice because they've lived it out. They've been through the good times and bad times, so they can talk about those things. If you're just somebody that's a onlooker, you could talk about what you've seen.
Can I respond?
Yes, you can.
Not to, I agree with Nidus completely, 100%. I wanted to say, somebody had mentioned earlier, I think it was Bolo TV, mentioned that you can learn from a fool. And I just want, and he mentioned it in the chat too. And I had said, why would you want to learn from a fool? I can't learn from a fool. I can't learn from a fool. I don't want to listen to a fool. And you know what I mean? And Black people, we need to stop with that kind of stuff. Like, I don't want to sit with a fool to listen to this fool's advice in order to even find something that they may say that I might want to grab and put into my life. I don't want to listen to a drug addict.
Damn.
No, I don't want to listen to the drug addict so I can determine, can I learn anything from their story to add into my life? I'm sorry. Like, the only person that I may even want to sit might be like my brother. My brother, been struggling with drugs. and I might be listening to him, but I know not to take any of his fucking advice.
Damn.
The only reason I'm listening to him because he's my fucking brother. I love him. Shit.
So are we saying we can? Go ahead, Bolo.
Well, what we have to understand is you could find wisdom and knowledge from anything and everywhere. And that's the problem with Black people. We shut things down. So even when your brother is giving you said information, subconsciously and subliminally, you're still taking in some of that information that you might need to apply to your life. So at the end of the day, regardless of what mistakes men and women have made in their life, there's still some type of inclination of wisdom that they might be able to share. And it's up to you and where you are in your life to say, I don't want this, or I do. You just can't throw out the baby with the bathwater.
So, Bolo, so you saying that we should not pay attention to the messenger, we should only pay attention to the message?
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
So let me ask Bolo TV something. Outcomes don't matter?
Of course, outcomes matter. What I'm saying to you is,
so if you've been in a successful relationship,
brother, let me
shut up and let him finish.
Thank you. Let me respond.
What? Fuck you. Why are you intervening? Don't be a pussy just from the gate.
Outcomes do matter. I agree with
Fuck you, bitch.
fuck be going on?
What I'm
I'm two
saying,
men, so
Nightish, what I'm saying to you is outcomes do matter, right?
Oh,
By hearing the wisdom, by hearing the experience of, let's say, Sharon, right? And let's say Sharon is giving me an outcome of a investment that he did. He might have done something wrong, and I might be going into the world of investments, and I can learn from where he went wrong. That's the problem. The problem is I'm not omitting that he made that left turn. What I'm saying in my mind, as I am deducting the information that he's given me on, is what turns not to make. You understand what I'm saying?
That's perfect. Go ahead, Nice. Finish your questioning. You had another question. You good right now?
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
Yes, you can, Ronald. We don't get unlikely in. He's been very patient, somewhat.
Like, one of the things I always say is that I'm okay with learning from the mistakes of others, but I think the issue that I have is that a lot of times, for example, on these panels, right, the people who have been divorced, they normalize whatever foolishness they went through. Like, I've never heard too many people say, I got divorced and I messed up. I shouldn't have got divorced. I should have worked out my problems. Most people, they not only did they get divorced, they actually proud that they got divorced. And they're proud that they're the one who initiated the divorce.
Ooh,
right?
That is a good point, Ron. I didn't think of it that way. Most of the time, they are not going to say that I had any involvement in the divorce. They'll say the other person did this, the other person did that, and this is the reason why they got divorced. They don't know. They don't actually have no accountability within the divorce a lot of the times. That's a great point. And I also wanted to get unlikely. You ready to have your conversation? Not yet.
My mic acting up. Y'all can hear me?
But
barely.
Sharon, let me just say this to what you just said. That's the point of the deduction of hearing someone's situation, right? It doesn't mean I've been married for 27 years. So it doesn't mean that we didn't fall, doesn't mean that we didn't slip. The point of the matter of me listening to Ronald tell me his experience is so that I can use my wisdom to deduct where he messed up and where he slipped. I'm not looking at him to give me accountability. I'm not looking for that. If he doesn't want to take accountability, that's on him. What I'm doing is taking the experience that he went through and seeing that if I can take any wisdom and understanding from that and apply it so that I don't make said mistakes.
So again, but the thing is that when we say that a smart person is going to learn from successful people, not learn from people that's making mistakes. Like, why would I want to learn from somebody that's making mistakes? I don't want to learn how to be financially literate for somebody that kept just wasted their money on gambling. That's not some place where I want to learn my financial skills. I want to go to somebody that got the actual skills. So this idea of that we just got to worry about the message and not the messenger, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. No,
Sharon,
you need to be able to walk. You need to be able to walk what you are talking, not just talk the talk, because anybody can read a book and regurgitate something. And yes, is a good message. However, you need to be able to put it in practice so it was turned from a theory to actual advice and experience.
So if I come to you, Sharon, as a crackhead, tell you don't smoke crack, but I smoke crack, is my advice that I'm giving you wrong?
Say that one more time.
Hell yeah.
I'm a crackhead and I smoke crack and I tell you don't smoke it. So you're not going to take my advice because I smoke it?
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to you at all.
Exactly. Listen to a crackhead at all.
They say those that can't do, coach.
Yeah, I don't understand, and that's the issue. The issue isn't me looking at you and saying that I'm going to take what you're saying and run with it. It comes from the wisdom and understanding. You're going to find wisdom any place and every place. The Bible tells you, get wisdom, get knowledge, but with all thy get understanding of said wisdom and said knowledge. There's a lot of people that are smart, but they're stupid. You dig what I'm saying? So the point of the matter.
So
absolutely not, Bolo.
Hold on, Bomb Cherry. Okay, application of wisdom and knowledge brings understanding. There's a lot of people that have knowledge of a gun but don't know how to use it. There's a lot of people that have these things. Understanding of said wisdom and knowing how to apply it and make it applicable is where we stand to gain a standing of of being a better man or being a better wife. And I do agree with you that accountability is a big portion into a person's character and integrity.
And
so,
I would say this, Bolo,
Sharon, can I ask him one question?
Yes.
Would he listen to Stephen A. Smith over Michael Jordan?
Ooh.
It depends. No, for the experience, I would listen to Michael Jordan because he's the one that lived it.
Checkmate.
And also, I want to say this because I want to bring Uncle Tom in here, and I want to bring Brownsville
Well,
back
I
in here.
had something to say.
Sure.
Thanks for giving me the floor, cuzzo. So I think here's the distinction, right? There's a difference between knowledge and wisdom and correction, right? So yes, Sharon, you're absolutely right. I wouldn't go to somebody for knowledge and wisdom on something that doesn't have the outcomes, right? That would be idiotic. However, correction can come from anybody, right? Anybody can give me correction, even my child, right? But what happens is, as a man and as a woman, you gotta take that pride off and be able to receive the correction from whatever direction it's coming from. You know what I'm saying? Because God can use anybody to promote correction within you. But yes, when you're trying to gain knowledge, wisdom, and understanding about a life circumstance, you want to go to the people that have those outcomes that you're looking for.
I agree.
They could talk about how they experience you, but if you explain to them why you did what you did, it's up to them to get to that place where they go through those experiences before they even know. So your child could come to you and say these things, and then when they get to that certain age in life, they go, "Oh,
that's what
now I understand what you were saying," because they don't understand it in the moment.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Agreed, 100%. And I also think that the person that that is so-called smart and he has all this insight, but he can't imply all this smartness, he's a stupid person. Sorry.
And it's a lot of people like that, right? And like Nina said before, people can have their opinion, but if they haven't experienced it, then they just giving their opinion.
Right. So I cannot listen to a crackhead say, "Hey, you shouldn't do crack." So when did you stop using crack? Oh, I just used it yesterday. I can't listen to you no more.
But experience is also based off of your, what you've gone through in your life. So in other words, just because you give me your experience doesn't mean that the outcome that you had is the outcome that I'm going to have.
And right. So exactly, that crackhead, he doesn't have the experience of leaving crack alone. So you cannot give me advice.
You can tell me how he got. Tell me how he got caught up in.
You gonna end up smoking that crack? That's what you're saying?
Exactly. If I listen to that crackhead, eventually me and him gonna be smoking crack together.
Oh, fuck.
Right. Because he's gonna be talking about how good it is. He can't stop.
Okay.
But we already know not to use crack, right? That's he's telling you not to mess with this shit. That means you already not messing with it. So I think disingenuous is the idea that somebody said you're not gonna listen to the crackhead when he tell you not to use crack. I think that Jesus.
Just think about it like this, Uncle Tom. Hey, what's his name? What's the guy? He just recently married a white woman over the age of 35 with a kid. What did he tell us not to do? He said, "Do not go ahead and marry. Don't go ahead and date a woman over 35. Do not date a woman with a baby." And he went and did the exact thing that he told everybody not to do. So if you hang out with crackheads,
but here's the thing.
All I'm saying,
I can tell you why.
All I'm saying is this: they always say birds of a feather flock together. So if I'm hanging around a crackhead, getting advice from a crackhead, I'm gonna be a crackhead. For some reason, it doesn't exist with that. When we talk about giving out messages, we can take messages from everybody. Well, it's bullshit because it's either that you're gonna hang around millionaires, you got 5 millionaire friends, and you're gonna become the 6th one, or it's not. Which one is it? So I'm looking at it as so. If everybody's telling me the 5 friends you have, you are going to be an example of that. So one of my friends is a crackhead. Next thing you know, I'm going to be the 2nd one. We're going to have a team of crackheads.
The key thing that you're saying is friends and hang around. But we're throwing different dynamics into the initial question that you asked, right? So now you're talking about hanging around. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if I'm hanging around with a crackhead, there's something that we have in common for me to hang around in this crackhead, and chances are I will become a crackhead. Your point is good. Now, but you added that. It wasn't the initial question. And again, that man that did do what he said not to do was exploiting black men, exploiting men, period, exploiting their weakness. And I know who you're talking about that said everything that he said as far as not marrying a woman over 35, not marrying a woman that has a child. He did the same. He went and did that. right? He exploited. So now what he did was he pillaged on the men that were weak and hurt and looking for an answer that was not. Again, we're not talking about that. Wasn't the question you asked. You feel what I'm saying? So
what I'm saying is that man, he was giving advice.
Absolutely.
And a lot of men was accepting his advice, and he is leading them astray is the problem. So when you go ahead and just accept a message, you could get led astray into a place that you didn't know you was going. There's the whole idea. You're going to get led into a goddamn burning building because you just listened to, oh, his words sounded good. And next thing you know, bam, you're drinking Kool-Aid.
And that's why married people shouldn't get advice from single people, because married people shouldn't even be around single people. Do y'all agree with that?
This will be the last thing I'll say on that, Sharon. Here's the point. The point of the matter is it depends on the man or the woman that is receiving said advice and where they are. That's why I said that from the beginning. If I'm of a weak mentality, then no matter where I go, I'm going to be led astray. So it depends. If I have a weak mentality and I'm prone to being led, no matter where I go, I'm going to fall victim to being led. So that man or woman has to do work on themselves and where they're going and know their direction and their intention, so that when some bull crap comes, they're able to deduct the bull crap from what they should take and apply.
And that's exactly why I want to get nice in there. He having something to say. We could just start opening it up so everybody can just join in. So again, so like if that weak person, if he just listens to messages and not the messenger, that's when he could get led astray and get led down the wrong path. But if he finds somebody that is living the message that he is spewing, he would get led in the proper direction. So for example, if somebody is a millionaire and he tells you how to be a millionaire, then you're going to get led into being a millionaire. But if you follow somebody that is not a millionaire, he just regurgitating words out of a book, most likely you're going to be led to know. You're just going to have a bunch of information just like him, and you're just going to have the information. You can regurgitate it, but you don't have no results. And that's what happens with all these coaching people that do not have results. All they're doing is getting people money, and they're not able to reproduce themselves. Go ahead, Knight.
I think that married people understand how to talk to each other, negotiate things, work things out. They're coming from a place of love and they're living it out. So if it's somebody that's not coming from that place and they're single, why are they single? And married people typically are around other married people.
Yeah.
Because and I don't want my wife to be with single women, because single women are going to talk to my wife about being single.
Right.
And a single man is going to be talking to me about being single. So you really want to hang around like-minded people, and you're driven to go in that same direction. I don't know what would the single man be telling me?
Yeah. Let's go to the strip club.
I understand what you're saying.
They didn't want to agree with it when I said it, Nightish, but when you said they
my question to you is, you don't have any single friends that you hang around with when you were married?
Well, Uncle Tom, I'm a recluse. I don't hang around nobody really.
Well, that's right. You said say that. But me personally, I have a whole group of single dudes that I hang around. My wife don't have a lot of single females because that's not her circle she run with. But some of the dudes I grew up with are still single to this day.
Can I ask you a question, Uncle Tom?
Sure.
Do your single friends, because I'm in your situation, I have my nephews and I have a couple of single friends that hang around me, but the difference is they ask me questions about my marriage. Does your single friends ask you questions about your marriage, or is it?
I mean, they do, but to me, is you gotta have a level of discernment to decide what you want to listen to, what you don't want to listen to. But they ask me questions, they're like, hey, I tell them what's going on in my marriage. My shit, they know about my marriage. My marriage on goddamn YouTube.
But a lot of times, married people, if they are going to single people for advice, most likely they're gonna wind up being single. Is what Otis was trying to kind of talk to. So those single men, they are wanting a relationship with somebody, and they want to understand, like, is it worth it? So what's going on? Like, how does it feel? What does this make you feel like? So they ask the question to see if they could implement that type of situation in their life. And married men, it's not like, damn, I wish I could be home alone watching corn with lotion.
acting
They're
like
not gonna tell you that. They're gonna say, hey, listen, every night I get to do what I want. I get to have sex with as many women as I want to. But in reality, they at home with a dry peen. The only lotion the only feeling they get is that lotion.
And can I please add to that? My nephew, well, my cousin, he's like a brother to me, but in other certain single men that quote unquote hang around me, they know I go on couples nights and go out with my wife every weekend. So their goal is to get a woman of a certain quote unquote caliber, because they know how we conduct ourselves, to go out on date night with myself and my wife. So that's the goal. That's the difference versus just hanging around, smoking with them, trying to live my life through them. No, it's the opposite. When they're around me, I'm uplifting them in some form of fashion just by leading by example, not even actually trying to do it, but just doing it. And they ask me questions.
Well,
so that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know how old if you have kids or how old those are, but like me, I don't have a quote unquote date night. My date night is every Friday with me and my wife and my kids. That's
same here.
Our date night. We don't go out. I mean, getting out by ourselves is my son. My youngest is 14, so I mean the rest of my kids are grown. But the point is,
my daughter 28. I got you.
I think not having that goes into the whole family dynamic.
See, but the thing, Uncle Tom, that what we hear a lot of times
come to me, just be asking me, hey, what it feels like to be married, because most of them also probably been married before and divorced or just stayed single the entire time.
And also a thing that we hear a lot, Uncle Tom, is that is a lot of single men that never been married. They would tell you that getting married in this day and age ain't worth it. And they want to convince other men that it ain't worth it. Why would you be with a goddamn woman that you're going to be intimate with, possibly grow old with, possibly somebody to wipe your ass, somebody that's going to give you nourishment and feed you, somebody that you could always have as date night, your best friend, your best homie, all those things. And they say none of that shit matters because only thing a woman is worth is a vagina. But us married men, we'll tell them like, hey, listen, when you with somebody and that's your homie, that sex component is not the main thing that you would think about anymore. That's probably the least amount because sex is just naturally going to happen. Married people have sex all the time. Do we have sexless marriages? Of course. It's got to have at least one or two out of the bunch. I don't think that's the main situation.
So Uncle Tom, you said that you and your wife don't ever go out on dates.
No, I said I'm just saying majority of the time we usually go out as family. I don't do I go on a date with my wife, usually on our anniversary, shit like that. Special occasions we go out, but for the most part, we spend a lot of time together already. I mean, we have an office, her office. I built her office inside of my shop. Well, her shop is inside of my shop. We have this office together. We pretty much do everything together. So us going on a date night, we do all together at the same time anyway. So my every day is a date night with my wife.
Talk about it.
Okay, yeah, that's
but that's the real thing. So people, they act like when they talk about being single, they be having this whole grandiose, I could go on with any woman I want to. Yeah, but how much money you spend every week?
Does that sound good to you?
How many women is coming back to your crib? How much you spend on hotel? Like when you really peel back the onion, we start this goddamn cry fest. Being single ain't what y'all talking about. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry.
Yeah, I'm asking Uncle Tom what he just said about him and his wife not taking time alone to themselves for any romance. Do you think that sounds good or bad?
I didn't say we didn't have no romance. I just said my date night with my wife is every day. I spend a majority of the time with my wife, and I enjoy that time, and she enjoys that time with me. It has nothing to do with going outside, being with some actual individuals that we don't know, and sit around them at a table that we can be inside this house that we pay for and enjoy ourselves here.
Yeah. So I guess I'm asking you, do you think so you consider it romance because instead of you going to a restaurant or going somewhere outside of the home, you think it's inside the home? I'm asking you as a man, a grown man, do you think that's good?
Absolutely.
You think it's good?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever ask your wife? Did she think it's good?
Me and my wife talk all the time. It's not like I only give her 25 words, so she got to use them importantly every day. She only got 25 to talk to me. No, it's like, no, for real. It was a joke.
You'll be triggering people. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, no, for real though. Like, we enjoy our time together because when I wasn't here, when I was in the military and I was over and I was in Iraq, I was in Afghanistan, I was in Kuwait, I was in Haiti, I was in all these different places, and we've been separate for a long time. So being together in a house that we pay for, doing what we like to do, whether she's doing her job or her fucking business, and I'm doing mine, or we over here streaming together at the same time, whatever it is, that's time that we enjoy with ourselves. Now, do we go on date nights? Sure, it's not a lot. I mean, I ain't gonna say we go on a date night and all that stuff, but we every Friday we do family things, and family is way more important than just us being by ourselves. Because once those kids leave, if you don't have that bond between each other outside of the kids, it's gonna end.
Right. And I think that's important to have that point of view, and not just have this point of view that every man that's in a goddamn relationship, he all he do is work, come home, and nobody loves him, and he's just gonna be depressed sitting on a couch drinking his beer, smoking a cigar, and nobody likes him. He's the mean person of the family, and nobody likes that goddamn man. And when he dies, everybody's happy that he's dead. That is not real. That's not reality.
But Sharon, I kind of agree. I agree with
Mom
Mom
said
Cherry
yes, it
here,
is.
right? Because I believe men should prioritize making their wife feel special. You know what I'm saying? And more than just once a year during anniversary. You should prioritize some time to maintain that spark, that initial spark that y'all had when you met her. You know what I'm saying? Like women, they want to be treated and felt special, felt loved,
Brownsville.
you
Is that
know,
a mutual
attended to.
thing?
No, that's a real thing. What I'm saying is it's a real
Is it a
thing. Yes.
mutual thing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's
so
a
then no
mutual thing.
problem.
It should
Nobody
be a
has a
mutual
problem
thing.
with anything that's back and forth.
So, but the
No, but
problem
what
is
I'm
that so Bronson,
saying is,
this is what Nidus is talking to us. A lot of people feel like that the man is only doing and doing, and the women are not doing anything to make sure that their man is happy or enjoyment of the relationship. Even though it's a panel of men right now, and we all married, and Nidus been married as well. He knows it's not, but the rhetoric that is saying that is being spewed out here is that men do not enjoy marriages because it seems like it's always one-sided when these men are talking about marriage.
no, but what I'm saying is this, because a lot of men are speaking this remedial rhetoric that, oh, it's about exact reciprocity. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that way. Like I go out of my way to make my wife feel special. I do little things that she likes, you know what I'm saying, throughout the week, right? And then me as a man, I'm simple. Just give me the attention I need, you know what I'm saying? To fulfill my needs. I don't need, like, for example, I know there's men out there who need that, but I'm a real man. I don't need that stuff. So I don't need the edible arrangements and the
So real
flowers
men need
and the
less.
bubble baths and the manicures and pedicures. And
So
I
Brownsville.
don't need the chivalry.
Brownsville.
Hold
all that
on.
stuff.
So
Like,
so Nidus, do you need bubble baths, edible arrangements,
Fucking
manicures,
right.
and pedicures? Do you need to be pampered
Hell
just like
yeah.
you
I
pamper
never even thought about that, but I want to ask Brownsville something. So Brownsville, you need less.
I
you mean
need
by
what
less?
I need. I need
There we go.
what a man needs.
No,
You
that's
know
not
what
the
I'm
question
saying?
I asked. The question I asked was, do you need less?
Less in terms of pampering and
Right
chivalry?
now, what you're
Absolutely.
describing to us is that you need to be doing all these things and you don't need that much. Am I understanding you right?
What I'm saying is the initial things that I did to court my wife is some of those same things I use to maintain my marriage, right? I don't take my foot off the gas and just get comfortable and want to put her in a situation to where she's not happy with me prioritizing her needs and wants. And just like with me, the same thing.
That's not the question I asked.
She
That's not
knows
what
my
I didn't
needs
ask
and
that.
wants.
You asking him a question that
Yeah.
you answered before he can answer. When you said you said you're not into that yourself, Nidus.
I'm not into that, but I'm asking him, does what I'm asking, I know what I said. I don't need all that shit either. But what I'm asking him is what he's saying. Not what I said, what he's saying.
Hold on. So
Is
hold
he
on.
saying that he needs? Is he saying that he needs?
Hold on, I want to ask a question. I just want to clarify a question. So you saying you actually agree with Brownsville that you don't need the same?
No,
thing
I
that
don't
you
agree with Brownsville. I'm an individual and he's an individual.
Before you jump in, I want to just say this. So because it sounds like you are saying that you don't need as much things. You sound like you don't need things, just like Brownville don't need things. He's willing to give a lot to his woman.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm an individual and he's an individual. That's why I'm asking this individual man.
I understand that before
opinion.
you get back into
not,
it.
I'm not saying that. So you're asking me, am I saying the same thing as him? No, I'm me.
So do you need, so again, let me ask you again. So do you need to be pampered as a man? The way how you pamper a woman? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do I need to be pampered the same way a woman needs to be pampered?
Yes, that's
I don't even understand that question. What does that mean? Be more specific.
Is it a yes or no? So that means no then, because you don't even understand.
No. Be more specific.
Getting the nails done. He explained it, and you.
Yeah, I don't need my nails done. No.
Okay.
Do you need edible arrangements? Do you need flowers? Do you need flowers? Do you need edible arrangements?
No.
And I
need my nails clipped.
So it sounds like you are agreeing with Brownsley because he's saying
I am not agreeing with him. I'm asking him as an individual. Let's have a conversation. If you're asking me something, I'm me. I'm not him. I'm asking him something. I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to say me and him are the same. We are not. I'm an individual.
He's trying to say that y'all have certain things y'all agree upon. Not
That's
everything.
all.
Hold on.
What is it that we agree upon?
That's all. I'm not trying to get you in no goddamn gotcha moment.
No. Wait, 1 second.
We're going to give him the space. Go ahead, Nidus.
I'm asking you a question now. Now, since you're asking me, I'm asking you a question. What is it that me and Brownsville agree upon?
Y'all both don't want to get y'all nails done.
Yeah, I don't want to get my nails done. No.
By women.
Which is crazy because if you got some Egyptian cotton sheets like I got, y'all be cutting up them sheets, man. Those sheets look like they been shredded. Y'all better let the women cut y'all toes.
Here's the problem.
I cut my husband's feet. I do my husband's
feet. I don't make my wife feel special. For the first, we've been married for almost 23 years, a couple months. I mean, I bought her a fucking vehicle, a brand new vehicle every goddamn year. I bought her a fucking massage chair. Anything she fucking asks for, she'll get. All she got to do is say, I want this. So to make her feel special is not nothing that she doesn't get. Now, also, if she wants to go, we go to the nails place together. I get my pedicure. She does her nails and shit. And I do all the shit.
Wait, Uncle Tom, what's the pedicure? Is that the feet or the hands?
That's the feet.
I don't do manicure.
Yeah, I only do the hand. I only do the feet too. Yeah,
I don't do the hands.
So you do want to get your nails done? Hold on.
My feet, yeah.
Uncle Tom said he bought his wife a car and a chair. Why she didn't buy it herself?
It's a better question. Do you expect your wife to buy you a car too?
No, I don't.
Hell yeah.
All right.
No, that's crazy. Listen, if my wife got the bag, hold on.
Hold on. He said expect her to do it. I don't expect the motherfucker to do anything for me.
I got you.
This is what Browns was saying. So this is what Browns was saying. He is saying that the things that he do for
Brownville is here, Sharon. You don't have to speak for him.
Thank you, Nidus, and you don't gotta speak for me. And so he is saying that.
So why are you speaking for that man? Let that man speak for himself, sir.
I will. And so what he's saying is that he do not expect to get the same thing that he's doing to his wife. He don't expect the same thing for her to do to him. Is what he was trying to explain. But that's like Nidus' advice. I will listen to Nidus' advice.
I'm not
Go ahead.
the same
I'm
as
gonna listen to your advice. I'm gonna be quiet and rest in my masculinity. Go ahead, Browns in New York. Explain yourself. Survive.
I expect her to do more. I want her to get in that kitchen and make me a sandwich. I want my sandwich to be toasted.
It's not Brownsville, but okay. But I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one, E-Man.
Hey, eat a man. I want it to be toasted with cheese, tomatoes, and yeah.
So that's what Brownsville was saying. He said he want what he want out of the relationship. So I want this, that, and the third, whatever that is, for whatever each man's gonna be individual. They're gonna have some because me, I don't eat no goddamn cheese, right? Unless it's got from a goddamn cashew. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, so each man's going to decide what he wants from his woman, and he's going to decide what he wants to give his woman. It's not exact reciprocity.
Right. Can I say this? Can I say this? So everybody seen my home, right? I have sewing machines and all kinds of shit, right? And I've never said that my husband bought me my sewing machines. I have equipment in here worth $20,000, and I never said my husband bought me this embroidery machine. So I'm just wondering, when you men say that you bought your wife that car. I have a car. My husband didn't buy it. I went and bought my car.
Okay.
So I guess I'm wondering why, when you men who've been married to a woman for 20-something years, why is it that you bought it for? Why didn't she just?
Because I'm gonna give you a simple answer. My wife hasn't worked. I've been the one out there.
I don't work neither.
Okay, but my wife stays in the house. She does her own business, so she don't need to buy it. I can buy it. That's my job to take care of, because that's the job that I took on, that we agreed upon when we first got married. See, I believe in agreements. Like, when we make an agreement, I don't overstep my side. She don't overstep hers. I asked her to stay at home with the kids and make sure my house is taken. Yeah, I told you I only sent for one motherfucking person, and that's the woman that I've been with for 23 years. So if she asked me to do something,
hey, so now my question to you, Uncle Tom, and I want to also get everybody else involved. Would you consider that male ego?
Hell yeah.
She's missing my point.
Hell yeah, it's my ego. Because I know what I do for her is because of me.
Yeah, let me tell you, but Uncle Tom full of it, because he'll tell you that that's her money. He used her money to buy her car. It's his money, like
no. Sir, like I told you before, everything that she makes on her own business, her business she does, I don't even know how much money she has in her bank.
Wow. Hold on, Uncle Tom, because when Brownsville, Uncle Tom, because this is important. When Brownsville said that, they all was like, you goddamn simp. You let her money be her money, and you don't take control of her money.
Who said that, Sharon?
All I want to say is this, is that
Who said that?
These men.
It was a lot of men on the panel that was agreeing with that.
Shit. I said
wait,
that.
wait, one second. Otis, did you say that?
Otis said that, yes.
Hold on.
I'm here.
We got you, Otis. Catch up. Hold on. We're gonna let Otis catch back into the conversation. So we do have somebody on the panel right now tonight. He said it himself out of his mouth. We're gonna let him explain it. Go ahead. Man Williams, and explain yourself.
So this idea that, so first of all, let me say this. I don't think that a married man can be simping to his wife. That's stupid. That's
stupid.
That's a stupid statement. But I think if my woman, like what Uncle Tom talked about, she bringing in all this money and she can have secret accounts and those secret.
I know about it.
No, hold on. Let me land. I know it's so.
No, hold on. But either man, you added extra stuff to it. You talking about all? You said all this money. He didn't put no price on the all.
Oh, she got a whole bunch of money. See, I know the backstory. It'd be different if I don't know the backstory.
You don't know the backstory. Keep trying.
He done had
either man. Go ahead.
He done had 20 years to save up all her money, and she been.
Yeah, you right. She did.
So this idea that she got $22 in this account is crazy. So no, the point that I'm saying is Bruce said it better. I'm okay with a man taking care of a woman, but if Uncle Tom falls, it's his wife's responsibility to catch his ass. And she need to go into that account and she need to open the bank. That's all I'm saying, is that there's no reason no man should ever struggle if his wife got a secret account.
Who said I was struggling?
I know you ain't struggling. Listen.
Oh, okay.
You changed it.
That nigga worked for
definition
NASA. Cut
of
it out.
goalpost movement right there. He moved the literal goal that we was having a conversation. He literally moved it over. But go ahead, Otis. So now Otis is caught up, because I believe Otis was here when we was having that conversation, and the men was cooking Brownsville for saying that his wife is she been in the teacher field for a long time, and he don't need none of her money, and he used all his money to support the family, and her money is her money. I believe Otis was here for that.
That's crazy. Go
and what do you want me to respond to that? What I said was basically my wife So for my situation, my wife has her own account. We have literally over 6 bank accounts, trust accounts and all that. But she has one that has her name on it. And what's in there is hers. I'm not worried about that.
No, that's why I wanted you to say another married man that has a woman that can take care of herself, and he's not paying attention to her bank account and micromanaging her bank account. I'm just saying we got another married man that is saying the same thing.
I ain't got to add nothing to it.
You don't even have a joint.
Wait, Eat Man. Wait. Nobody talk. Eat Man, explain what you're saying.
I'm saying that's crazy. So now I'm okay with a woman having her own account. When my wife works, all of the money is going into the bank account. Now we agree upon what can go to her account after we deduct what we're gonna take out of her account. And then, but just because especially my wife is making almost 6 figures, you think I'm gonna let her just spending money? Nah, we gonna take it. I'm gonna invest it. How much you want to bet? How much? Not no more. But when she was in the medical field in Seattle, she was making 6 figures.
No, I'm talking about my wife. I'm not talking about your wife.
No, I'm just saying.
But Eat Man, what makes you think that all of a sudden, because these women is making 6 figures or whatever, that she's just going to be these women that we all decided to marry, that all of a sudden she's just going to just buy Bentleys and diamonds and pearls every single check?
It's not about Bentleys and diamonds and pearls. It's about order inside the house. Even my paycheck. My paycheck goes into. Hold on, listen. My paycheck goes into a joint account. We have a financial conversation about what's hers. Now I'm gonna send her money. It's not gonna be everything that she was bringing in, and she can do whatever she wants with that money. But for her to be able to just go out, make as much money she want to do whatever she want with the income she coming in, from my perspective, I think that's just crazy.
So now,
okay,
this woman
I understand what he's saying.
So now this woman that you marry, all of a sudden she's just going to be willy-nilly with her money. You marry this woman. You know her spending habits. You know what she's into. So why do you automatically go into the negative and say she is going to just be reckless with her own money just because all of your money is going to the family is the part that I do not understand. I'm pretty sure but that's what you're saying. You are making it a doom and gloom. You are saying that because she has her own money,
Eat Man, Sharon hears what he wants to hear.
All of a sudden, she's gonna all of a sudden just waste the money.
I never said that. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Let me repeat it.
Jesus Christ, I am listening.
Now you don't need to repeat it, Eat Man. We already heard you. You said you like to control your wife, give her an allowance.
That's
and
not
really, what's happening?
What's wrong with that, Brownsville?
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with it.
Because that's his marriage. There's nothing wrong with his marriage. That's his marriage.
Let me tell you what's wrong with it. It speaks of an insecure mentality within a man, right?
Yeah. Whenever
you're promoting,
I wish I had the controls and mute your cousin.
All right, hold on. You have a chance to respond.
That's horrible.
Whenever you're promoting remedial rhetoric, that is very important for a man
It's
to just
remedial to
control the woman in every regard. That tells me that this man is insecure within himself.
Damn.
Wow.
He has a mentality to where he lacks his own self-confidence.
Damn.
And
look at God. You see God.
He believes that the woman don't have her own autonomy. That's crazy to me.
That's
it's
not
crazy.
I even close. That's what I'm saying. That's a horrible take. What I'm saying is I believe in structure in my household. I'm not saying that she's following rules that I'm not following. Hold on, Brownville, we let you land. Listen, I even follow this rule. All of our money goes into one account, and then one pot, and then we distribute. We distribute it over. It's a level of structure that we have in our household. And if I hear another man says, if you ain't just letting your woman do whatever she want to do with the money and not having accountability, because this is what people don't understand. As a man, it's your responsibility to have accountability of every dollar that comes in your house. You're supposed to track that.
So, Eat Man, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
So for a woman like me, so I have a job, but then I also have own several investment properties. So I have that money coming in and it goes into like a separate account or whatever. So if I were to marry a man who was similar in thought process to you, like, would he want that money too?
So let me tell you, let me answer the question, and I'm gonna say yes, because I had properties before my wife, right? Everybody know that, right? So I was in real estate before. When I got married, I didn't have the mindset that she don't have access to these things now just because I acquired it before. So I believe, and this is just my ideology, if this is somebody that you taking on his last name, you saying that y'all are becoming one, y'all still need to have a financial conversation every 30 days. But yes, that money also should be considered the family money, not just your money. But that's just my opinion.
Awesome. And Nidus, I would like to get your point of view on what was just said. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm on
Fucked
pass.
up in 2024.
Yo,
Damn, somebody
man, y'all crazy as hell.
they got
man.
him. They said,
Here's the
drop
thing.
Nidus. Goddamn.
Well,
Here's the thing. Here's the
agree
thing,
with
right?
I agree
Here's
with
the thing.
either man on that.
Here's the thing about it, right? What these men are purporting as structure, what they really are saying is they want total control, right? And
not
there's
what
a
he said.
difference, because when it comes to my wife, right? I am on her account. Absolutely. It's not just an account that I don't have access to, but I just don't control it. And I don't want to control it, right? Because I feel like since I married that woman, it is my responsibility to provide, right? So I provide for my wife and kids, right? When it comes to provision, I believe that's a characteristics of a man who purports himself as a leader. Is his job to provide, right? It's his job to protect, right? So I take that literally. So I don't control what my wife does with her paycheck. She controls that. Do I have access to it if I want to? Yes, but I don't need to. That's the difference, because I'm not an insecure man. I trust my wife. I don't need to control everything that she does. An insecure man needs to control everything their wife does. And maybe it's like that because they're thinking their wife might wake up and leave him one day. And the reason why they think that is because they mistreat her. They mistreat their wives, so they're insecure about the wife waking up and leaving them for somebody else. Just get it together, man. Treat your wife well, and you won't have to.
Hold on, y'all. So I mean that's a great point, and it seems like hold on. God damn, hold on. And it seems like clearly he don't want me to talk, so we're gonna allow either man to, I guess, interrupt me, and he's gonna say his nonsense, and we're gonna let them have their back and forth. Okay, either man, what's your thoughts?
So this is a rule in my
Fucked up in 2024.
Oh my God. Hey man, y'all off the chain on Monday, man. Whoa, let me put my seatbelt on. Oh shit. I don't know what's
Otis, what's your thoughts?
Damn.
They said drop his ass. God damn.
Wow.
See, the queens ain't playing with y'all. I'm gonna let y'all know, man. The SBG queens, they hear this remedial rhetoric from y'all Rim brothers, and they not having it today. So y'all better either
right
drop the
now.
Rim brother ideology, come down from that high horse, and understand that these queens have their own autonomy and they deserve control over their own life.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on certain things, but that one, what you just said, is a goddamn stretch. Now, I agree with you. Like I said, I don't even have an account with my wife. We have separate accounts where she got whatever money she makes, she make. Whatever money I make, I make. She ain't got control over mine. I ain't got control over hers. Now,
I thought your wife was a stay-at-home wife.
She is.
Oh, okay.
She is.
Wait, so you giving her like an allowance? That money? That's what
No,
you're saying?
she has her own business.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So she works from home, doing her own business, and she makes a substantial amount of money. And I don't know what it goes to. All I know is she said she don't want to be the only one paying bills. I said, okay. She pays the fucking light bill and she pays the phone. Everything else is taken care of. I don't ask. As long as my lights don't go off, water don't go off, and my cell phone don't go off, hey, she did what she's supposed to do. She's a business owner. She does her thing.
That's a lot of bills she gotta pay. What the fuck?
I just want to let Night know. I just want to let Night know you got to 1203, my sir. You got to 1203. Go ahead, Otis. What's your thoughts? You better be careful, Otis.
Rim brother elect.
Listen.
Hey, Uncle Tom, do you know what a rim? Hey, Uncle Tom, do you know what a rim brother is?
No, I don't.
Go ahead, Browser. Let him know before Otis go. Let him know what a rim brother is.
So the Rim Brothers is something that I came up with after listening to all these men. And what the RIM stands for, the R stands for red pill, the I stand for incel, and the M stands for manosphere. And what I discovered is these RIM brothers, they jump on these panels and they share the same ideology, which is a disdain and hatred towards women. And some of them even have a hatred towards their own mothers. Right? So we got to be careful. And we hear the code language and the queens identify it immediately. So if you're coming up here and you're spewing this disdain towards women or this control, this crazy type of control that you like to have on a woman, that's the Rim brother ideology.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So not somebody who know how to dunk.
So and Otis is Rim brother elect.
Because they try to recruit him, Uncle Tom. They try to grab Otis from behind and reach around him. And they
come on, man. There you go. Come on, bro.
I mean, he halfway there.
Come on, bro.
Mother Mary, all kind of shit talk. I was
listen. Like I was saying before, Sharon just really I ain't finna go there. It's all in love. I agree with Brownfield on this one. Again.
How?
I'm going to explain it to you. Again, my wife has her own account. That's her money. For the record, like Brownsville said, I know what's in it. I have access to it, but that's her money. That's hers. I don't question it. That's hers. A lot of this got to understand, and I agree with it because I have a daughter. It comes from that old adage of her father and her own mother telling her, have your own just in case. And I understand that because I teach that to my daughter. Have your own just in case.
Otis.
So I get that. Now, it will never be a just in case because I'm not going nowhere. But I understand the adage.
What did E-Man say that was wrong?
Nothing.
Well, what he said what was wrong was his sense of control that he wanted over his wife because of his own insecurity. That's exactly what he said. He said,
"No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said." Because literally, he said they both go by the same rules together. They both put their money in the same account, and after they get done doing what the business of the family tended is, they divvy the money up. So that's not saying that hey, they just want to make sure everything's taken care of. Now, if you don't know if they got business together. And they don't know where the money's being spent, then someone can just say, fuck it, I'm not gonna pay it. Now, again, that goes back saying, who the fuck did you marry? And I agree with that.
Yeah,
but on the same token, he didn't say nothing wrong about the money that comes in, that they have an account together that the money goes into, and once everything is done and paid for and whatever they gotta do with it, they divvy their money up and they go their money the same way they came in.
So, Uncle Tom, the way how you explain it, is that an option or is that an absolute rule?
For E's family?
No, just take it off of him exact, right? Because of course his family's his family. He decide what he want to do with what he doing. But now what we talking about in a general advice, are you saying that should be an exact rule or that should be an option?
That's an option because I don't do that in my house.
That's the difference. He's not saying either man's not saying it is an option.
Right. I'm going to say right. I don't know what he's saying. I'm sorry, either man saying that there should be a standard. That's what he's saying is what he does in his household.
I don't know if he's
he's saying it should be a standard. He's saying that any man, he should always have full control of all the money. That woman do not have no autonomy. He decides what she does with her money. You wanna go get your nails done, even though you work just as hard as me, and we both did a 9 to 5. You gotta go through me first. Oh, you want to get some new shoes? You gotta speak to me first. Oh shit, you want some new pants? Let me see. What's wrong with these pants? These pants is perfectly fine. All you gotta do, look at them. Oh, look, let me shake it out for you. These pants are fine. You don't need no new pair.
Sharon like to go overboard, but let me try to cover all bases here. Whatever the breed, whatever the agreed upon situation is in everyone's household, because everyone's household is different. All I'm saying is whatever the agreed upon situation, because I'm not going to tell you my business, but if it is hypothetically the wife agreed to pay such and such or whatever we agreed on, at the end of the day, whatever we agreed on, whatever's left, she might put that into her own account. And that's fine. I could care less, and that's hers based on our agreement. There's
And
nothing wrong with that.
Uncle Tom, another character trait of the Rim brothers is the willingness to cape for men, even if they don't agree with what they're saying, right? So you just said you don't agree with either man. You don't take what he said as what you do, but you're still gonna cape for him, right?
No. I'm not caping for him at all. I said that's what he said works in his family. I was going off what he said for his family. Now my family is totally different. I have different rules, different standards for mine. My wife don't work and ain't worked for another person besides herself since we've been married. And she will not work for no one else until I die.
Damn.
Right. But what you're saying, Uncle Tom, is totally different than what either man is saying. What you're saying is
that don't mean
you don't have
I'm doing at my
control
house
over
works for
your
someone
wife's
else's
money.
house.
But Uncle Tom, what you just said was you don't have control over your wife's money. What either man says is he has total control over his wife's money.
Because
right?
they
That's why
do
he
their
got
shit
dropped from the
differently.
panel.
That's different.
Well, Uncle
No,
Tom,
no,
he's also advising other people to do it as well. He's not
No, he
keeping it.
didn't. He didn't say
Yeah,
that.
no, he
what
said
he
that.
said.
Uncle
Look,
Tom,
he
he
said
said he's not keeping it. He's not keeping it on himself.
Oh my God.
He
Okay.
didn't say this is my personal advice for how I move it. He said this is how y'all men, y'all not real men. You just let your wife, let your wife decide if she want to go get a pedicure or not. No, your wife money is your money. That's
Yeah,
what
he didn't say that at all. But that's a good stretch though.
It ain't a stretch. That's what he said. Either man in the chat, because you still got some more time. You're not allowed back up. Either man, while you in the chat, is your wife money, her money. And matter of fact, since she makes $6 figures, you could tell your wife that she could spend $20 to bring your ass back. Go ahead, PH Diva.
Well, so one of the concerns is so the example I gave before with having investment property. So you make income from that. Like you need a certain amount in reserves, right? So that's why I have a separate account for anything that goes wrong. I had to replace a furnace last year. That was $6,000, right? And so you have to have that account. But also the thing is, so if I come into a marriage and I already have that, if I'm adding that to the pot that we're using, now that becomes marital income, right? And so in the event that there's some type of split or separation, now what I had coming in is being factored into who get what. And no, because I just feel like he should be giving me an allowance anyway. And so why he worried about my investment property income?
Oh shit.
No,
Brownsville. Man, Brownsville, answer that bullshit, because what I just heard is she can keep her money and his money should be her money too.
Absolutely.
Out of here.
Hey, it seems like Ronald agrees with PH Diva. Go ahead, Ronald, explain yourself.
I kind of okay. Me personally, I do believe in a one-pot system, even though, but you can have separate accounts also. Just like at the end of the day, I plan on being married forever. So no matter what account is in, at the end of the day.
Does your wife have a separate account? I'm beating around the bush. Does your wife have a separate account?
Yes. But at the end of the day, me personally, I do believe in communication. For example, if you're going to buy something,
does she have a secret account?
No. If you're going to buy something
because it's secret, you don't know. She probably.
If you're going to buy something like $500 and above, then yeah, we should talk about it. But when it comes to like spa or again your manicure pedicure,
you don't let me use a whole $1,000.
I think that's crazy to have to ask somebody permission.
She gotta ask you to spend $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Sure.
So, hey.
Now, see, that's going down a whole nother rabbit hole. Each household is different. See, that's what I'm
about to change the conversation.
But getting your nails done, that's like $50 or $100 or whatever.
That's like $100.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. But like $500 above, yeah, sure, you should talk about things.
What?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Good, Diva.
All right, Sway Producing. Sounds like y'all conflating advice and opinions. Omar Smith. Morning, PH Diva. Good morning, Omar. I missed you.
Oh, God.
What's up, Nighters? You learned your lesson?
Fuck you. Was there
I just figured you'd be used to going in the
no,
dungeon.
was there a lesson to learn?
Huh?
Was there a lesson to learn?
Yes.
What was it?
That you can't overtalk people. They don't like it.
Oh, okay. Fuck them.
Anyway, I'm about to run, man. So y'all have a good day. Good talking
Have
to
a
y'all.
good day,
Peace
Ronald.
to you, man.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, man. Y'all are nuts sometimes. Y'all are crazy as hell. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Scorched Earth 824. Either man is describing structure in his marriage, which he is the head of. The same goes for our schools, church, and God himself. What's the confusion?
Because the confusion is that number one, most men cannot do this controlling factor because they're making this so much money. They keep their wives at home, and even the men that are able to keep their wives at home if they wanted to, they are also saying like, hey, my wife money is her money. I don't really stress about that as much. It is what it is. She has autonomy. If she can make some money on the side, that's cool. Keep doing your thing. I don't really give a fuck about it because I'm going to do what I'm going to do as a man, regardless of what she is doing. I'm not doing what I'm doing because of her, but it's because it's in me, not on me. That's the difference of the conversation. And for some reason, people always want to tend to have a conversation that men are doing so much for these women. And then when we start having the conversations and we start peeling back the onions and everybody start crying, we realize these men ain't not doing all the shit that they are talking about. They are full of shit. They just want to cape for men. That's it. Anything a man do, they want to cape.
And there's a difference between structure and control, Sharon. Structure is necessary. Structure is 100% needed to sustain a successful relationship.
Can you define that?
Well, what about E-Man? What he said?
Wait, Uncle Tom. I want Brownsville to define what he's talking about.
Uh-oh. Let them have it. Let them have it.
You're saying the difference between structure and control? You want me
I didn't
to
say that
define
at all. I want you to define what you say you're talking about. I didn't say anything. You said that there's this thing that people are supposed to do and that men are doing whatever. So can you define what it is you say is the perfect thing?
Okay, let me say this again, right? Because I was responding to the super chat. So what I said was that there's a difference, a distinction between structure and control, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So I said structure is needed, structure is necessary, but control isn't. Control is subjective.
So tell me what the structure is.
The structure is the foundation on how we're going to cultivate this marriage, right?
What does that
how
look
we're
like?
Gonna move. However you envision it, you and her. What do you mean? What does it
No,
look like? Everybody's marriage looks different.
No, Browns. I'm not trying to argue with you. To you, what does that look like?
In my marriage, personally, what structure looks like is we have
No,
a base.
I don't want to make it personal, just in general.
So you don't understand. So you want me to define structure for you? I'm trying to see where you're going with this. But it
I'm
seems
not
like
going
you're just
nowhere
trying to
with it. You
derail.
said a statement. I would like you to clarify the statement.
Right. And you understood what I said. And the only thing I said was there's a distinction.
So if I understood, I wouldn't ask a question. If I understood, I
between
wouldn't ask a question.
structure and control, right? control is a mechanism that's
I'm not
triggered
talking about
by
control. I'm talking about the
the lack
structure you
of the
define.
lack of security, right? Usually someone who is insecure is a control freak. They want to control
I'm not talking about
everything.
the control freak. I'm just talking about the structure that you define. Can you define that?
Right. The
Oh,
structure, I've
not
already defined it. I've
just
already told you. Why do I have to keep repeating myself, Nidus? I'm asking you that.
repeat yourself. I never heard anything specifically.
Structure is the foundation of what you're going to utilize to govern your marriage. You and her deciding, hey, what is going to be your role? What is going to be my role? Right? And I'm going to control and govern myself to hold myself accountable to producing my role. And the same goes for you. Right? But I don't have to have control over you doing your role. And you don't have to have control of me doing my role, right? Because what's in the middle between me and my woman
You know,
is trust.
I understand when y'all be talking,
right?
y'all keep going right, like we understand what the fuck the right is. What are you saying?
So you mean hold on. So you mean you didn't understand?
Sharon, I got this, right? So I'm assuming that I'm speaking to
Don't
an intellectual
assume
person.
anything, because when you
Right.
assume something,
So
we already know what that means. Just say it, brother.
If you lack intellect and you don't
So
understand,
I'm dumb because you can't define something clearly. So I'm dumb because you can't define something clearly.
It's no need to even continue the conversation
Then
because
fuck it.
I'm
Okay, you
speaking
got it.
above your comprehension.
You got it.
I'm
Okay,
speaking
you're
above
smarter
your
than me. You got it.
comprehension.
You got it. You didn't say shit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Scorched Earth 824. Explain rule over you Genesis 3:16, please. Natasha Vincent, thank you for the super sticker. We can't hear you, Sharon.
I don't think Nice was trying to really actually hear anything that Browns was saying just now. He was just trying to interrupt.
Why would you believe I wasn't trying to listen to the
Because
brother?
you was interjected every 2 words he's saying. You didn't give him a chance.
No, he told me something about I'm not this and I'm not that. And you're in now. So you and your cousin on the same shit. Get somebody spend some money. Fuck both of y'all. Y'all on some whole shit. And y'all been on some whole shit, so stay on the whole shit.
Okay,
fuck both you niggas.
Okay, and then when he explained what structure was, you just didn't want to.
He didn't explain shit. He said I'm supposed to just understand.
No, he did explain what structure is. He said when you
could you explain what he explained?
I can explain it to you again if you want. Maybe you can listen this time.
He's not going to.
And listen. That's the problem. You want to talk instead of listen. The problem is structure is something that you and your wife agree upon. That is the structure. I believe that you're going to handle your role as the woman and he's going to handle his role as a man. And then that's when he brought in the control part. I'm not going to control your side of the thing because you got that. I'm going to trust you as my wife to handle your side of the relationship. That's what the structure is. But you want to be in some goddamn, somebody's on some whole shit instead of having a conversation. That's your problem. That don't got nothing to do with the conversation that we having today. You already have a preconceived ideology of me and my cousin, clearly. Because you said we've been, because what you said was we've been on some whole shit. What whole shit we been on?
No, I didn't say you. I didn't say men. I said you and your cousin just want to yell and say some shit. Now I can be quiet. I have no problem with listening. I'm okay with that all day and every day. You think you just said something right now. You said she's going to do what she do. She do. What is the she do? You say the man going to do what he do. What is the he do? That's what I asked. You think y'all said something. Y'all didn't say nothing. And I'm going to shut up again and listen again.
Okay, so listen again. Okay, that's perfect. So listen again. It's what you and that woman decide because each marriage is going to be different. It's the part that you are missing. So what works for Uncle Tom, it doesn't work for Otis who? What works for Eden Man doesn't work for Brownsville, New York. And we already had that part of the conversation. But you want to skate past that to try to get some, I'm right and you wrong. No, but we need to be fucking correct.
I just like a definition. And you just said the same thing again.
I'm hungry.
and I can
United,
shut up and
can you
listen.
give me?
I'll be
Can you give
completely
me the?
quiet and just listen.
Thank
You think you said something, you repeated.
Okay, so let's just be quiet and just listen.
So if I ask Nidus to give me the definition of emotional intelligence,
Ooh,
right? I would like to know if he understands and he knows what that definition is.
Emotional intelligence mean you can read the room, you actually listening to somebody and understand what they're saying.
No, that's not the definition of emotional
Okay,
intelligence.
so can you tell me what it
Maybe
is
that
then?
yes. Emotional intelligence is the ability to maintain control of your emotions in a heightened environment, right? So you know how when Unlike Lee came on the stage and he was interjection, and then you went right into personal attacks, cursing them out, and all those things because you were triggered emotionally. You displayed a lack of emotional intelligence in that moment. And a lot of the Rim brothers also have that character flaw to where they're unable to exercise and display emotional intelligence because they're easily triggered emotionally on the internet.
Unlikely talked about my wife who passed away and my daughter. And then today he wanted to talk to me like he didn't talk about my wife who passed away and my daughter. So I don't know about me being so easily whatever you're explaining, but Sharon know that man talked about my wife who passed away and my daughter. And Sharon know that he put me in a little 2 boxes and rang a ding bell. Ding, ding, ding. This is funny. So I understand what you're saying, and I have no problem with being patient and being understanding. But Sharon know for a fact that Unlikely did that.
I did not know.
And Unlikely, it's you. Yeah, we were on this show right here when Unlikely did that. And Unlikely is comfortable with doing that extreme shit. Here's what happened that day when he decided to go there. I was sitting here minding my business, and he came up and said, y'all niggas should let y'all wife, if they have a childhood crush on Usher, let Usher be handsy and do whatever he want to do. And I said, I don't understand that, Unlikely. I wouldn't embarrass my wife no matter what entertainer is around me. So I wouldn't want my wife to embarrass me because some entertainer is around her, no matter if she had a childhood crush on them or not. That sounds like some cuck shit to me. Like I should let my wife do whatever. And his response to me was, I'm going to lift the toolie up on you, and I'm going to do this to you and use a bitch ass nigga and all this other shit. No, I have self-control. I have no problem with that. But I'm not finna let a man who talked about my deceased wife and fucking my daughter or doing whatever you want to do to my daughter, then today act like he didn't say that to me. So I just, out the blue, let that nigga know he's a bitch. That wasn't me being out of control. That's me saying fuck him. I wouldn't disrespect Sharon like that because Sharon has never done anything like that to me. I wouldn't disrespect you like that because you've never done anything like that to me. I just didn't understand what you were saying.
And also, I want to say you did say fuck Sharon today, by the way. But
no, I've been saying to you since I mentioned Sharon. You know, Sharon must be stopped. But I wouldn't say to you the shit I said to this man who said fuck my dead wife and that shit about my daughter.
Because the reason why I'm muting you, because I want to make sure that I understand why you coming up here. First, I want to try to set a precedence. That's all. So, hey, he said you said something about his wife and his daughter. Would you like to come and apologize for that heated moment so we can?
I don't give a fuck about his apology. That's okay. He can stand on that.
Somebody need to be muted out. It's an echo of feedback.
Yeah, because I'm in New York right now. There's a lot of people around. Let me say this real quick. I never said nothing about his wife and his daughter. He lying. Sharon, you was on the channel when
Sharon, all you have to do is go back and look at the show.
Look,
it was a show about Usher and
you can see this dude emotional, bro. He lying, bro.
Listen.
Let me finish. Yeah, bro, what's up with you, bro? You can't let nobody push. Jeez.
Fuck you, bitch.
Anyway, that's cool. Like I said, like Brian was saying, you emotional. First off, he lying. I never said nothing about his daughter. I was defending Usher, and this dude just called me a cuck out of nowhere. That's what really happened. And then I told him to suck my dick. I started saying, "But I'll knock you out," which I would. So nobody said nothing about your daughter. So he lying, bro. You ain't got a lie to try.
All you have to do is
Hold on, let me
look at your
finish.
own
Let
show,
me
Sharon.
finish, bro. Be a man. Be a man.
Fuck
Be
you,
a man. Let
bitch.
me finish.
Fuck you,
That's
bitch.
cool. You act like you got to affect on me saying that. Anyway, so
I don't give a fuck what I got on you, bitch.
What the fuck is going on?
Like I say, you're emotional. Anyway, Brownsville, you 100% right, bro. This dude is an emotional weirdo, right? He a grown man who talks like this, right? This is what we supposed to look up to, men like
Are
this.
you a child?
And then again, Brownsville.
Are you a
I put this
child?
on my dead father. I never said nothing about his daughter. Now, I don't even
Sharon,
know
all
you
you have
have
to
a
do is
daughter.
look
I
at
don't
your
even know
show.
you.
I will.
Nah, nobody looking at nothing. You lying. You ain't got to lie. And at the end of the day, why do you be honest to say, yeah, I had a moment where I lacked emotional intelligence instead of trying to bring me up to try to
I
make it
don't give
seem
a
like
fuck
somebody
about none of
bashed
that.
you so bad. So don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Ain't no need to do that. Brownsville coming at you, you make it about you. And that's all I got to say.
All right. Good. So everybody got it. We clear there. It is what it is. I had to go take a look back at the footage so we could see if he was 100% right or was it just them talking to each other. Structure, the arrangement of and relations between the parts or elements of something complex. So that's what structure is. So that's why we are saying that once the woman decide what her role is and the man decide what his role, that is the structure part. That is the complex elements. So you and your person, whoever that person is, whether it's a man or female, whatever you are, your structure is what y'all build together. It's not a said foundation of structure. No, structure is what you and that person decide to make it. And I think that's the part that we having a fight about.
Right. And he was conflating structure and control, right? Because he was trying to say, well, the way I control my wife is our structure, right? And the men were agreeing with that, right? And the queens, you notice all of them disagreed because they saw through it. Like I say, you got to read between the lines of the remedial rhetoric to understand where they are and how they go about moving in, you know what I'm saying, in real life. And that's what it is, man.
Go ahead, Uncle Tom.
I would like to say that Nidish was right about the definition of emotional intelligence, and Brownsville was absolutely wrong. Every definition I pulled up went right along with what Nidish said. That's all.
Okay, reread it so we can all have the same understanding as Nidish.
All
Yes,
right.
please, sir.
Emotional intelligence is generally said to, oh, hold on, with the goal to the ones. Okay. When you look up emotional intelligence, you want psychology today, or which one do you want? There's a lot of different definitions.
You said they all pretty much said the same thing, so
it's pretty much to be able to control your emotions and ones around you. That's pretty much what Nidish said.
That's what Brownsville
So
said.
that's
what I
what
said.
Brownsville said.
Brownsville said to
Oh,
control
you
your
niggas
own
like
emotions.
to lie for each other.
Nidish literally said to be able to control your emotions and know. Well, he said to know to read the room, and be able to control your emotions.
And that's and do you feel like you read the same thing that what Nidish just was said?
He didn't say that. He did say to be able to read the room, but he didn't say anything about controlling your emotions. Brownsville said that. And that's actually the definition of it, right? To be able to control, express your own emotions, and handle your interpersonal relationships in an empathetic way.
Damn, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of you. That's the beauty of having a conversation real time.
Your own emotions, as well as being able to understand and influence the emotions around others. If it involves being aware of emotions and drive behaviors to impact people, either positively or negatively.
All right. So, and Nidish, what was your understanding? If you can remember what you said about emotional intelligence.
Y'all got it.
Damn. He is very emotionally intelligent. He said, "You know what? I know when I said something wrong, it is what it is."
I don't think I said anything wrong, but if you want to take that, you got it.
I'm not trying to
take that.
I mean, it's his show.
No, Diddy.
It's his show. If you want to take that and twist my words to fit his narrative, then I'm gonna let Sharon twist my words and fit his narrative. But here's the thing: he's gonna go back and look at his show and listen to that man talk about my wife and my child, and then what he gonna do?
I never even knew he had a wife or a child. Look at this fat piece of crap. I didn't even know he had
Fuck
that.
you,
You're
bitch.
lying, bro.
You's a hoe.
Stop
You's
lying
a
on me.
hoe.
Like,
You's a
Sharon,
whole
go back
bitch.
right now. Sharon,
You's
go
a
back right
whole
now and
bitch.
show me what I was talking about. I didn't even know he
Fuck
had a
you
wife.
in your existence,
I
hoe.
will.
What the?
I would try to check it out and see
Like,
what.
he lying, bro. Stop lying to me, dog.
Let's review it right now.
Goddamn.
Please, let's review. Actually, it's on Baller X. Go to Baller X thing. We could review it right now. I never said nothing about his wife. I said him because he wanted to call people out their names. Sharon, we was having a conversation about Usher, and he just jumped in like he been doing this whole time. I was like, "You a cuck?" I'm like, "What? I knock you out." That's where it went. He lying. He trying to act like somebody just attacked him. You capping, bro. Stop.
It is on.
It is
Sharon,
on Ball
it is
X?
on Ball X. Yeah.
It is? All right, so I guess that probably be a civil way because then it'd be I don't have to mine through all the footage. So let's.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shit.
All right. Natasha Vincent gifted 5 Sharon Bracey memberships. Thank you, ma'am. Lamar Black Attack. How much is a drop that Hope t-shirt?
What? What's a drop that Hope? I don't know.
Lamar crazy.
Black built like a conquering king. Brownsville and Sharon are true niggas. They love to talk but hate to explain.
Goddamn.
Scorched Earth 824. Explain biblical definition of Genesis 3:16, please.
You wanna do that, Brownsville? Or anybody want to explain
Let me
chapter
Google it.
3:16? While I go find this Baller X video. Damn, Nidus, where did you go? So I could understand what exactly happened on the show because sometimes I don't remember.
And then, hey, Bracy, you know what's crazy is he know he was the first one to throw a shot at me by calling me that, right? Why you getting mad that somebody starts swinging back at you? You can't tell somebody how to fight. We all know that. So like him even saying that is
I was
pointless.
wrong.
Hold on.
Even if
I see
did
something.
say it,
Hold on. I see
you
some
want
new
to
jury.
fight.
Hold on.
Don't get mad if I start throwing knees and elbows.
That's true. That's very true. Hold on. I see some new jury. What up, Omni? Etc. You got
good?
something you want to explain yourself?
No, I don't care to explain. Want me to explain myself? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. I just noticed some new jury. I just wanted to know if you want to explain yourself.
Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna announce it, but I did get married.
Yeah.
I did get married.
That is what's up.
Congratulations.
Whoop, whoop. That is what's up. That is a beautiful
You just
thing.
signed a death wish, sir.
See, this is the problem we got.
Nigga, fuck you, Uncle Tom. First of all, speaking of jewelry, I don't listen to niggas with tongue rings in their mouth. It's not
Oh God!
You know what I'm saying? I don't know why you got that tongue ring in your mouth, sir. It's none of my business. I don't want to partake in it at all.
That's a
At
fact.
all.
I don't want you to pretend it either, motherfucker. What are we doing?
Okay, so this is Genesis 3:16 since they asked twice. So I don't know, Brownsville, if you want to explain it. It says,
Well,
I
yeah,
will-
I'll explain it, right? Because
Well, can I read the verse first?
PA's Diva. Go ahead and read it.
Okay. And this is from the ESV. I don't know which version that is, but it says, I will surely multiply your pain and childbearing. In pain you shall bring forth children. Your desire shall be contrary to your husband, but he shall rule over you.
So what you just read, Supreme Goddess, is what God told the woman was going to be the consequences for tempting the man to eat the apple, right? And men love to use verses like this and a lot of other Old Testament verses to hide the fact that they lack the self-confidence within themselves to have a loving, trusting relationship with a spouse. They want to be the ruler, right? And that's because PH Diva, when they were growing up, none of the women that they tried to hit on were giving them any type of, opportunities to be with them, right? They were the men who could never get a girl, who girls was spitting on them, girls was talking bad about them, and all these different things. So they got a complex in their head, and somebody gave them the Bible, and they got to 3:16 and said, oh, I can rule over you. So they found a woman who was very vulnerable, right? And said, okay, I'll marry you. And then they used that scripture to say, well, now I got to control everything about you and I got to rule over you, right? And I think most reasonable people, and I say reasonable, will understand that if you want a long lasting, sustaining relationship, you shouldn't desire to rule over your spouse. You should desire to have a loving, trusting relationship that both of y'all are fulfilling one another. It shouldn't be no subordinate, supervisory type of relationship. Those relationships never work, and those relationships will always lead to divorce in the end. Peace and love.
All right, I have a question.
Good. Hopefully you enjoyed that definition 2-3-16. Go ahead, Uncle Tom.
So I'm gonna ask you a simple question. So, first I'm saying both you were wrong in the whole definition part, and I went back and looked at it. So you said in a heightened situation, it had nothing to do with heightened or not. It's just whatever. But anyway, you're both wrong. My question to you is: in a heightened situation, right? And a man sees that something was gonna go awry, should he force his wife to get away from the deal, from the situation, or should he just say, "Fuck it, we're equal"?
What the hell is he talking about?
Let's back
the role. Say, let's just say
let's
this.
back it up. Hold on, so this way we could all get involved with what you're talking about. So first of all, the definition, they both was wrong about the definition.
Technically, yes.
Okay, because I'm just saying you said originally that Nice was right. So Nice was
I
absolutely
went
wrong.
back, I went back. Yeah.
Okay, and the way how Brownsville explained, you saying he was wrong as well because he used the word heightened.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with whether it's heightened or not. It's just being able to control emotion in others as well. Well, actually manipulate others' emotions as well too.
Okay, so now what is the example that you want to bring in?
So say that there was a man sees a negative thing about to happen as far as safety wise, and he's like, "Get your ass away from here. You need to move around. You and your kids need to go because I see something about to jump off." Should he force his woman to do so? Or should he just be like, "Fuck it, we in this shit together. We gonna fight it out"?
I mean, we had that. We actually had that conversation. We actually had that conversation on the show that we all said that when it's about to get physical, that our woman should know to go to the car or go somewhere safe and call the police.
What if she doesn't see it? That's what I'm saying. Most women don't see a danger about to happen.
Exactly. So that's why we're saying that men need to, and this is why we was having a conversation. Men do not talk to their women about safety and what the safety protocols that they should have within their household. And we was having that conversation actually on this channel about that men need to start actually being this protector and provider that they always talk about, and give themselves this goddamn grandiose, like because I'm there, I'm a deterrent. But you haven't never talked to your woman about what happens if a situation was to happen. And Otis was here, and he agrees 100% that the woman should go and call police, get out the way once the man says, "Hey, it's danger here. You need to remove yourself from it."
Uncle Tom, I got you. Sharon, answer that man damn question, sir.
What makes you think I didn't
everything but answer that man question? He asked you a simple question. You did everything but answer it. So answer that man question.
I don't understand. Like, y'all got a problem with hearing. I absolutely answered the question. I also answered the question by giving a reference that we already had the conversation here. I want you to listen. I want you to listen.
He did answer it, but he also said in a thing that he answered for Brownsville as well, even though Brownsville is here to answer his own guy.
Okay.
All right. So
I could be wrong. I got
it's important that you said that, because a lot of times people want to just fall into narratives instead of listening to what I'm saying. See, Uncle Tom don't have no dog in this fight. He don't care if I look like I'm painting narratives or not. Uncle Tom don't give a shit. He gonna ask me a question, and if I paint a narrative in real time, Uncle Tom would say I'm painting in real time. He will not go against what somebody else and say, "Oh, Sharon always paint narratives." He's just gonna have a conversation with me. He know I'm not trying to paint narratives because it is what it is. But other people, they want to believe in this ideology that I move goalposts and I paint narratives instead of just listening to the conversation in front of us.
Words in my mouth. I ain't saying none of that. That's the words of Sharon.
So,
what are you doing?
So Uncle Tom.
Yes,
so
sir.
Uncle Tom, you had a question for me, right? Can you repeat the question so I can answer it?
In a dangerous situation that most women do not see until it actually happens. If a man sees that and his wife and kids are there, should he force his wife and child to leave the situation in a stern, direct fucking voice? Not, "Hey, baby, I see something wrong. I think you should leave." Tell her, "Get your the fuck ass up out of here because shit about to go down. I need you to move around." Should you talk to your woman that way, Or should you just say, fuck it, we all in this together, we gonna do this, we gonna bang it out together, me, you, and the kids?
You absolutely do what's necessary to get your wife and children into safety. But how does that correlate with what
Because
we
you
were
gotta have
talking about
emotional
previously?
intelligence. Both people have to have emotional intelligence to make that shit work. Right? Because we're going off your emotional intelligence. Because if a woman doesn't have it and a man doesn't have it, they're not gonna see it eye to eye. And the damn show, like Sharon said, if you haven't even talked about this situation, shit's gonna go awry. Because who the fuck are you talking to like that? And you know goddamn well that's gonna happen. No matter if they white or black. That women, when they feel slighted, they're gonna talk to you any kind of way, especially if they think you were in the wrong.
Right.
Yeah,
So Uncle Tom,
usually
we agree. We agree. So Uncle Tom, let me explain something. See, we agree, right? We agree that women within their feminine nature are more emotional than men typically, right? So that's why when I come on a panel, I express that there should be a greater standard for men when it comes to displaying emotional intelligence and also stoicism, right? But I get a lot of pushback from men because the men want to say, well, I need to respond to the females in kind, right? And when you're doing that, when you're responding in kind to the female's emotional state, you're basically ceding leadership to the woman. That's what a lot of men love to do.
And you know, people like Jay Villa and Black Built Like a Conquering King, they are upset at me because I don't get no pushback from my woman. And every woman that they talk to give them pushback because they don't look at those men as competent men. And they want to blame me for they like, Sherrod, every time I tell my woman not to do something, they do it anyway because they don't believe you. But if I was to tell them to do it, I'd say, hey, baby, I need you to, when you pick up your keys, I need you to not bend your knees because I like how it looks. That's how they going to pick up their keys. They're not going to question me. They'll say, all right, and they're going to give it a little jiggle and a wiggle for me as well.
But also, Sharon, on the back end of what you said, right, and this is what I commonly have to preach to my brothers, you told her why, you at least explained to her why you want her to pick up the keys that way.
Ooh.
I'm gonna tell you this. There's a lot of dudes I've been around will tell their women something and not even give the little bit of information as to why they want them to do this thing. Just do it because I said so.
Great point.
Just do it because I say so.
Sometimes in a heightened situation, you ain't got time to fucking explain.
Oh yeah, when I tell my girl to duck, I randomly tell my girl to duck while we driving in the car. Well, while I'm driving the car and she riding passenger, I tell her randomly to duck and she ducks. But that's predicated on a history of me looking out for her. Like it's not going to happen as like automatic just because you a man, you show up and then you tell a woman to duck. It's not going to happen immediately.
Right.
So
and sometimes they get mad. They say, congratulations, Sharon, you're him. They upset. Instead of congratulating me for real, say, yo, man, I need to be moving more like that because for some reason, I cannot get the same response that you get. If I ask for a cup of water at 3 a.m. in the morning, I'm not going to get it. That ain't my fault. That's a you problem. How is that my fault, Otis? And when I asked for a cup of water at 3 in the morning while she was in her bed sleeping, she's like, God damn, my man sound thirsty. And I don't like him sounding like that.
That's a beautiful thing that happened. Well, wow.
You feel me, Uncle Tom?
Yeah,
And when I give them the information they don't want to listen, see, a woman gonna listen to a man she trusts. So if a man says, hey, run, take these keys and leave right now, she's not gonna say, what are you talking about? I don't have to listen to what you have to say. She may do that to a man she don't trust, but to a man that she does trust, she gonna take them keys and get the fuck out of there right now, like he said.
Great point. That is a great point.
I would say that for an older generation, but now, nah. It's argument first, then we ask questions later. That's usually what happens now.
That's because they don't trust them. Go ahead, PH Diva.
But that goes back to say that's null and void then, right?
No,
because if
It's the same thing. She don't trust you.
She don't trust you.
I don't have those problems, but
I
yeah,
was young at one time, and I didn't trust my husband at one
So
time.
you arguing for the men that do got those problems?
Right.
I wasn't
That's,
arguing for
that's
them.
a great question. Do
I
not
was
help
really
those.
asking a
Hey,
question.
Uncle Tom, don't help those rim brothers out. They're gonna try to get you a rim brother elect next. They're gonna try to get you a part of their team, and you're gonna have to be giving hugs.
I'm just going to his emotional intelligence question statement.
Go ahead, PhD.
A lot of people don't have emotional intelligence, or whatever the fuck that is. I just don't, you know.
Okay. The luxury bucket list member for 2 months. Thank you. Great conversation. Salute SBG panel in chat.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yes,
so Uncle Tom, do you know what stoicism is?
Yes, I do.
So can you define that?
I can look it up for you. I ain't gonna give you straight definition. I don't want to be fucking wrong. I just think I'm not a definer, right? I'm not a dictionary. But if you want me to define it, I can. I'm at my computer. Matter of fact, I got 3 computers around me right now. I can look up one.
No, I don't need you to define it. I don't need you to define it. But this is my second question, right? To that question.
Because I'm not gonna be wrong. I don't like being wrong, sir.
Do you believe that men who purport themselves as leaders, that they should respond in kind to the queens on a panel who are triggered emotionally? Should the men respond in kind just like the women? Yes or no?
I don't. First off, I don't think anyone should be responding in any other way. You're an individual at the point. So if you respond how you want to, you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. Motherfuckers gonna do what they're gonna do. How they gonna feel? Yeah, who am I to dictate how someone else is gonna respond to a situation when they're triggered?
Somebody that is a man, somebody that people respect. They hold you in high regard. They say, yes, this is a strong.
How do you hold another man accountable?
Oh, you know what's crazy? But they try to hold me accountable every single day. They say, Sharon, why you let PhD put Otis in a headlock like that?
They want to hold the women accountable.
I don't hold none of y'all accountable because y'all gonna be who y'all gonna be. I'll be like, hey, it is what it is. Fuck it.
And I say, and this is what I say, Uncle Tom. I say, I don't let PhD put him in a headlock. PhD would just put him in a headlock because that's what she want to do. She want to.
And that's why, Uncle Tom, that's why the queens are choosing not to follow this generation of men, right? Who don't understand and know what stoicism is, that don't want to follow emotional
that shit dead when women said they want to be separate.
Well, that's because y'all want to be this easy. What's the name of it again? These soft men?
Oh yeah, the soft guy. Yeah, soft guy era. I also speaking of the soft guy era, somebody I want to also bring into the conversation. Sway producer, what up, Sway?
Fuck you with your soft guy shirt.
Hey, Sway.
Damn. What's good, Bomb?
How you doing, my
brother? I was talking about soft guy era with his tight ass shirt on. Anyways, so I don't know if it was addressed because I was kind of in and out, but it seems like a lot of, just across the panel, there's a difference between you giving your opinion and your subjectivity on what you think that they should do versus advising them on getting them the outcomes that they want. I think a lot of times people project what they think is right onto people and thinking that that is advice. No, that's just your opinion on what you think is morally correct in life. The idea of giving somebody advice or advising them typically is leading them. It's a level of you verbalizing and possibly showing them a way to get the outcomes that they want, whatever they're struggling in, and what the outcomes that they specifically want out of the situation that they're in. You advise them on that, and now that is up to that person. That has nothing to do with how I feel about it, how I morally think about it. If a man wants advice on how he can have multiple women or multiple wives or whatever, it ain't up to me as a God-fearing, moral, monogamous man to now push my own ideology and then say that that's advice onto that man. No, whatever he wants, and I give him the best way I think to get the outcomes that he wants is typically advice. But I think a lot of times, especially old people, like to project their morality onto people and think if they don't, then now you're wrong. like you're not a good man or you're not a good woman or you're a bad man or you're whatever the case may be. All that is subjective.
Yeah.
But I don't even see the older people doing that to y'all. I see you younger people doing that to y'all.
Yes,
y'all are the
I'm
ones.
talking about to young people. I'm talking about in this conversation.
Right. So in this conversation, most of the time we are just having conversation, and then single people start asking questions, and then they're acting like the married people are the one asking for advice. That's not what usually happens. What usually happens, married people are just having a conversation, and then they would say, "You old motherfuckers, or you married people, y'all don't understand what's going on in the dating market. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't understand our plight. We have it harder than y'all. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't have to deal with all these blah 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 blah."
But here's
And
the
then
thing.
other married people say, "No, it's not true," because, and then we give them examples of why it's not true. Every generation had to deal with the same thing. Y'all just want to have y'all lifestyle so much more difficult than ours, so you can have a shoulder to cry and say, "Yes, we understand. It's harder for you. Here's a tissue."
Saran, stop.
And also for the record too, let me just say this real quick. Most married people, especially myself, let me speak for myself. I don't talk about marriage unless I'm asked about it.
Thank you.
I don't go down the street and every single person I allege to be single, I start going and spewing into the marriage talk. No. Every time I talk about marriage per se, actually talk about marriage, someone asks me a question about it. They're asking me my opinion about it. So just the notion that someone just says, we're just spewing what we spew. No, you ask me a question and then I'm going to spew what I spew.
I have a question.
There we go.
Do you spew talking points about single life right now?
No.
Okay. I'm like this. I don't know what it is to be in a dating pool right now. I ain't been in the dating pool almost 23 years. So I know and just looking from the outside looking in, I didn't have to deal with motherfucking trans boys.
Wait, but
That's because, but the reason why is because you never looked at them. These other men,
right?
That's true
Uncle
too.
Tom, this is the crazy part. When they say you can't give advice about marriage as a single person, we all know married people can become single again, one. And then two, the idea when I bring this up and you're talking about the young versus old, I'll ask them, okay, so how many of you old niggas are 24 years old right now dealing with a 22-year-old in 2024? None of y'all are. So I don't know how you be able to speak on experience that you haven't lived through. You aren't living through the experience that I'm living through unless you're 24, 25, grew and is living in 2024, dating 22-year-old women. If you're not doing that, you cannot speak on the experience of a 24-year-old right now.
That is not true.
So that's not true.
Exactly.
Game never changes, just the players.
Then a single person can tell a marriage person about marriage.
The reason why
because
is
I used to be 24 at one point.
That is not the same thing because the culture and environment is completely different than what you grew up in. And unless you're a 24-year-old dealing with 22-year-old women, you cannot speak to that.
That's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Hold on.
Y'all the only ones.
The world I grew up in is not the same that my
Hold on,
25
Uncle Tom, hold on. I want to make sure we all get in there. So, Uncle Tom, you saying the only person that can give you advice as a 24-year-old person in the dating market is another 24-year-old that's in the dating market?
I'm saying we don't have
before you move past it, before you tell me what you're saying, are you saying that? Yes or no?
I said no. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so but this is what Sway's saying. Sway's saying the only people
is the world is different from when I was dating and you was dating than it is for these.
But it's not.
No, I didn't say anything.
So hold on, before we go down the rabbit hole,
because I'm not saying anything, Sharon. You're not listening to what I said. What I said was, if that doesn't apply in that scenario, then a single person can tell a married person about marriage.
Hold on, you'll be able to get a chance to read. Go ahead, Bomb
I have no
Cherry.
time to talk, so let me clarify what I'm saying because you're
something as
obviously
well,
taking what I'm saying.
and then we're gonna bring Sway back into it. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry, Omni, then Sway.
Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna be here long enough, so I'm gonna dip out.
Okay. Only you younger people believe that things have changed so dramatically. Yeah, and we listen to y'all say that shit, and we just let it go. But you know, I was married. When I was single, I was a young woman having to deal with men, just like young women today have to deal with men. Men have always been the same. So the only thing that's changed now from then was the internet. And other than that, nothing has changed.
Go ahead, Omni.
So when I was young, yes, I dealt with young men.
Let her finish.
And now, so you younger people have never been older though. And if you've never been married, you can't speak on marriage. That's the only difference. Go ahead.
Yeah, Omni.
So the game doesn't change just the players, okay? We might have new technology, new devices and whatnot, but all that does is exacerbate shit in, you know what I'm saying, in our realm of desire and desirability. People can view you longer than they ever have. You know, when Grandpa was working at the steel mill, I said this yesterday to a woman. I said, Grandpa was working at the steel mill. He was getting in 16 hours a day, probably 7 days a week if he was trying to clock in that overtime, depending on how many miles he had to feed back home. And, you know, the only time that your grandmother interacted with your grandfather was when they came home. So if anything, we have too much exposure to each other nowadays. We have too much interaction to each other nowadays. Everybody's so focused on what each other is doing and not what they need to do individually. I think that's the significant difference in what we're seeing today. The whole Instagram, she has access to all these men have all this access to her. Let me tell you, there's a reason why the phrase women have their secrets has been a phrase since before the internet. You don't know what your mama was doing for real. You don't know what your grandmama was doing for real. You don't know what your aunties was doing for real. You don't know. You know what I'm saying?
There's a problem with that. It's distance, right? Right now, the distance right now is the fucking globe. The distance right then was the next town over, and now it's pretty much it, or long distance. It's a difference when you have a dating pool of maybe a few thousand to right now you have a dating pool to over 22 million, 44 million. It's a different ball game. It's a different realm.
So yeah, but hold on, Sharon. I got it. Listen,
and on top of that,
I say
the he, she,
go ahead.
and it's and the thy, the be, by, and all the extra bullshit. It's a total different game, bro.
Nah, I say it's more advantageous.
Different game when a president can say a biological man can be a goddamn female and go with Title IX, then that's a problem.
There was still cross dressing. Uncle Tom, there was still cross dressing and all that back then. RuPaul existed before what? Okay, so listen.
What I'm saying is, Data wasn't over. Never mind. Go ahead. Do what you got.
Let me break it all the way down. The men of today are far more advantaged than the men of yesteryear, because the men of yesteryear could have been married, wifing up hoes and not knowing that their wife is a hoe. Where today it's pretty obvious and blatant who you're dealing with nowadays. And dudes are still going the whole route to try to turn a hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
It's foolish behavior. I put it on the men in that case. You see how she's dressing. Half of her damn Instagram is her with her clothes off, and you want to make that woman your wife.
Damn.
That's your fault.
Well,
that's your fault.
I'm not saying discernment ain't needed. I'm just saying that the fact of the matter is the game has changed. That's all.
So, but here's the thing. So y'all make it seem like the game's changed and advantage women is advantage to men as well.
I didn't say advantage either side. I just said the game has changed.
All right, so what changed about the game? That what?
Just went on going through
that
it.
What? That women got more options?
No, everyone has more options.
So I want to know. So
and everyone has more options. So what that does?
So it's the same game.
So it's the same.
You got more options on both sides of the game. But everybody just has more options. The men are choosing poorly.
How old are you, Uncle Tom? How old are you, Uncle Tom? How old are you?
42.
Okay, you're 42. Okay, I'm 10 years older than you. Besides, so we based around the same age. Besides the internet, besides the so let's start with the beginning. Besides the phone numbers you find in the back of the newspapers that you could call the 1-800 hotline and talk to somebody on the phone, besides the black pages, besides the invention of the internet, take that basic stuff out the way. What has changed?
Literally what you just said. You can't negate that.
Yes, you can. You still got to lay down that woman and have sex with them.
You cannot negate the fucking internet.
Okay, so perfect. So now, all right. So now,
actually, sure. Can I do this? Can I say one thing? One thing, real quick. everybody knocks OnlyFans, but you remember back in the day when we had the party lines and the 900 numbers? It's the same shit.
It's the same thing.
It's
Yes.
the same
Exactly.
shit.
Exactly. And that's my
I
point.
think that's the same. That's the same. Just they
That's
just
my
added
point.
videos. They just
That's
added
You still
videos
got
to
to knock him down and put the penis in him at the end. The
That's
lady
it.
still got the consent. You still got to be a man and show up and whip it out.
that.
The same.
It's the same.
That's all we saying.
It hasn't
You
changed.
making it micro. That's the difference between macro and micro. You breaking it down too much. Of course, the internet is making it easier. Of course, I don't have to get out and get in my car and go to a club. Now I can go on Instagram and find that lady you just said showing their ass half out. I might have a chance in the DM, or it might be a trick. It's a possibility. Versus me going and spending my money at the club. So I get the nuances, but at the end of the day,
There's a lot of nuances.
you
You just
got to put the
you
penis
behind
in,
the
and she
gate,
got to allow you to put the penis in.
It is not a lot of nuances. Stop. Women are still in foundation women, and men in foundation are still foundational men. It's still the same. The problem is that for some reason, a lot of these youthful people, they want to make excuses for why they are dealing with the people that they are dealing with. You yourself, if you want to pay attention to big booty hoes, then that's what you're going to see. So if me back in the days, if all I did was hang around pimps and strip clubs, I'm going to say the same thing. I'm hanging around all those things.
Women, sir.
Huh?
No, but there was dudes getting tricked back in the day. There was dudes getting tricked back in the day. They just didn't speak up about it.
I remember.
They just didn't say nothing about it. They didn't
me
open up
hear-
their IG app. They didn't have an IG app to open up and go live about it. You know what I
Let me
mean?
hear how he going to cake for the men while there are no marriageable women out there. Go ahead.
No. I ain't say nothing about there's no unmarried. All I said is trans women. I'm asking the question.
They was
They
around.
had trans women all over the place.
You didn't see how you don't want to answer the question. That's funny how y'all don't want to answer the question, but then to say the game.
What's the question, Uncle Tom? What's the
Hold on,
question?
let me understand that. Go ahead. What's the question?
They're not women today, and I don't respect them as such. What are you talking about?
I'm glad you answered the question, but I'm
I
asking.
will never respect a man dressing up as a woman to be a woman. I will never. It's disrespect. It's inherently disrespectful to women.
Hold on. Hey, Uncle Tom, you know how we know that is bullshit that the times has changed, because if we go back even further, back in the 1970s, it was having the same
See how
conversation.
you saying all that to not answer the question. Are trans women women?
No.
Why are you asking us that?
I'm not asking. I'm asking Sharon that.
No.
Yeah, but
okay, see, that's all you do is answer. Don't be scared to answer.
I wasn't scared to answer.
Answer the question.
Oh, I didn't hear it before.
No, I already answered it. No,
Yeah.
no, I don't believe trans women are women. No, of course not. No, I said it. Otis who, aka Otis Draper III, no, does not believe trans women are women. Of course not.
that's why they call trans women.
Right. That's why you got to
Women are not called trans women. Women are called women.
Right, but when you start opening everything up to saying the biological men or women, you have changed the fucking game.
No, you have not.
No, we have not.
Jesus Christ.
Absolutely
No, yeah,
not.
I don't. Matter of
know
fact,
where we
I don't know one. I don't know one born female woman. Okay, just so we could get the differentiation out the way. I don't know one woman that was born as a woman that actually respects trans women for their struggle and they don't like it. All these little white girls on the swim team talking about he beating our ass. It's not accepted. And it won't be.
Nidus is the one that proves it the most when he goes back further down and people having the same DMP conversation. It was the same kind of talk. It was a bunch of people of failed relationships saying the same exact thing. And then we could all, my generation could say, hey, you don't get it. It was harder for me. But then 20, 30 years before that, they was having the same conversation.
All I'm saying is adding extra variables. That's all I'm saying. That's what I've been saying from the get-go. I mean,
so, what we saying that is not more difficult. Y'all just trying to make an excuse for it. Say, oh, we had it harder. Every generation try to say that we had it hard. No, you got it easier.
What do you mean by hard? I don't think getting a man or a woman is hard. If my
they
fat,
do.
if my
Okay, so Uncle Tom, so
Uncle
Tom, so maybe we can all get. So the problem is that these young people think that it is.
Yeah. No. That's has something to do with their confidence. So
There we go.
That's
Now
nothing to do with
I agree.
now we can have an honest conversation. There we go. Let's get back to an honest conversation. There you go. It has nothing to do with the state of the world is to deal with you. You as an individual, if you keep having problems finding whatever it is that you are looking for, that is a you problem.
Mm-hmm.
It don't got shit to do with the internet. It don't got shit to do with your job. It don't got shit to do with how much money you make. It's you.
But
You
if you're
keep
not
finding the
stable,
same woman in a different body. It's you.
if you're not stable before you interact with all it, do you know that there's legislation being passed right now that or up for debate right now that wants to keep teenagers off of the internet, like keep them off of social media and such?
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to enforce it, but it's an interesting debate. Like when they're
It's gonna be the hard problem.
until you're the age of 14, you shouldn't be on social media. Is what this piece of legislation
and according to these conversations, it might be something that we should consider.
Well, they're saying because social media has the same effect on the brain as some minor drugs and alcohol does. You know what I'm saying? It releases dopamine. It releases these good feelings.
Not a lie, though.
People are trying to say that teenagers don't have the mental capacity to deal with likes and dislikes.
Yeah, but that was like when it first
wrecks
started.
their
But
brain.
now that was when it first started. But now that is a part of our custom, it's not going to have the same effect. like I don't understand why they act like that. Oh no, we are all adjusting to these whole likes and dislikes and whatever, blah blah blah. And once we get adjusted to it, it's not going to be hitting people the same. It's not.
The children can't handle it.
The children can't handle it.
We've grown to get accustomed to it, but these children are committing. They deleting themselves.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That was in the beginning, but now it's not as
No,
crazy.
that's what they're doing. They're doing it a lot. It's major. That's what's happening to our children right now.
I have to agree with Bomb Cherry on that one. I have to give you some pushback on that one. We see grown men who can't handle the likes and the comments in the chat. We see grown individuals, not just women. It's just it has nothing to do with gender. We see grown
but that's because
that's because we can't handle it. The kids can't handle it.
That's because Black has a general problem. That's why he can't handle it.
Well, wasn't Otis telling you to save him from me?
Like so no, we trying to miss past that part. Like he has a problem. That's why he can't handle ridicule, because he have a confidence problem. I don't have nothing to do with the internet. Where he walking down the street, where he's in a relationship, where he's at a job, he has a problem. It don't matter if it's the internet. He walking down the street, the light turned green. Why did it turn red as soon as I got to the corner?
You know what?
You ain't
I tried,
shit.
I tried.
You ain't shit on that one. I ain't gonna.
No, but I mean, I think they're right. Even like a lot of the adults can't handle it. Like there was a week where people were screaming at you to, save these men from the women who be up here, right?
Yeah. See, they even can't handle it. But I've been on the internet since the internet begun. I've been on the internet for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Over 30 years. Over 30. One of my sons, my oldest son, is just turned 30 this month. And I've been on the internet before I had him, for years before I had him. And so I watch all of these programs come and go and come. And, whoo, Lord.
Okay.
Things change. I remember when they told you not to tell people who you were. And now people using their real name to sign on.
Sharon Bracey. Mm-hmm.
Right. And now, and you know what I'm saying? Now you're using your real name to sign credit cards. And people now are using this term doxing, but y'all don't remember the phone book. So once you use your real name on here, you do know people can find your address. Right?
Which is why I never will. Which is why I never will.
The phone book still exists. It's just on the internet now.
Right, it's still the same thing, right? Is what she's saying. She's saying it's still people have to deal with that regardless. It's just we have to deal with it. And no, personal solutions is something that we do here. Yes, sometimes the solution is personal. So sometimes I gotta talk to somebody personal so they can understand what they are going through, so they can get a personal solution. Because guess what? This shit is not therapy. I'm not nobody's psychiatrist. You need to go find professional help if that's what you need.
I got a question. I got a question for the men on the panel, right? All the men on the panel, because the queens are absolutely right. What I've noticed since I've been on this platform in January, they've been able to show more leadership than the men have shown.
Damn.
Right? So do y'all believe, this is the question for the men, do y'all believe that there's been an erosion in the standards of men? And if so, why?
Absolutely. The main problem is that most men, they can't deal with direction from men that is moving in the right direction. They want to listen to men that's moving in the wrong direction because it's easier. They want to take the road less travel, the easiest road to resistance is what they want to do. Anybody that is standing on their principles and saying, this is what I did to get up out of my situation, they call them weird. They said, what? You a man that did everything you're supposed to do, and it was difficult, and it was hard, and you made through it? That's weird. Why you didn't take the easy route? That's why.
Well, so
can you answer?
You want to go ahead?
Well, I wanted the men to answer first, Queen.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard the question.
Yeah, we don't go Omni. We don't go Otis, Omni, Uncle Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, could you repeat it one more time, please, sir? A short version, real quick.
Do you believe that there's been an erosion within the standards of a real man? If so, why?
Yes, there has been an erosion of the appearance of having a real man in the presence. Yes, I do believe that. I believe a part of that is, and it's a lot deeper, but a part of it is because there's not enough men for whatever reason in the household to show the men, to show our young people how to be a man. It all falls back into the men, the little kids going to youth organizations, playing football and baseball and all that. The fathers are missing in the household. I can definitely admit that, but I know it's deeper than that.
Most men don't like being challenged. Weak men don't like being challenged. That's who don't like to be challenged, weak men. And then what we'd say, like, hey, listen, bro, you being weak, if you don't mind, if you think that you're supposed to be stuck in your ways, when you got people that's proven to do the opposite of what you did and be successful at. Now it's up to you to accept the advice or implement it in your life. That's up to you. You can figure that out.
And most men like being challenged. I'm a man. I like being challenged. It's healthy.
I'm going to bring up somebody. He don't want to get on camera for whatever reason. Maybe he's a little nervous to get on camera. I have no idea. But he is somebody that says he do not like to be challenged. Welcome to the show, the unchallengeable Black.
What's up, people? What's up, Otis?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Peace to you, brother. What's going on?
I'm good. Chilling like a villain.
Elaborate on what you were saying. Elaborate what you're saying about most men don't like being challenged, because I do like being challenged. I think it's healthy.
No, when I say that,
go ahead, talk to me.
So when I say that is, if someone brings you an idea or brings you something that you don't agree with, and you question them about it, you say, hey, I have some concerns. All of a sudden, the person with the quote unquote knowledge gets offended. Why are you being offended? You should be willing to help me learn. I'm asking questions because I want to learn. I want to do better. And I have some reservations. Apparently, if you have any kind of reservations, you try to move cautiously, if you try to ask questions to make yourself more intelligent, somehow, all of a sudden, you're a quote unquote soft guy. Well, you know what? I'm fine with being a soft guy. If that makes me more intelligent, if I'm willing to say, you know what? I don't know the answer. I don't think that the answer you're providing is the right answer. I just have a few questions. Maybe you can correct it and say, and then I will acknowledge, hey, based on this new information that he provided me, he's right. I'm going to do what he says. But none of this happens here. None of this usually happens. Like I said, most men don't like to be challenged, especially if you're challenging that person's character, Mr. Bracy. They will get defensive.
And what makes you think as a man I'm supposed to care if your feelings is hurt?
Exactly. You're not supposed to care if my feelings are hurt. The same way I don't care if your feelings are hurt. Like I said, if you're unwilling to, so again, if you're unwilling,
my life protects my feelings. Now, if you want something that is similar to whatever you see, and you ask me for my advice, once my advice, I give it to you because I have proven results that my advice works. That is up to you to implement it in your life. Not to say that my advice is wrong, because my advice.
I never said it,
because I made it work for me. I'm walking when I'm talking. I'm not just talking.
The assumption is that the advice is wrong because I asked the question. You're assuming that I said you were wrong. I'm just trying to get clarification. Usually that's what someone does. If you say something and I don't understand what you said fully, I may ask you a follow-up question. It may sound like I'm challenging you, but it's not. I don't understand. Can you expound on your statement so I have a better understanding and can agree with you or disagree with you wholeheartedly?
Yeah, that is fine if you ask it in that way. But when you say, no, I disagree with you, you're wrong because, and you don't have no
When
facts,
have I
you
when
do
have
it
I ever said that to you, Sharon?
all the time.
I don't ever say that to you. I say I disagree. I accept what you say, but I disagree.
Let me give you a clarification. You said it on Friday. You said,
What did I
Sharon,
say?
I don't want to listen to you because I do not want no advice for you because there's nothing you can say. I'd rather listen to Otis, even though Otis gave you the same exact advice. And then when he gave you the advice, you said you don't agree with him as well.
Okay, like I said, I was willing to accept your information. It is my right to disagree. I have that. I can say, you know what? What you said is wholeheartedly true based on your perspective,
Hold on.
but I
You're confused
disagree. Is that wrong?
You're confused again. You said I was wrong. You didn't say, I don't think that advice is going to work for me. You said I was wrong, is what you said.
In the context of the conversation, yes, but usually and let me apologize if that's what I said. I don't mean to say that you're wrong. I disagree with what you say. I hear you. I accept what you say. I just disagree.
Yeah, but you don't have no proof to what you are saying. You're just disagreeing with me just to disagree. Even though if I press these numbers, it's going to dial a certain person. You're like, well, I disagree. And I showed you that it worked. I'm showing you it worked. You say, I disagree with how it worked.
Yes, if you dial a number, it's going to work. If you tell me you're going to dial a number and get a specific person, that's where I'm going to say, I don't believe you. If you say I'm going to dial a bunch of random numbers and I'm going to get the specific person, I'm not going to believe you.
Okay,
and that's
so
what you're
so let's move the conversation forward. So when I gave you so like let's just say I gave you advice and I said you like, well, I disagree with you. And I said, okay, Otis, give your point of view. Otis said the same exact thing. And you said, well, I disagree with you as well.
Yeah, I said I accept, but it is my right to disagree. I accept what Otis said. I accept what you said. That is your truth. That is the truth that you're giving.
Now we asked you, what is your advice? You had none.
Right.
So
I don't remember
therefore,
what the conversation was about, but
what I'm trying to explain to you is that if you don't have no advice, you don't have no results, you cannot disagree with people that actually have the results to their advice.
What do you mean?
Shit.
Because the same way you have a set of results, someone else has a different set of results, and it's not the same. They may have taken the exact same route that you did. It deviates somewhere. I don't know what the deviation is. I'm looking for clarification, but you won't give it.
The problem is you didn't provide the results for the disagreement.
The statement is like everybody go get married, and then you're just supposed to make it to the end. But along the way, there's caveats. There's things that go left. There's things that go right. I'm asking you because I know some of these things are more prevalent.
So no,
how did you deal with it?
Hold on, that's not that get confused. Nobody on this panel ever said that everybody should be married.
I never said that. I said I'm building a diorama. The goal is you start with marriage. Once you're married, along the path of marriage, there are going to be things that happen. Before you get to a divorce, there's going to be splits, there's going to be arguments, there's going to be all different things that happen. At those junctures, some of these are more major junctures that will happen across, regardless of the relationship, regardless if you're Asian, you're white, you're black. What did you do? How did you navigate that? Were you successful in your navigation or did you fail? Those are more of the line of questions that I would like to ask. But you're giving me the overall scope. I'm not asking. I get it. The overall scope exists. Now I need you to get down to this nitty-gritty of this one segment because I have a question here.
If you think that's how you communicated that day, then you are delusional.
You wouldn't allow me to communicate that way that day because you kept jumping in when I was asking my question.
Absolutely not. That's not true because I passed the ball to Otis and Otis absolutely gave you great advice and you decided not to take his advice neither. This is what actually happened. Not this delusional thing that happened in your world of you speaking with so much clarity. No, that's not what happened. Otis, am I off on what happened on this day? Please, maybe somebody else and he could clarify what
Otis give his perspective
that day.
I'm going to say this. You asked Sharon the question. Sharon gave his answer. You made some, I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, no, I don't like what you said. Otis, let me ask you. And then I gave my answer. Different tone, different whatever, but it essentially was the exact same thing. You said, paraphrasing, I hear you, I accept it, but I'm still going to boom. Now,
exactly.
Now, at that point, hear me out. At that point, I gave my advice to you. You didn't accept it. That's fine. I'm moving on. That's your choice. That's where I stand on it. How Sharon is accepting it now, that's how he's dealing with it. But just for full transparency, once I gave you my opinion, which was heartfelt, and I lived it, and you said no, that's fine. We'll agree to disagree. Move on.
Yeah, and that's what happened. And like I said, with Otis, we had a discussion. He gave me his advice. I said, you know what? I hear you. I appreciate it. However, sir, I disagree. Respectfully, I just disagree. And there was nothing wrong with that. Otis said we moved on, and I wanted to move on from the conversation. You the one that kept bringing it back.
Yes, because you was asking advice on marriage, and we give
And
you
I got what I needed.
We gave you advice on be successfully married. How can you, somebody that's never been married, disagree with it?
I took what I needed from that, and I left it there. Thank you, Otis, for your advice, sir. I appreciate it, like I said, but I respectfully disagree. We'll move it in another direction.
Let's not move past this part. You asked two married men on how they successfully move past something. They both gave you advice on it. How can somebody that never been married say I disagree with two successfully married men? How?
Watch carefully, Sharon. Thank you for your advice, but I disagree, sir. I'm going to go do something else.
No, you didn't answer. Okay, hold on. Before we move forward, hey, Otis, is that answer the question of how can a single man that never been married can do that? Is that answering the question? Or what he just did dismiss the question?
I'm being honest with you. You know me. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't understand the argument here. I'm just sitting here so I won't get fined. I told you where I stand. I'm just being honest. Once I give my advice, that's to anybody. When somebody asks me my opinion and I give it to them, I'm done, whether they take it or not. I did my job. I'm going to talk about them if they don't behind their back, being real, and smoke and hope they be all right. But that's all I can do. That's it. And that's me being 53. I don't trip off that shit. You came to me for a reason. I gave you the answer. Do what you're going to do with it. And I'm going to sit back.
Hey, Sharon, how do you drive a car? You put the key in it, you turn it, you hold the brake, you put it in drive, and then you press the gas. Well, you know what, Sharon? Even though I never drove a car, I disagree with you. Sure.
Just hope you ain't on the road with that motherfucker at the same time you're on the road.
Hey, I learned how to drive a manual car, so that's not how you start a car. You need to hold the clutch in, press the brake, put it in first. There's a lot more steps when you do something differently. So, but hey, you know how to drive. I know how to drive. Two different type of driving skills, right?
Well, technically, you don't have to push the clutch in on a manual car either. You just start the car.
You could just pop it. Yeah, you could pop.
I mean, to get it in gear and get it going, you do need to pop the clutch.
There you go. There you go. That's every time.
You see how easily married men could destroy your bullshit ass arguments because we lived through some shit. Maybe you should, if you want. I don't know. It's up to you. If you want to have a little bit more emotional intelligence, you want to be able to argue a little better, effectively substantiate your argument. Maybe you need to hang around more successful men, like the one that's on these panels, right? Maybe.
I have a question for you, Sharon. Sharon, what do you consider? What do you consider a successfully married person?
Here we go.
Ooh. Here we go. Oh, that's perfect. I don't want to get my personal because I think my personal is most people are not going
Whoa. What you mean you don't want to give your personal? All of this is personal, right? It's just opinions. So it's your opinion, sir.
No, it's not personal because most of you men are not willing to sorry to say, y'all not willing to do what you got to do to live like how I live.
No, just don't apply it to everybody else. Just apply it to yourself.
Say that again.
Just apply it to yourself, except don't apply it to everyone in general. That's why it's personal. We just want to hear from your perspective. What do you think a successful marriage is?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't.
If I'm asking you why.
Number one of the things is shut the fuck up. Shit.
You're silencing people now.
I didn't do it. I promise you, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Yeah, it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
It just seemed like
he probably got a phone call saying he'll be back when he needs to.
That's what happened.
I didn't do it though.
Oh man.
And P.H. even don't got the control, so she didn't do it either.
Interpretation is everything. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean,
hey, Uncle Tom, interpretation is everything. Correct?
That timing looks horrible.
It does. It wasn't me.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
It wasn't me. He would confirm it when he come back. It was not me. I promise you.
Well,
BZ, were you there?
He said goodbye, Sharon. He said he was dropping. Okay, Terry. Terry, when it comes to advice, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Ooh, exactly.
That is a bar right there. Thank you, Terry. That is beautifully said. Damn. See, so you can learn a lot from, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is true. I cannot. I can't. Oh, so see, look, see, Black is at least one thing I can say about Black. He's honest. He said he got it. I left. I didn't drop him. So it wasn't me. So that's one thing for sure. Black is 100% honest. No matter how many times our arguments is always back and forth, he is not going to be a liar. So I appreciate that. And he's always welcome back, and he know that. So we have our disagreements, but we are always building. So it is what it is. That's just what it is. It is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot tell me that you disagree when you don't have nothing to disagree about. Like, how can you disagree? How is that possible?
You're still not answering the question, Sharon.
Which question was that?
For real?
Yeah, I don't know which one.
Yeah, what?
Who?
Okay, here's the question. What is a successful marriage to you?
Ooh, I don't want to give it to me because the mine is a little bit more difficult for most people.
Just in your eyeballs. It motherfucker ain't got to be listen, it ain't got to make it personal.
I say a successful marriage is something that you see fit for you and your relationship, and you're successfully able to achieve it. So whatever you deem positive that you need for you and your wife, and you can achieve that situation, I think that's a successful marriage.
Damn. So that's it. If we were both bank robbers and we successfully robbed 20 banks, that's a successful marriage to you?
Correct.
Too? Okay. All right.
Correct.
No honesty. It's okay.
I would have to agree. I would have to agree. And this is the thing. No, this is the thing, right? Like, it depends. I'm not going to ask every successor. I'm going to ask people with the results that I'm looking for. I'm not going to ask every single successfully married people, because there are some successfully married people that are swingers.
Successful marriages.
Yeah.
Is it time of service? Is it? Well, I mean, what is
right,
it?
Because what Omni is essentially says that it's somebody that's married that he watches his wife get popped off while he's sitting in the corner. For him, that is successful, but that's not the kind of success Omni wants.
Yeah, not at all.
So
not at all. There's swingers that are married, and I'm not going to look at them for advice.
Right.
I'm not going to go to them.
That's not going to happen. So go ahead, Uncle Tom. What is your idea of a successful marriage?
We still got.
I'll answer. I need a chance to answer.
Cherry and all the rest of them. You ain't got to come to me. I'm just outside looking in. Does that make sense? I just want to hear everyone's thing, because everyone up here has been married. I don't know. Supreme Diva, she said she's not here.
What's that now?
Are you married? Yes, no, I don't know.
No.
Okay, so everyone else up here is married. So everyone has different times of services. Like, you know, I would have been married 44 years. You've been married 76. I'm been married for 7 days. Mom Cherry about 120. We all different years of service, times of service.
I'm gonna give you a real answer though. I'm serious. I hope it's not corny. A successful marriage is first of all marriages are contracts. There are bad contracts, there are great contracts, there are contracts that are open for negotiation if the two individuals put their clause in there. I'm getting technical with it, but that's just what it is. It is a contract, first of all, but within that contract, it flows. So with all that being said, whatever floats your boat within your marriage. And a lot of this stuff is nobody's business, as long as what you and your wife agreed to. And again, the contract could change at any given moment, as long as you know the clauses and you agree with that. And keep people outside of your marriage, out your marriage, period. That's a successful marriage. And all the nuances that come inside that. Everybody got different situations. Everything is going to change.
Yeah.
At one point in time, the sex is like it is. At some point, somebody's going to get sick or something along those lines. And the sex is not going to be there. What's in your contract? What's in your sex clause? Do you have
you know what?
I'm
sorry.
saying.
Can we hear bomb Cherry? We don't want to hear this bullshit no more.
Damn. You know what?
This is important shit.
That's fine. Go. Oh,
Fight back, Otis. Fight back, Otis. Protect. Hashtag protect Otis at all costs. Hey, PH Diva.
Yes, sir.
Damn, Uncle Tom, I got something for you though, but go ahead.
In this conversation, we're saying that single people can give advice as well. What is your idea of a successful marriage, even though you've never been through one? Go ahead, PhD, but you got this.
I think a successful marriage is whatever the agreement between those two people is, both of them living up to their end of the bargain or whatever they've agreed to.
That's bullshit too.
That's not bullshit. I just met a man and who was going around, or a married man who was going around asking women if he can lick on them. And I said, hey, would your wife approve of this? And he said him and his wife have an agreement that as long as it ain't no outside kids and they don't know about it, they can do whatever they want.
On Tuesday,
but you can have business by licking on people.
All right, cool.
You can't. That's why he go and offer to just lick on women and not, do
Right.
more. He just want everybody to ride his face like a carousel. So,
damn.
So if his wife is okay with it, and he's living up to the no kids and all that, and he not, I guess, embarrassing her by having women come to her with bullshit, then I guess they successfully married.
Okay,
I agree with that.
That's what me and Ami was saying. Like, hey, we're not gonna go to every successful marriage because, hey, there's different levels of this thing.
Yeah. So I made a point I made a point, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been marriage minded for a while. It's just that let me say this, I've had my mind on marriage for a while. I can't be marriage minded because I didn't have all the knowledge that I felt I needed in order to have a successful one. So I was looking at all the models of marriage that I wanted to entertain. Definitely wasn't happy wife, happy life. Definitely wasn't any swinger situation. And I'm of the mind, if you need to step outside your marriage in order to get a nut off, there's probably something fundamentally wrong.
So
with
was it
That's just
happy
me.
man God's
That's just
plan?
me.
It was a happy man God's plan.
Oh no, I believe it all starts with the man. If the man's not going to be happy, how can the household be?
In other words,
wait a minute. So not happy wife, happy life, but you gotta be married. Happy.
Yeah, but hold up. Let me break it all the way down. The man needs to be content within himself first before he goes out and gets anything else. He has to be with himself first. A lot of men that I find nowadays cannot be alone, just like a lot of women can't be alone because there's something that they don't like about themselves.
Yeah, but about the woman, I'm asking. I'm okay with
what about the woman?
You said you don't believe in the happy wife, happy life, but you believe in the man gotta be happy though.
With himself, yeah.
Okay,
he has to be content and happy with himself, just like the woman needs to be the same way. We're not responsible for each other's happiness. We just don't get in the way of it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I can rock with that. Okay,
I was about to ask you a question, but you just so answered with that statement you just made.
With Otis, though, when Otis said the marriage is a contract, and then he said the contract could change at any time. Otis, does contracts change at any time, baby?
Yes, if you have that clause in there, you got to listen closely to me. It all depends on the contract. You can have a clause in the contract where at a certain point, you two can come back at the table and renegotiate. Not saying get out the contract, just negotiate that particular term in the clause. Most definitely. Yes, ma'am.
So that means you essentially don't have a contract if at any time you can change the contract, right?
No, wrong. It's a contract that has a clause in it that you could change a clause in the contract.
So do you understand why you sign a contract, baby?
Yes, I do.
The contract is to ensure that you don't make changes, right?
No, that's not what it is. A contract.
Y'all, listen, let me talk him through this because y'all gonna talk about not necessarily. If I sign a 1 year lease agreement with someone, that means we are guaranteed that 1 year. Am I right or wrong? Anybody?
Right.
Okay. So he's talking about marriage, right? So we know there's no time limit on marriage because it's supposed to be forever. But then he then says that there's a clause that in this forever we could come back to the table and start making changes within the contract. And so essentially you mean there's no contract, because see, if I didn't tell my husband, hey babe, I know I promised forever and I promised to only be with you, but now I want a boyfriend. Let's come back to this table. I know you don't want to play around, but I do. Are y'all good with that? That's me changing the contract, right? You men not gonna be down for that. Unless on y'all.
I never said it was
no, Uncle Tom, please, may I, please, may I? I'm hearing what you're saying, Brown, Bomb Cherry, but I'm not. But you're interpreting it totally different than what I'm saying. What I said was, which is still true, contracts could be negotiated. It could. Right. Everybody's married.
I'm agreeing with you, but you just don't like the way the same, right?
No, I didn't finish. You didn't let me finish. You're still talking. But what?
You don't understand what I just said? I am saying what you said, but when I say that I told my husband, or I would tell my husband that I want a boyfriend, that's one of the changes that I want to make. Is that a problem?
No, it's not. If that's what you agree to, and he agreed to it, of course not. That's not a problem. If that's
if he don't agree to it, what if I want that and he don't? That's what I'm posing to you, babe.
Okay, now, I get it. Okay. If he doesn't agree to it, then you guys have to, that's a whole nother situation, but you guys have to work that out. But I probably wouldn't do it because he didn't agree to it. So we definitely saying the same thing, but I wasn't using that type of example. I know you were. The example I was using was more realistic, and this is what I mean by that. My wife, for example, hypothetically, she doesn't want to have sex anymore for whatever reason. It could be medical or whatever. Now, when we got married, we didn't go into this knowing that one of us is going to have a medical situation getting older. So it's going to affect someone's sexual experience. So at that point, being realistic, one would have to have a sit down with his significant other or renegotiation of the contract and work that situation out. Do I need to continue to stay in the basement and jack off? Or do we have an understanding that since medically we can't have sex like that, do I have the permission to go out and do what I need to do and don't bring up children? Or is it that you're going to do more oral sex to circumvent?
Okay, we got enough examples.
Those are conversations. So what are you saying?
I didn't get from Bomb Cherry because Otis over here talking goddamn long-winded as hell.
But I'm answering the question. She's taking it to the extreme. I'm answering the question.
You just took it as far as I did, dude.
Can we get a short answer, Bomb Cherry? Saying a whole bunch of shit and I ain't trying to.
Hey, well, don't ask me a question then. Shit, how about that?
You already answered. I was asking Bob. We're waiting for Bomb Cherry.
Okay, all right.
He just took it just as far as I did without even understanding. He just used a medical issue, which is her not being able to have sex. I don't know why he didn't put it on the man. Y'all the ones who fall off with the sex before the women does.
Okay, the man, I can't give it up. Use me. I can't give it up.
Okay, and so you then start talking about how y'all gonna have a conversation about it, and you want to know what she gonna do. So she has the option now to say, "Well, since you can't get it up, I'm gonna go out in the street and find a man to replace you."
So here's the thing. So you can renegotiate the contract, but it doesn't mean we could agree on the contract. That's what Otis is really trying to explain. Is that go ahead, Bob.
That's what I was saying. See, he was saying the contract, and he said renegotiate. And so I was saying, suppose, somebody want to renegotiate and somebody said no. And that's when it falls apart, right? Divorce. So I think everybody want to look at it like marriage is a contract. And I'm essentially saying we got to stop looking at it like that. Because if we do, it falls apart. Look at it like we are humans and we love each other. People really want to. You going into this looking at it like, yeah, we're gonna renegotiate at every step. Oh, she don't want to have sex 3 times a week. Then I'm gonna go and tell her, let's bring somebody else into the marriage.
Right. I agree with that part.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that's one of the arguments that they tried to have with us married folks is that a man's supposed to have, like, hey, listen, the sex thing, it comes and goes, it's up and down. It depends how old your children are, depends how busy you are. Like, that should that's up and down.
And
So I was gonna say my whole thing. I was gonna say literally, marriage that you're having changes throughout the years of being occupied with that person. And most people fail to realize what made me happy in year 1 through 4 is not going to make me happy from 15 to 20.
Right.
It's going to be the same. So the thing about that is marriage is as simple as it is. It's the promise of love. Well, because love is fleeting, so it's up and down. Just the respect level between both parties, agreements, and carrying out the agreement that they first started with. Like, I will not overstep my wife's agreement. She shouldn't overstep mine that we set for our household. Just that respect factor, the love factor should be there, and making sure that your family stays together. Now, whether your shit ends in 2 months or 22 years, success level is based upon how you accept it. I wouldn't say a divorce is a success, but in some people's eyes, it is.
It might be.
I agree. I agree.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All right, Terry. I think a successful marriage is when both parties stay together because they believe that they love, respect, support, and protect each other.
That's a fact. That's right. That's
Terry. Terry got bars today.
To say people are being happy, that happy shit is so immature because you're not going to be happy every day. Hell,
Agreed.
I get pissed off going to work. Hell, I'm at work right now. I'm not happy about being there all the time. I know I use a paycheck, but still, that shit, that happy shit is for the birds. That's an immature thing to even think about.
Absolutely.
But do you expect to, be in or like feel loved every day?
No, I don't expect that.
Right.
Sometimes nerves. I know good and goddamn well I get on her. See, she said I'm getting on her nerves right now, and I'm at home. 3 words, Rob.
You say, shut your ass up.
That word respect is everything for me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man. Hey, look, we're gonna do final thoughts. Unless y'all want to extend the show, we need let's do $50 to extend the show. If not, we are going to end it. Go ahead, Odesu, give us your final thoughts.
I don't really have too much to say. Same thing as usual. Great show, great back and forth. I enjoyed it. Again, I'm not trying to change everyone's mind. Just here to give my perspective and keep it moving. Great show, man.
Uncle Tom, you want to reiterate anything? Uncle Tom? Oh
no.
Come on, me, Uncle Tom. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You always think people talking.
Even though I don't agree with everything everyone say, I don't have a dog in any fight. All I want to do is wake up tomorrow. That's it. If God willing. Other than that, y'all have a good day. Great show.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Omni. What's your thoughts on being brand new, newlywed?
Congratulations again.
He said, "Be right back in the back."
Congratulations to you, Omni.
Yeah,
that's who got married, right?
Yeah,
that's his death wish he signed right there. I'm telling you.
I want to believe it's all of our different points of views on marriage that he got from us collectively made him make that decision. That's what I would like to believe.
I like to think that he loved her.
That too, that as well. Even though it's fleeting, but yes.
All he has to do is like her a whole lot. That's all. I like it gets you far away. You know what I'm saying? Look at that love shit. Cause that man, sometimes I'm telling you, man, have you ever ever been mad at your wife or husband that just didn't even talk to them for a week?
No, man, I know.
I ain't never cussed my wife out like that, but God,
me neither. Hey, listen, I'd rather be in like as well. I agree with that 100% because guess what? If you are sitting at the table And I put her cup of water down. I say, here you go, baby. Here go her water. And she start talking. She told my hand, she knock it over. And she loves me. So why the fuck you put that goddamn cup in front of me? You know damn well I put I talk with my goddamn hands. You got me spit on the floor. Blah, blah, blah. But if she likes you, she'll be like, oh, damn. Can you pass me a towel, babe? I'm sorry. I'll be talking with my hands. I just knocked over the water.
This crazy. What about if she took that water and poured it out?
I don't want no goddamn mountain water. Give me my damn sparkling water. What the hell is this shit?
Nah,
So I'd rather you being like with me because when you being like, you tend to be a little bit more courteous when you like somebody.
Yeah.
I feel the opposite because my husband has done some fuck shit, and I could be mad at him until I look at him, and I'd be like, "Look at this nigga. I love him so much. That's why I forgive him." Right? I'd be like, "Look at him, sexy looking mother." And so it don't come out of my mouth. I never cussed at him ever. I
highly doubt that bullshit right there, bombshell.
I love my husband until I got online and he started listening to me on these panels. My husband has never heard me cuss. My children.
Look, now we know why he loves her being on the internet so much because he don't want to get that kind of smoke.
Y'all think I'm like this because y'all hear me online doing this, but some of y'all I have never. Have I ever cussed you out, Sharon?
Yes.
Oh, that might be true.
Absolutely.
I did. I apologize. Well, you must have deserved it in the moment.
Right.
There we go. See that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
You must have deserved it.
Or maybe I don't know. Was we on this panel? Your panel?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I remember, but old. Blame it on me being old, okay? Because I love you now. I love you.
I love you more. Go ahead, Aldi. What's up? What's your final thoughts? We need $50 to extend the show, or we are going to end it. That's a beautiful mushroom. Go ahead, Aldi.
So listen, the whole topic of should you listen to people. I've listened to every scenario of a marriage. I actually had a coworker of mine. It's gonna blow your mind. I had a coworker of mine who was married for an extended period of time, but as soon as the dick quit, she was out of there. She had to split.
Damn.
As soon as the dick was gone, she had to split. Matter of fact, her man was she was finding all these needles around the house and whatnot because he was trying to inject his penis in order to get it to stand up. I say that to say, men, health is wealth, and if you want, you're gonna have to put down the steak, put down the burger. All right, eat you a salad on occasion. You know what I'm saying? Get some vegetables in you on occasion. You know what I'm saying?
And get some water. Ugh.
Yeah, because Dr. Sebi, listen, Dr. Sebi, you can say what you want about Dr. Sebi, but Dr. Sebi, he was impregnating a 24-year-old at the age of 80.
Little freak, old freak.
So listen, if you want to have good times, if you want it to be a long time, you know what I'm saying, eat your fruits and veggies. That's
he didn't impregnate no young woman at no age.
He impregnated a 24-year-old girl at age
with that geriatric sperm.
Yeah, I can assure you he didn't do that, but he may think that.
Wow.
We know you old men. We know y'all egos would love to think that.
That's disrespectful.
God damn.
Y'all never stop being disgusting, is what you're saying.
Go ahead. PA Ziva, Supreme Goddess. What's your thoughts? Or some people may call her the PH Devil. Which one you gonna be?
You know what? Nobody calls me that. Nobody with any good sense calls me. I think that it was a good show, and I think that if gentlemen, if you want your wives to stop taking advice from single women, then tell your wives to stop bringing single women y'all problems, because they don't hesitate to come and lay all the stuff out. Right? And then I think y'all should also make it a point to keep your wives out of these single women's pocketbooks, right? And tell them to stop borrowing money from us, because it's embarrassing to you, or at least it should be.
It is. Look, PhD, I might be broker than the motherfucker. I'd be scared to ask my single people for friends. They'll be like, girl, aren't you married?
Right.
Girl, why you married to that nigga if you gotta come to my single ass?
Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, I'm gonna make sure my wife have PhD but numbers very soon, goddamn it. I don't care what she talking about.
So you say, well, we could send her to you every time she got a problem, some shit she want to buy. That's what you said?
Absolutely.
That's what you said, right?
Absolutely All right, Terry. Love and likes. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean you don't love the person. But unhappiness is a deal breaker.
Ooh, unhappiness is a deal breaker for sure, because you cannot make somebody happy that is just want to be unhappy. That is for sure. So that is, we are the solution-based group. Everybody got their final thoughts out. Shout out to Terry and shout out to everybody that support the show as well, especially the ones that did it financially. We are going to do this again tonight at 8 p.m. Me and Sway, we're going to review some things. We're going to have some arguments. I'm going to prove him wrong like I do every single night. It's just what I do. Until then, I will see y'all later. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Great